So, last time, we climbed our way up through the nightmare that was the legal city of Zenabato. And let me tell you, getting chased around by these robots, still less annoying than the bureaucracy that this place was built on. We have a means of getting out of here just fine, in that we have that flying creature provided to us, so let's get on our way over there in order to get out of here. Because we've already dealt with the boss of this area. Which, all things considered, wasn't that bad. I do wonder if we're gonna have as much trouble as we did during those two fights where we had to deal with the dragon and block staff. Ever again, really. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say yes, at some point we're gonna have something as much of an issue. Revision is required to move to Day City Mayfield. Oh, so we're not done with the legal nonsense here is what I'm getting then. Let me make a note of the number here. Because presumably we're gonna have to climb back up, get that at law set, and then come back down. Just like we did before. But just to make sure that I'm understanding the situation correctly. Yeah, right now it would still warp us to Aglis, which is where we were before coming here. So yeah, we're gonna have to go all the way up through the robots again, and now I see why Solus was suggesting turning the robots off, but really getting past them isn't that big a deal. My biggest gripe with this is just the amount of travel that's gonna be required. Which, if I did this at the time I was doing everything else, I probably would have gotten very annoyed. Doing it now, not as bad. Because I haven't been doing the running back and forth the whole time. Time to go change some laws, bend the rules to suit our needs. I am somewhat pleased with myself that I was completely correct with how this place was going to work. Not that it was anything other than obvious how this place was going to work anyway. You know, you don't go to bureaucracy land and deal with anything other than bureaucracy, right? Right. I may or may not have been able to make it to the door, but I didn't trust it. Just sucker him all the way to the side, and off we go. Then we gotta go wait in line, and then we'll make the adjustments we wish to make. Magrad. That name still sticks in my brain, and I know I should know what it means in the context of this world, but I genuinely don't remember it. Yep, it's a revision of the law again. I want to change number 4. 1 0 Yes, shall not be disconnected. There we go. Literally just changing one word again, and that's all it's gonna take to make things work. You know, it's kind of a good thing that we're getting this out of the way at the beginning here, because y'all will just have to sit through some ads, and then we'll be at Mayfield. It really all works out perfectly. It does make me wonder, what can I actually use our new flying manta ray friend for if we can't use them to go where we're supposed to be going? Presumably, like I was talking about last time, they're going to be our airship equivalent, where they're going to be our means of getting around the world after the main bit here is done. So that you can, like, clean up loose ends and grab things, probably. I want to go to the law factory so that I can get this printed onto do something for the law launcher. Do I have any inventory space to fit in resources? Yeah, I got plenty of space. So let me grab a couple healing fogs, because I did spend one at the start today. I wonder if you can actually screw yourself by adjusting the code for being allowed or not allowed to use the shop and just just refuse yourself access to this shop. It'd be kind of funny if you could. Is there anything in the weapon shop that I wanted that I couldn't afford? Because I know we were having some money trouble at this point. We bought that. We didn't buy the Jade Dragon armor because I just didn't care. That looks to be the only thing we didn't grab, so we'll go ahead and grab it now, since we have spare money. Just in case Albert actually ends up being required at some point, or something along those lines. Yeah, just not even gonna worry about doing inventory keeping of that degree right now. We're at this one. I should be able to just scoot straight across. Yeah. This one's one of the annoying ones. Because you gotta outrun that guy. This one you just run straight across, no big deal. We need to lure him further than that for this to work. Hey, dum-dum, over here. There you go. This is one of the tight runs. I don't know why he changed his mind. He actually would have had me if he hadn't changed his mind. Sounds good, Sonny. Best of luck with what you're working on. There's your license. Now I need to go to the law launcher. Yes, fulfillment to the quota. I understand how that works. You know, hopefully that's just the chat disconnection we're gonna have today, because it disconnected already, and I'm hoping that it's just gonna be a one-time deal, and then Twitch doesn't fall apart any further today. It does seem to be the worst on Mondays. At least that has been my experience, is I get the most disconnects on Mondays. But what do I know? Nope, I knew we were going to end up getting into this fight before we got through this. Even though these sections where you can get attacked are short, inevitably we were going to step into their range long enough at some point. So we got the Death Purger and the Guillotine. We didn't notice anything crazy out of the Guillotine the last time we saw these things. I also don't remember anything major out of the Death Purger here. I feel like he's more dangerous, yeah, because he does have power up. I did remember that much. And I think we killed him the last time he powered up, before he used whatever it was going to be that he was going to follow up with. So let's do that again if we can.
Die. More and more.
Nope, he's going to live long enough to get another turn. Unless Mero kills him. Nope, I was a little too slow. Ow. Yeah, the Guillotine just hurts. Which, you know, Kind of expected out of a guillotine, huh?
Go! Crack dance!
Die. More and more.
Have full meter, but we're not using that right now. Wow, I actually caught that. Huh. I think actually the delay from the counter is actually what saved that set of inputs. If I'm honest, I really can't take credit for that one. I don't know what this is, but I don't like the looks of it. Oh, it's a fear spell. Okay, that's annoying, but not really overly problematic. Makes sense that a guillotine would have the ability to cause fear, because it certainly would cause fear in most anybody that sees one. Nobody wants to get their head chopped off, for the most part. Did I? Okay, good. I thought I forgot one simple thing, but I didn't. I remembered the simple thing. We were on our way out. So we need to go to the launcher. And then we're just gonna have to take our time walking back so that the thing actually gets there. As if you'll remember, when we ran back quickly after revising the law about being allowed into where the sigil stone was, we ended up disappointed because it wasn't there yet. Nee. I fucked up. You know, I deserved that, didn't I? I was getting through that too cleanly. You're not allowed to have it be perfect. Hi, Kongle. Yeah, I know. You had to walk back. There we go. Let's just pretend that didn't happen. Take me back to the law launcher. I do stand by my statement about the fact that since I would have to launch the law about deactivating the robots, presumably, it ends up being the same as if I didn't do it. This should be the last trip we have to make, since this is the law allowing us to leave. This should be more than enough space. Yeah, I didn't give him enough room. That was the problem. We'll just do this way instead this time. I think that's how I did it and got through it last time, was baiting him over and then going through, rather than trying to take the shortcut. Didn't we end up having to, like, wait a long time last time? I feel like I got stuck for a while the last time we launched. Back we go. We'll get there eventually. Everybody out of the way. There we go. Now back through the maze of robots, and then we can leave this hell. Honestly, getting caught wouldn't be the worst thing at this point. It would be slightly quicker, I think. But we'd have to run across more ground where we could potentially end up with combat encounters, which also wouldn't be the worst thing, but I don't really have any active drive to fight everything in here. is more or less the only use for combat we have, is finishing getting Meru to the next Dragoon level, but she is still 2 Dragoon levels behind. Like, that remains an issue where she is still a bit behind. Just in case, I'm gonna save here. Because remember, save early, save often. It always saves you a headache. And I could cure the fear that's on Rose, but it honestly doesn't matter that much. At least not at the moment. As long as we don't get into a major encounter the second we arrive at Mayfill or something. Which I really do feel like we've been there already. And maybe I'm just remembering it being mentioned and I'm thinking that's the same as us arriving there. So close. I also forgot completely that I had Meru set back on Cool Boogie again. Or is that the new one that she got? It might actually be a new one. Ow. And therein lies the one downside of letting her stay scared. She takes way more damage now.
Yes.
I really thought that I timed that, but apparently not. So this is the traditional trade-off for me, isn't it? Is I start getting one of the ones I've been having trouble with right, and then I stop doing one of the ones I was good at. Ow. I should also check to see if I have a purifier on hand. Even if I don't, I could just go buy one at the shop, I guess, to get rid of the fear. We stop having this as a consideration. I was slightly early on that last one.
Die. More and more.
Yes.
Still at blue health. I probably shouldn't have risked this. Okay, it worked out. Always trust in Dark to do ridiculous damage with that Soul Eater. Yeah, you know what? Let me go sort that issue out. Otherwise, it is gonna actually be a problem at some point. So I gotta remember that status effects also last a decently long time in this game. They don't just go like 3 turns and go away. Just gonna buy a full heal and a mental cure, and that'll sort out all the issues here. Mind Purifier, Healing Fog, there we go. This way, we don't distract from my resource pool that I have, but we solve both of Rose's problems. There we go. Could you imagine if it was just that easy to get rid of a problem like that? Then again, I suppose to a certain degree, people are convinced that it is that easy. By virtue of the power of things like all of the various drugs that they peddle these days. Or all those people that peddle these perfect solutions to all of your general problems, even though most of them don't work. Is there tailor-made solutions being used generally? Wait, no, wrong way. Need to go in the building. Hopefully our flying friend will just find his way to us once we are done in Mayfill, so we have a way out. Whee! Okay, we've definitely not been here. At least not to this bit here. Yeah, you know, it's gotta do its job. Possible. I was gonna say, if everything's destroyed, then it doesn't really matter what purpose anything had, huh? Ta-da! Now, the thing is, if he's already here, that means we either lost a lot of time adjusting that one law, which we kind of did lose a fair bit of time, or he can travel faster than those teleporters can, or both. Which, considering he can just freely fly around, and him and his minions have shown the capacity to teleport, I presume that he just teleported over here and then floated his way the rest of the way. That does seem like a very big move for any species to do. Deciding the fate of every species' souls. Well, if this place was completely destroyed, then why is anything intact? Like, this doesn't seem completely destroyed to me. Yeah, I would presume we'd know it if the apocalypse happened, because there wouldn't be us anymore. We would all be dead. So we got one less thing to worry about on that score, I suppose. This is weird looking. Oh. That explains why it's reacting to Albert's gem. Well, they would be a soul that didn't completely die, presumably, so yes. Yes, killing it again seems like a solution. I figure we're gonna benefit from doing this. This is better to do than to not do. Though I would also presume that it probably will only really benefit Albert, considering his gem resonates with it, but it's free experience. Well, not really free, because I have to assume that the spirit is going to be stronger than Fabrand was, considering we fought Fabrand back in, like, Disc 1. It'd be a little silly for it to be that level. Do I want Rose being the initiator here? Yeah, because I'm probably going to just have her Dark Dragon and she'll be basically out of MP. Yeah, sure, you can go ahead and initiate the special. And this way people get to see the transformations more, since I have them shortened ordinarily. But I do suspect that this thing's serious enough to hit it with everything we have. Including a large dragon-shaped space plane. Still slightly confused by the weird down fin it has there. I really like the way it just kind of shows up out of a shadow flat and then just pops up. That part I enjoy. The down fin thing it's got there is a little confusing to me still. And I know that sentence looped, but gets the point across. 2,400's nothing to sneeze at. I mean, you may as well Freezing Ring because they're the same strength. Save on MP. So she can just keep spamming the whole fight. Or, I should say, for 3 turns, because she's gonna run out of power to stay in Dragoon form after 3 turns. And depending on how much damage this thing does when it does get a turn, if it's even gonna get a turn with us hitting it for this much per attack. That wasn't bad at all, that was just 135. But then again, we are in our Dragoon forms, where we are at our strongest. But he has taken, like, nearly 4,000 damage and is still in blue, so he has a lot of health. But based on that, I assume he's basically just gonna have his Feybrand moveset and maybe, like, 1 or 2 more things. We don't have anything that he'll be weak to. So I don't think we have any Earth items on hand. I think it's Earth and Wind are opposed to each other. Ew. That did literally the same damage as him biting. Interesting. Well, I don't really need to worry about Rainbow Breathing here. Not yet, anyway. Though, since he's already down to yellow, he may not be long for this world. But we can't do the strongest thing we did again, because it took too much MP to Dark Dragon, so we can't do that again. We can definitely keep freezing and ringing and throwing final bursts, though. Yeah, it's already down to red. This is over. I could have Astral Drained, actually. Because if I Astral Drained, I would gain back the little bit of damage he's dealt. But it's fine. Oh, now he's getting a double turn. Hitting Dark twice for negligible damage. I mean, I probably don't even need to. Let's just save the MP. I say as I botch the timing. One more Freezing Ring. Let's see if that's gonna be the end of him.
Freezing ring.
I don't know why the whole screen flickers in the middle of the spell either. Does it for a few spells, and I really just don't know why. There he goes, he's dead. Nice and easy. Yeah, that really took, like, no time at all. Yeah, 4,000's fair for that. That is still enough to basically gain a level for everybody. Rose is the only one who's not going to get it, and she's going to be, like, 60 away. Oh, I know, I misread Dart's experience. He's still missing some. That's fine. Probably. I assume there's gonna be a few of those. Like most of the dragons we've defeated probably are gonna show up again. The rest of the fights are gonna be a little trickier because I burnt so much power on that one. Poison Guard. This, I presume, will take me to a path to that chest. Or not. We're going somewhere else. This looks like forward progress, potentially, so let's pop back first. I probably should have walked across that path because there might be an item over there, admittedly. I'm locked onto this. Wait. Yeah, that just takes me there, which means I need that one in the top right then. Or this takes me yet another somewhere else. Okay. Down here. Well, that leads across to a chest. Panic guard. I don't know how to feel about the fact they're giving me all these debuff protection ones. Usually that's a bad sign. Let's go back through this portal to double check where that took me. Now that we confirmed that that one on the right at the very least is a path of progress. Yeah, there was just a chest here. I should have just committed. Yep, there's the stun guard, which also I already have, I think. But if they're giving us all of those, that usually is anticipation of you having a bunch of said debuffs thrown at you. And that's why I'm unhappy to see that. Yep, there's our next Dragon Soul. What was the second one we fought? Wasn't it the water one? What was the second dragon we fought? Yeah, I'm not surprised that this is Boss Rush Central. If it gives another 4,000 experience, though, that's going to be Meru gaining another level. So that'll be great. Rose will gain hers.
Hello there.
Hey, BC. Interesting, though. I must have done my math wrong somewhere. Or that other screen printed out a different value, because I swear she was only going to be like 60 away from a level, and this says she's 2,000 away. Huh. Well, best not to worry about it too much. Right, I do have her on Cat's Cradle, which we were nearly succeeding with, but if we're going to be fighting something like this, I'm going to go ahead and put her back on Hammer Spin so we can get her SP up and get her in Dragoon form quick. And we'll go ahead and restore everybody's MP here. So we can hopefully make quick work of this. Yep, it is the water one. Rigol. I love how there was no debate on this one, just like, yeah, let's kill it. Get him. Save him from hell. Through the only way we know how. Somehow killing his soul again. We don't have everybody aligned for special. But since this is going to be weak to fire, I'm going to go ahead and at least Dragoon Dart immediately. Also in part because he's going to be weak to it, so better to have him have all of his defenses up. Give him the best odds of pulling through this. If I had thought this through a little more, since I had my suspicion that this was going to be a boss rush area because of the fact that it's the City of Death, I should have bought more MP restores with me. Oh wow, that didn't do as much as I would have figured it would have. This is also probably going to be stronger than the last one, by virtue of what enemy it is. I do have a burning wave. I remember this thing being pretty quick, but yeah, go ahead and throw burning wave at it. If nothing else, this will do a decent bit. Even though this is something I probably should save for multiple targets. Yeah, that still does a solid amount. You go ahead and attack for the moment. Get her SP up a little bit more. There's only one particular concern I have in this fight here. Because I don't remember if Rigol or the previous Water Dragoon were the one that had the instant kill in this fight. Or, I don't know if it was an instant kill or just a really nasty attack. I don't remember from the discussion that occurred at that moment. But either way, there's something potentially to be really worried about in here. So apparently it's just got a real fixation for slapping the shit out of Rose, so I should probably put her in Dragoon form next turn. Do another final burst, but we'll probably save the last of his MP for the future after this round. His attack will still do real solid work thanks to him having his strongest weapon. This is definitely going to take longer than the last one did. Considering I'm not going to throw Dark Dragon at it either, probably. At least not immediately. Yeah, it's still in blue. Yeah, even Meru's basic attacks are doing 3E56 to him, so it still won't take too awful long. It's just going to take longer. We'll probably do an Astral Drain here to bolster Rose up a little bit without having to burn a healing item, since she has regenerating MP. That may very well be what I just have her do the entire time she's in Dragoon form here, since she'll keep getting the MP back every turn anyway. It'll do some solid damage and keep bolstering her health to keep her in the fight. The alternative being using Meru to heal everybody, which is a great idea until you consider the fact that that's going to be like a third of her MP meter to do that. At that rate, I'd be better off just burning a healing breeze. Yeah, I figured you were going to do one of these attacks soon. Tsunami! This is gonna sting. But I'm glad 2 out of 3 are in Dragoon form for this. Whee! Oh right, there's a whirlpool attached to it too, right. Flush down life's toilet. Ow! Oh right, I forgot. Meru has the blue dragon armor, so she's immune to water entirely. So her being in... That's why I wasn't worried about that. Right, now it makes sense. I completely forgot, but didn't forget at the same time. Like, conscious mind didn't remember. Subconscious mind was like, nah, it's fine. Ignore that. Yeah, it still does 1,000. That's perfectly fine. Dart is going to start being in danger a little bit now, though, because he's no longer going to have his bolstered magic defense. Just to kind of rely on here. Let's just heal Rose, because we were only getting 177 off of the Astral Drain, so I don't know if it's actually as worth it as I would like to believe it is. Death Dimension I don't think will do too much because it's the same damage as Astral Drain, and I'm pretty confident a Dragon in Spirit isn't going to be able to be made fear, and Lethal Attack from Demon's Gate won't work, and I don't want to burn all my MP with Dark Dragon. I also forgot that she doesn't get the MP restoration while she's in Dragoon form, so that's part of why my plan changed. Just go for the stabbing. This thing will die eventually anyway. Yeah, 654 is not incredible, but it'll do. What's it doing now? Slapping Meru. Okay. The one thing that can hurt Meru, direct physical confrontation.
Yes.
You thought you were gonna counter me.
Crash dance.
Yeah, there's not even 100 damage difference between Dragoon form and not Dragoon form for Dart there. What's he doing? I don't think he did this in the last fight. Ow. Maybe, was that the thing that I was warned about? Because that doesn't seem that bad. I think it's Healing Breeze time. Again, preserving Meru's MP for the future. And nobody needs more than half. Not even 100% sure I needed to do that, but safety. Because it's in yellow, so it's probably got a couple hits left in it. Oh no, it's down to red now. Aw, would have actually been really fitting if Meru defeated it. But no, it's gonna get one more hit off. And this may very well be it dying. Nope. I've gotten so used to things having I'm dying, fuck you attacks. Let's just not worry about the fact that Dart messed up his attack. It's okay. It really is still not dead, huh? Then again, yeah, Faberend didn't get a final fuck you. I suppose this one won't either. God damn it. I was setting up to do a bit, and the game didn't play ball. Now I'm gonna take damage for it. This is, in fact, really going to hurt me and my feelings, this game. I just want you to know this. This is going to just be bad for everybody. Except Meru. Meru doesn't care. See down there at the bottom of the train? That was my hopes for that joke to be funny. Ow.
Die. More and more.
I think he had more health left than I gave him credit for. There. No fun allowed sometimes. That was worth more experience at least. Yeah, still not quite a level for Rose. Maybe I did miss... Wasn't she already level 30? She was already level 30. I don't know why I'm worrying about it. Sometimes little numeric things bug me. Why are you yelling that we have to catch up to Dart's father to Dart? I feel like that's a slight wording jank there. We do only have 2 of each of these left now. It's a risk, but we do have a lot of revives on hand. It may actually be smarter right now to wait. We can also just do some life gaining during the next random encounter. That is not where I expected this to put me, but you know what? Fair enough. Considering we went up and left and then somehow ended up going down and left. But I guess off screen there was a turn in the path. What am I looking at here? You know what? Fair enough. That is accurate to what those are. They're just undead. I was kind of trying to figure out what manner of undead, but I guess, you know, I don't need to think about that much. They're also carrying the heads of others, so, that's interesting. Oh, good, they cause fear. Love that. You just block a little bit and start getting some health back. These don't seem super dangerous, other than that fear effect. I would love to know how they found just a set of triplets for those heads, though. Ow. Fear is pain. You know, maybe now it's worth using a healing breeze or using Meru's magic. Just maybe. I just have this sudden feeling that maybe this is worth it. Yes, everybody target Rose while she's still guarding. Perfect. Somehow my plan worked perfectly, and I really just have no explanation for why that ended up working out. Because it shouldn't have. You know what? Sometimes a plan comes together for no good reason. Yeah, even with the fear decreasing her damage, she still does okay damage, just not great.
Die. More and more.
Oh, the instant kill happened. You know what? That worked out. Everything about that fight basically worked out when it shouldn't have. Active ring. Did I have one of those before? That's one I don't remember. Oh, prevents dispiriting. I probably did have one of those and I threw it away. Otherwise known as selling it. Yeah, see, poison, confusion, stun, meh. I did think that the panic guard was fear, but apparently it wasn't. Speaking of fear, Meru's gonna be stuck with that for a while because I don't keep a stock of mental cures on hand. So that's gonna be bad. On the bright side, I do seem to recall that dying cures status effects. So we've got that going for us. This again, huh? You know, you're really tempting me to blast them with magic, game, I gotta tell you. On the bright side, this is providing a lot of SP for Meru, since I am continuing to get the hammer spins to land. Meru really does need the boost there.
Yes. Go. Crack dance.
I do wonder if Dark could just kill one of those straight up. Because he might be able to, honestly. Ow. Really is just rude rolling up and slapping somebody with someone else's face.
Die. More and more.
Ow. You know, let's test that theory. Can you just kill him?
Yes. Go. Crack dance.
Sure can. Because that is definitely more efficient. If Dart's just over there killing off one while the other two work over a different one. Definitely speeds that fight up by at least a full turn. Hey, look, mind purifiers. It's almost like they know that I need those. Everything just worked out somehow. We are, however, kind of in shambles regardless, a little bit here. You're gone. Now here's the thing. If I heal again, I'm gonna be completely bereft. Well, not completely bereft, but approaching bereft of resources. And that could be a problem. I think actually I needed to go to the left to get that chest. Yeah, because there's where the next spirit is. That one's guarding a chest, though. And we're gonna want to heal before we do that, though. No, because this goes up, not down. This is where we came in. So how do I get to that chest? Oh, I see. I need to go back to the previous room, actually. I did it wrong. Oh, wait. Was it the previous room? Yes. Yes, it was the previous room. That took us to the chest underneath there. And there's actually an extra reason for me to do this, because I can trigger a fight where I'll be able to astral drain back up some health. Hopefully. Is it this one? Yeah. Because what I noticed is there's a secondary bridge here that I didn't notice when I was there the first time. Protector. That sounds like something we didn't have before. But what does it do? Arm blocking. Okay. I find myself completely unable to care about getting that. Yay for more status effect protection, I guess. Oh, you know, I might not be able to just lifesteal as easily here. This could actually be a problem. Loner Knights and Hyper Skeleton. Do I think Meru's gonna get a turn before they chop her? The thing is, I'm stuck in a catch-22 here, because the more I burn resources here, the less I have for the next Dragon Spirit fight. But if I don't burn resources here, we're just as in trouble. Like, it's just, you don't have a winning scenario here. But looking at these, I would presume that they are resistant to dark. So I don't know if Astral Drain's gonna really do anything for me here. So that leaves me with two choices. I throw one of our AoE items at them, or I heal with Rose and then try to get something done with Meru. I think I'm gonna take the risk, because worst case, Meru dies and we bring Meru back to life. We have lots of revives on hand right now.
More and more.
That's fine.
Yes.
I really thought I hadn't gotten that one. I was worried about that. We're gonna go ahead and burn the MP here, because we're kind of stuck in that awkward position right now. And I'd rather keep the healing items because anyone can use them. Whereas Meru is the only one who can Rainbow Breath. And as long as we don't burn all of her MP, she can of course still attack or do this again if I really need her to anyway. It's just unfortunate using an full heal when Dart only gains like 200 health out of it. kill the other Loner Knight since we know that the attack from both of them kills them. And we'll deal with the Hyper Skeleton afterward. This could easily be a case where Dart can one-shot these, but I don't know that. This is an unfortunate scenario, though, where Meru's not going to get any SP out of this fight.
Die. More and more.
There we go. Just another 160. Okay, go ahead and keep hitting Dart. That's fine. Dart has health to spare. Meru, I really wish you hadn't moved so fast right now. Because it would have been really nice to save that last Dragoon meter. Nope, she's just gonna have to build meter at the start of the dragon fight then. Which could be really bad, because if it's just the dragons we've been fighting, that means the next one's gonna be a copy of the Divine Dragon, presumably, which, that one was an issue. That one was a big issue. Wait. Is that the same? Hold up. Yeah, that is the same. Unless this is like a soul eater for her now. Okay. So you're telling me, and I'm just gonna verify that this item is actually in my inventory, because it's not showing there. So you're telling me that the most powerful weapon for Dart that I went out of my way to go get in that side area just was dropped by an enemy in here. What's the point of that side path then, other than the lore? Like, I'm torn between this being hilarious, this is another moment of absurd luck happening, and being aggravated because it's like, well, then I spent that time partially for nothing. Because we kind of got bodied by that fight in order to get the Soul Eater in that other area. That said, there is one advantage in that we've had the Soul Eater for longer because of doing that. So there is that. And actually, you know what? I'm gonna go back to the save point. We're gonna have to do some extra fights, but I think it's gonna be a wise choice on my part to go back to the nearest save point before we do this next fight. This will also allow Meru some time to recharge, but it's also gonna give us time to take a lot of damage, because everything here hurts. So this may have actually been a terrible decision. That's a Dark Multi, which doesn't seem like the greatest choice. And all the rest of these are powerful singles. You know what? Let's see how much damage Black Rain does anyway. I just need these things off my screen as fast as possible. I forgot that this was a mash one. I completely blanked on that, which wasted that item entirely. So I'm like, oh yeah, that's gonna take a second, so I'll take a drink while that's happening.
Die.
Which is why you noticed I started mashing at the end of that. Let's see if you can kill this one. Like, this may very well turn into a comedy of errors here that causes me no end of issues. Okay, yep, this is just errors upon errors here. That's what I was afraid of, but I needed to know. Of course, I missed the last input.
Die. More and more.
just have Dart start working the Hyper Skeleton over. Why you stink? Oh, that's a stun attack. Okay, that's not terrible.
Yes.
Like, it's obviously not really what I would want him doing,
Go.
but at least she didn't actually get stunned by it. There we go.
Die. More and more.
Honestly, it's actually very tempting to go back through the portal if I can and actually restock my items in a move that I very rarely do. But at this point, we are taking enough heat here that it might be worth doing.
Yes. Yes. Go. Crack dance.
And besides, we're going to be going most of the way back in order to get to the save point anyway. So, probably a good idea. I also ran to the wrong portal. I only realized that as I was teleporting. But on the bright side, we have money, so we can restock as much as we need to. It's really not that long a run, if you cut out all of the side pathing. Especially since half the run is teleportation. Oh wait, there's a prompt there? We should probably check what that prompt is. And I should also double check if there's a prompt at the other spot. Oh, there's an upgraded one of those weird robots now. Human Hunter. We know what the other thing does, so let's get rid of the one we don't understand.
Yes.
Is that which we do not understand might be more dangerous than the thing we do understand.
Crack dance.
There we go. You know, as much as there's a world where we could show off the moves everything has and all of that good stuff, I'm sure there's somebody out there that's documented all of that. And I would like to live. Right side, we are increasing the odds of Meru getting to Dragoon level 4 before we're done with this area, so we got that going for us.
Go. Crack dance.
Not to mention her hammer spin might actually get maxed out. So I don't think it was quite maxed out yet. Oh hey, what do you know, Dragoon level 4? As if on cue, there it is. So now she probably has more MP than anybody. Yeah, 120. I don't think I've got a body purifier. Yeah, I've only got a mind purifier, so Dart's just gonna have to suck it up and live with that poison. But since we're gonna go buy items anyway, we may as well just burn items more freely here. And I will buy a couple more MP items while we're at the shop. I don't think Meru learned another spell from that. No, because she's just got her dragon spell left, which is going to be Dragoon level 5. But that's still a full other casting of her healing spell that she gained from that, so that's very good. And how's Hammer Spin looking? Hammer Spin is maxed out. It does double damage and 70 SP. It would definitely be worth it to me then to master a different move for her. So while we're doing the run back, we'll at the very least try to do Cat's Cradle. And let's see if this actually does something. Oh right, this was the exit. I counted wrong. That's why there wasn't a visible door there. You know what? That makes nothing but sense. Fly back to Xenobatos. buy all the shit we need. And just carry on. Thankfully, it's not a far trip from this teleporter to the shop. It's just like 2 hops of teleportation. So we probably can avoid an encounter in here entirely. And I might buy a charm potion for the return trip, just for my convenience. Because, you know, the shop's just right here. Which, speaking of, I should top up everybody's health and everything before I buy stuff then. Don't use the healing rain, though. Can't buy those. This way I don't go in and back out again repeatedly, is the idea. Item shop so I can grab a bunch of healing fogs. Though I can't buy area MP restores, so that's going to be a bit of an issue. We're also out of item space. That is an inconvenience. Oh, and these are... what are attacks for all? These are all attacks for all, just... I forgot that the multi was the button mash indicator, not the multi-target indicator. Thunder comes up less, so let's sell a couple of the Thunder ones. And we'll sell one of the water ones. Because we're not really going to have a fire opponent, I don't think. This way I can fit in some healing breezes. Now we use the purifier I bought. Because that's unfortunately one thing I couldn't just get out of the way before I did this. Okay, and now we use some of these MP restores, and then we'll buy some more. Because that was another thing I forgot that I was gonna end up redoing. Really just don't have enough inventory space. For those coming back from the ads, you didn't miss anything. All I did was spend a bunch of money restocking our resources. I'll leave one inventory space just in case we find something interesting out there. And now, onward. Also, I think there wasn't a save point in Mayfill, was there? So I'll just hit this one on the way back. And that'll just have to do. Yeah, see, we were still at a save point in Zenibatos, so I would have had to go back through all of Mayfill if I died. And that's what I was making sure to avoid. Because while those Dragon Spirit fights weren't that bad to get through, it would just be a lot of wasted time redoing those fights. Yes, there's an argument to be made where I could have done them more efficiently by doing them again, but meh efficiency. Yeah. I wonder if we can get frequent flyer miles by getting launched out of these teleporters over and over again. Probably not. What kind of reward program would a dead race have anyway? Mostly dead race. You know, there's a concept. Just that sentence that I just uttered a moment ago in general. Yeah, there's no reactions to those spots anymore. Okay, I was right about that. It just was even shorter a trip than I thought on the way back. Right, because I think I didn't count this room when I came through because it was so close to where we were. So I didn't end up realizing I had gotten where I'd gotten. Now it all makes sense. And if it doesn't make sense to you, don't worry. I'm the only one who needs to understand what I'm babbling about. At least at the moment. Okay, and we didn't end up with any encounters on the way back. Hello, Tiny, and thank you for the clip. Hope you've been okay. You'll give me the treasure. It's interesting that the whole area here is purple, considering usually that's associated with dark, and the Divine Dragon was... Oh no, the Divine Dragon was technically null. It is also interesting, though, that it didn't resonate with anybody in the team, but that makes sense because it's not a matching element to anybody in the team. And this is why I saved before doing this one, because the Divine Dragon really hurt last time we fought it. Oh, and it's starting the fight off by getting a swing at us. You know, yeah, that sets the tone perfectly, I think, actually. It just starting the fight doing 600 damage, yeah. There's one small problem, though. I can't go into special immediately because, thanks to Meru gaining that Dragoon level, she's not at full meter. Consequences of good things happening. Well, we're not waiting. As much as the perfect attacks would be nice, we can't afford to wait around when we're fighting this thing. It does too much damage. Dart would probably be the only one who could get away with waiting, because of his huge bag of health that he has at this point. See how much this even does to it. We unfortunately don't have any of the dark items that I had that did a lot of damage to him. Oh, it's doing that attack. Okay. I was trying to understand what was happening because the weird, like, hologram form of it is a lot harder to read. Meru's dead. Rose is almost dead. Great. So now we have an immediate awkward situation, because if Rose revives Meru, Rose probably dies. Oh, and I did buy the charm potion, I just didn't use it because I'm a fool. The reason why this is an awkward situation is because Dart can't use any items while he's in Dragoon form. And this also means... You know what? That worked out, that Rose got a double turn there. What I was gonna say is... She also can't go into Dragoon form until she's done doing all of this, which leaves her very vulnerable. And he's about to do something that's gonna put her right back on the floor, isn't he? Not quite. Okay, that's fine. Is this thing? No, it only has one shape here, but it technically has the turns as if it has all of its pieces, I think, is the problem. I might have somebody throw the agility down item at this bastard here and see if we can even this out a little bit. And now y'all probably understand why I said there was a very good reason to save before doing this fight. Because we also, thankfully, don't have the disadvantage of the Dragon Block Staff, but we don't have the advantage of this thing being weakened by the Dragon Block Staff either. Actually, Meru, go ahead and Dragoon. I'll have her heal everybody, and then Rose will throw the slowdown at it, because I'm already risking her life anyway. This is less risk than the alternative. Is to put it bluntly, if he does the right attack, Rose will die instantly whether she's in Dragoon form or not, probably. Meru at least has decent odds of surviving a hit now that she's in Dragoon form. She at least now has magnified defense. If I were a smarter man, I would have prepared a little bit more before running into this, but I'm like, nah, I'm probably fine. I could also hit him with power down as well. But I don't know if weak only applies to physical. Let's slow him down first. There is one fatal flaw to my plan here, and that's if Rose hits the ground, she's not getting back up because nobody's gonna be able to use an item to pick her back up. Why is Meru still missing health? Oh, that might not be a full heal. Yeah, because it's HP recover and cure all, but it's not heal everything. No, I think 700 should be okay. I'd rather get an attack in. That might be a mistake. But we need to move this thing's health bar along or it's just going to attrition us to death.
Freezing rings.
Just mind your eyes whenever she freezing rings, because at the start and at the main attack here, it flickers. Yeah, that is over 1,000 though, so that is worth doing. She's just not gonna have that many more shots to do that. You really can just do that without the timer warning, huh? And he fired center, so, ow. That thankfully didn't do nearly as much as it did before, so actually that's okay. What this means is Meru's next turn, we heal everyone again, and we're gonna throw the weakener at him, and then have Rose transform. I think that's our best call here. And just keep hitting him with Final Burst. His Dragoon attack doesn't do that much more than his regular attack, at least based on the numbers we had earlier today. Perfect Dragoon attacks probably would do more, but we keep ending up one short of perfect, so I think that'll do. Which it does make sense though, because his strength gets magnified I think by like 150% in Dragoon form, whereas Crush Dance magnifies him by like 200%. So those roughly equalize. This is now even more of a risk than it was before, but I think it is still the right choice. He slowed down and weakened. Rainbow Breath to get everybody back in shape. And we'll just have to hope for the best from here because we're running out of Rainbow Breaths. Thankfully, we do have a full stock of healing items as well. Gives a very different meaning to making it rain. Yeah, that does heal for a lot at least. Problem is, she's now out of Dragoon form, so she's much more vulnerable. Yeah, we do still have 2 more turns. No, I think you're better off just attacking. I don't think Flame Shot's gonna do enough. Yeah, maybe it would, actually. It's doing less than I thought it would. Go ahead and Dragoon now. We'll hit it with a Death Dragon. And then we'll probably start Astral Draining for what's left of her MP. Considering the damage Dark Mist was doing, I feel like this should do a decent amount. And besides, Rose's magic attack is solid anyway. Besides, I would never pass up a chance to hit something with Dark Dragon anyway. If Red Dragon wasn't an AoE, I would have actually used that too. But we just get too much value out of multiple final bursts. 2,000's less than I'd hoped for out of that. Not gonna lie. Meru. We could throw a Night Raid at him. Kind of keeping the Psych Bomb in the pocket because it was phrased as if that's some important thing. So I feel like we need to hang on to that until the right moment. It does feel a little bit wasteful to heal right now because Meru has taken hits that never passed 600 so far, so she should be able to survive this, so I think Night Raiding might be the way here. It's a shame that this is an all attack that I'm using on against one, but fuck this guy in particular. Yeah, it did decent. Finally down into yellow health. So he's somewhere approaching the halfway mark somewhere. I'm hoping to get a decent amount out of this so that we don't have to worry about healing Meru. Just drain his soul, filter it, and give it back to everybody. What did we get out of it? Yeah, 336 is pretty good. That's almost as much as Meru was healing with her big spells, so that actually works out perfectly. Just start smacking it with a hammer because we need SP so you can actually get back out there and start using magic again. Doing missiles? Yep, doing missiles. Good thing most of the team's in Dragoon form right now, because this still really hurts. Oh good, it just completely missed Meru. That's actually perfect. The one with the least defense not getting hit at all is exactly what I could have asked for. We'll go ahead and hit him with Flame Shot, because that one bit of MP isn't going anywhere anyway. I haven't seen this animation in a while anyway. Hit him with the fire volleyball. Oh wow, that did way more than I thought it would. Okay. Maybe he's just weak to magic in general then. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe his magic resist just kind of sucks. Oh, he's attacking again, huh? And missiles are coming out again. Okay, that's fine. I think the speed down is worn off since he's getting multi-turns again. Which it was only 3 turns of speed down, so yeah, I think it is over. He's got like 1 turn of weakness left. Oof. So how about one of them heals? Thing is though, oh right, because I can't use the slowdown twice in one fight. You only get it after the fight. Meru's the only one that's below the threshold for getting healed by a half heal, so just go ahead and do another breeze. Saving the full heals for when this invariably goes even harder wrong. Because it will. It absolutely will go harder wrong. And we're gonna Astral Drain him again anyway, so that'll finish healing Meru. Because that did solid damage, so it's a good choice to keep doing that anyway. And hopefully this thing will be down to red or close to red health when this finishes. I just gotta be real careful because I suspect a beam's coming out again soon. Yeah, it does about 1,000, so that is definitely a good choice. Hey, remember when I said the beam's coming soon? Yeah. Yeah, the beam's coming now, as it turns out. Right at Rose in particular. I'm glad she's in Dragoon form still. Ooh, because that would have killed her otherwise. That would have absolutely killed her otherwise. Rude.
Yes.
Oh, I botched the timing. Not good. Especially since it's getting another turn. Ow. Okay, everybody's fine. Everybody's fine. Somebody's ribs might be slightly in their nose now, but it's okay. Yeah, that does, like, nothing. And he's getting another turn. Ow. Yep, Meru's staying on the floor after that one. Yeah. Ah, it is still a better idea to revive Meru, though. Especially if I botch another counter. We need that action economy at the very least. And Meru is, obviously, very fast. Calculating. No, Healing Breeze is still better. We'll be missing like 100 or so HP on some people, and that'll be about it. Problem is, he's getting a turn like after everybody now. What? Oh, okay. Casting a spell. I was very confused by the series of animations there. This is fine. That's a wind spell. Nobody here is weak to wind. It's probably going to still hurt like a bastard, though. Yep. Wow, that hurt more than I expected it to. Oh, he's mad. He's very mad because he's nearly dead. I may need to just risk it here. Though if he gets another turn right after Rose here, we're still in trouble either way. Okay. Yeah, because if I go into Dragoon form to heal with Meru, she stays in that form literally till she finishes casting the spell, then she goes back to human form. But I'm betting I'm not going to get 2 turns on him here. I'm more than likely going to get this turn, and then he's going to attack again. And a half heal for Meru is not going to be enough this time. It's going to be slightly wasteful to use this Healing Rain, but I think it's the only choice we have. Meru's not going to be able to do enough damage to kill here, I don't... Actually, wait. No, there is a risk that's worth taking here. This might be a terrible idea. But the only thing we have that does more damage than anything is throwing magic at him. Let's see if about 1,000 from Freezing Ring will kill him. I'm either winning or I'm throwing here, and we're about to find out the hard way.
Freezing Ring.
Uh-oh. He didn't die from that, huh? This could be real bad. Okay, good. We got the turn. Now it's the confidence test. Do I feel confident hitting him successfully with Crush Dance with Dart while I'm psyching myself out like this? The alternative is Dart heals again. The good news is, no matter how this turn plays out, Dart should survive. The downside would be Rose and Meru don't get the experience because they'll probably be dead. Don't tempt fate. It's bad enough that they're probably going to get put back down to low health the next attack, but at the very least this gives us a turn. And I'll be very cross if Rose kills him right here.
Hush! Die. More and more.
Okay. If that was a kill, I was going to be very upset. Relieved, but also very upset. You know what I just said about being very upset? Yeah, I'm very upset either way. Ow! There goes all that healing. Oh, God, I hate that attack. Oh, and he gets another one. So, remember when I said it might not matter? Yeah, it didn't matter. The other two are going to hit the floor here regardless. Unless one of them dodges this entirely. Yeah. Dart's nearly dead and the other two are dead. Oh, and he gets a third turn. Never mind, it didn't matter at all. I just lose. Don't you love when your opponent gets 3 turns in a row and you have no control over that? I know I don't. Yeah, I genuinely have no idea what you were supposed to do in this scenario here. This is why I saved before doing this fight. And this is why I got so mad at this fight when we did it before. Because it's kind of horseshit that it just gets a bunch of turns sometimes. About the only way I could have played that better is if I just committed to killing it instead of trying to stabilize the couple times I stabilized. Is like, for example, in that last sequence, stabilizing didn't matter. I went from full health on most of them to dead before I had any control over the situation. And the other benefit we now have is I can make that slight gear change I was talking about to try to leverage things a little bit. And right, because I used the charm potion in a place where we can't actually get encounters. It's fine. Just get it out of there. Let's see. I do only have the 2 guard badges, don't I? You switch from an attack badge to a guard badge. I kind of think I need to keep the therapy ring on Dart just so he doesn't get drained by his own benefit there. At the very least, though, Dart and Rose have very similar magic defense now instead of Rose's magic defense being worse. Same with her regular defense being solid. Meru's regular defense is still kind of sad, but her magic defense is going to be very high now. I don't think that will make the entire difference, but it will help. Because it'll mean that they don't end up as near death every time they get touched. I may make some other adjustments when we get a little bit closer. I just don't want to over-adjust and have it impact how I fight the regular fights as well. As it stands, Meru's already going to be doing less damage, which is a bit of a disadvantage, but not a major one. Oh, I should actually probably take on a couple fights along the way, just so we can actually have the advantage of having special form right off the top like we usually do for boss fights. We'll lose a bit of health, but as was demonstrated, having too many healing items available actually can be a detriment rather than a help, because you fall onto the back foot and decide to heal instead of attacking. And it may have actually been in my best interest to keep Dart out of Dragoon form at the start to do a clever thing in the situation we had there. Specifically, the clever thing being feed a MP restore to Rose so she could have hit him with a second Dark Dragon, since Dark Dragon did so much to him. But at the same time, Dart also gets a solid bit done with his magic. So I think special form might be the play here, which means I don't want to be in here yet. But unfortunately, since I used that charm potion, it's going to take a lot longer to make something happen here. So maybe I should just fight him anyway? No, we're getting into yellow. We'll get a fight here in a minute. Because I think the charm potion didn't actually take effect then. The only thing is, we will almost certainly have to burn a heal after this. And I think Meru might still be on Cat's Cradle, actually, so this might backfire miserably. Yeah, especially if she also gets countered. Best laid plans and all that. Best laid plans. Oh, and you didn't die from the crush dance. Fuck you in particular. Because we can't push through these fights with magic, or we're gonna not have any magic for the Divine Dragon. But as long as they don't spread their damage too widely, we should be able to just fix it. Still didn't die. Yeah, Meru was just doing that much less damage between the item change and in addition that she doesn't finish doing. She is still building meter, just not fast enough. Yeah, that one was an awkward one to time. It was real close. Okay, you can stop bullying Meru at any time here, game.
Die. More and more.
Yes. Go. Crash dance.
This guy's still alive, which vexes me greatly. Yeah, I knew I was gonna botch one of those at some point. Oh, and now you're gonna cause fear on Meru too. Great, great, I love that. I think I do have a Mind Purifier left to fix that. Because I didn't get rid of the Mind Purifier we had left over earlier, I don't think. Wow, I actually countered that, huh? And she's literally a pixel away from getting her meter filled enough. I hate it here. I know what that means, and I don't like what it means. It means I'm gonna have to do another fight. And nobody's close enough to a level to gain too much from that. The alternative is we just spend the first turn of the Dark Dragon fight not in Dragoon form. Which is a risk we can kind of get away with, so maybe we just do that. I don't like that plan, but that might be the plan. And nobody else really needs healing that badly. Everybody else is fine. Make sure to switch Meru back to Hammer Spin. This way we can guarantee her getting the SP she needs. This is potentially gonna backfire still. But I do think we can do this. Considering we got him to red health just fine. Also, I gotta love that they went to go check to see if the moon was still up. Ignoring what we talked about before about the fact that the second that goes down, the world's over. We'll know when it happens because everybody will be dead. Everything's gonna be over. Okay. Thankfully, Meru's fast, so she can actually get the charge she needs immediately. Okay, whose turn is it next? His, which is exactly what I don't want. But hey, on the bright side, that meant Meru outsped him for turn 1, so that's cool. Okay, Rose, I want you to hit him with the Weakener. And then we'll have Dart activate the thing. Yeah, we'll have Dart activate the thing. We'll save the speed down for after everybody comes out of Dragoon form. Because everybody should be better able to weather his attacks in Dragoon form. So this should work out okay. There we go. Let's do this. Let's see if we can just power through him this time. And this time we took him to the fancy color dimension. That's how you know we'll win. Let's see how much Final Burst does. Depending on how much it does, I may just actually have him just flame shot over and over instead. Though this is rated for 25% more, so it should, in theory, be worth it. The only downside to Dart initiating this is he has enough MP to do his spells over and over. Yeah, that is worth it. That's 3,000. I think we do get a bit of an amplified stat line from Special as well. Oh, he's using magic. Okay, hang on. What spell is it? Okay, it's the wind spell again, which really hurt last time. Everybody's magic defense other than Dart is higher, though. So hopefully we can weather this okay. Oh yeah, that did way less between Dragoon form and the stat boost. That's perfect. Gonna have Meru heal anyway, though, because everybody is hurt. Her especially. And then we'll have Rose Dark Dragon, and then the rest of Rose's MP goes into Astral Drain just like last time. I do think we're at a big disadvantage because of the fact that I have to use Meru's turn's healing, since she does have the highest magic attack that we have, but her magic also wasn't doing incredibly well against him because her percentages aren't as good. The fact that he's getting so many turns, though, is proving to be a problem. So I might have actually been better served slowing him down, because the power down doesn't seem to have really done much to him. So that may actually just be a wasted turn using the power down on him. The thing of it is, I can't 100% tell whether it is or isn't, because some of the lowered damage is obviously us being in Dragoon form, and some of it's the items we changed, and some of it is potentially the item. That's why it's hard to measure that out in a way that I'm like, yeah, that's definitely doing this. I think he actually resists that, based on the fact that that attack is doing less than Final Burst. His Dart's magic attack is lower than Rose's, I think, still. Might have actually changed. He might actually be ahead of her because of the extra levels he has at this point. There's really not that much of a difference between the two percentages there. That should be leading to him doing 700 more damage. It would be really nice if Meru had her last spell, because I'm sure her dragon spell probably would be doing a lot here. Yeah, as soon as Meru comes out of Dragoon form, as long as we're not, like, anybody near death at the time, I'll probably slow him down at that point, in the hopes that we can follow up without getting destroyed. But I think him getting this many turns is actually where we're gonna run into a lot of trouble right off the top here. Where's that beam going? Right at Meru. Okay, she survives that. And thankfully, Dart doesn't particularly care. 400's like nothing for him. He's already in yellow, so time for the Astral Drains to come in and start bolstering people back up a bit. We'll probably go for an attack spell with Meru just to push as hard as we can. Depending on how well we're looking when Meru's turn comes up. If we're in bad shape by the time her turn comes around, obviously that plan will change. But we were getting solid heals off of Astral Drain last time. Less so now, but that's still fine. You do still have a turn left of being in Dragoon form. He probably won't beam twice because I don't think he's supposed to be able to beam twice in a row. The missiles won't kill her in one go. Yeah, I think it's worth risking an attack, and then she'll end Dragoon form by healing. Because that'll give her the best odds of not just getting destroyed the second she goes out of Dragoon form. Part of this fight, though, might end up depending on what attacks he chooses to do. That freezing ring did less damage than it did last time, didn't it? That's weird. Why are we doing so much less damage to him? Or did the weak lower his defense? And that's why we were doing so much. But we'll find out when Dart either does or doesn't do a lot of damage here. His final burst doing nearly 3,000 was kind of wild. Yeah, now that's doing a lot less. So I think the weak actually was lowering his defense then, not his attack. Okay, he's casting a spell. Which spell is it? Okay, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. That's gonna sting. But Rose should be okay? Yeah, that's absolutely fine. And that means Meru gets to gain more health out of this, which is perfect. He pretty much handed me exactly what I could have hoped for there, though this Astral Drain probably isn't going to heal for much. Which is still going to necessitate Meru healing for her last turn of Dragoon form. This she'll be probably back up to like 700, which is still danger zone for her. But if she also heals, then she'll be back at full, and I think everybody will be at full, more or less. Oh yeah, it's also gonna attack again, so, yeah. Oh, well, that Astral Drain basically tanked that for me, actually, so that's not too bad. Yeah, I wouldn't Rainbow Breath if it weren't for the fact that Meru herself would be in danger if I don't. And her attack spell didn't really do that much anyway. Like, unfortunately for her being our primary magic attacker, she's just really not able to hurt him that much at this point. Because while her magic attack is the highest, her percentages are lower. than darts are, for example. She only has 50% instead of a 75%. Now, I don't know how well the math works out on those, but the percentages are kind of indicative, I would figure. Flame Shot did okay last time. He is down to red. We did get him down to red before everybody was out of Dragoon form this time, so I think we did do better by starting by weakening him. So I think the weaken led to us doing more damage. That seems pretty safe to assume at this point. Yeah, you unfortunately don't have any MP left. Which means she's not going to do a ton. And that's kind of going to be our problem here, is our damage is going to fall off drastically at this point while he's down to red. So our ability to finish this off is going to be the problem. Okay, here come the missiles. Our saving grace will hopefully be the fact that I'm going to hit him with the slowdown, so he won't be able to just spam us to death. Problem is, Meru takes a lot of damage there. The good news is everybody's gonna be coming out of Dragoon form here soon, so more people will be able to use items. I'm gonna risk Meru's life here, because I think slowing him down is that important. That would have been really good to not fuck up. It's only like 80 damage though. It's not that big a deal. Okay, good. We got the turn order advantage now, though. Hit him with your perfect attack dart. Kill him. Please, just kill him. Only 650 for a perfect, huh? Yikes. He's also not dead like I was really hoping he would be. Good night, ABC. Okay, good. The speed down plan worked out. Now I can get away with this heal. Thing is, he's gonna be out of the speed down on his next turn, I think. So we do not have much time to take advantage of this situation. Throw the Night Raid at him, because it did work last time. And it's probably a lot more than Rose is gonna be able to do with her turns right now. Okay, no, that did not do nearly as much as it did last time. Watching that last hit is unfortunate. This might be the point where he turns around and just cooks us. Beam's coming out. Where's it going? Center, as expected. Ow. And he gets double turn, even with the slowdown. We might still just lose, straight up here, depending on what spell this is. Okay, no, he's just killing Rose. She probably is dying to the spell with the amount of damage she took from the other thing. Yeah, that also did 700, so she wasn't living through that. This is awkward, though, because now I have a decision to make. If Rose misses out on this fight's experience again, that is awful. But if I revive her here, there's a chance that the Divine Dragon gets another turn again before she gets her turn. But based on speed, I feel like this will work. Is usually when I've revived either Rose or Meru, they've gotten a turn immediately because they're quick. Or Mara will get her turn. That also works. This is definitely a Healing Rain turn. This could be another case where we end up getting stalled out just hard enough, though, that we're gonna lose again. But I also don't think I have the power to push right through that right now. I could Material Shield somebody, but the claw attack's the least of our worries. That's the problem. That would really have been very helpful to not miss.
Yes.
Yes! Okay, we got it. Okay, just took a second try and a slight adjustment. 8,000 experience. You know what? I'll take that, because that's levels for everybody again, I think. Aside from Dart. Nope, nope, not quite for Rose, still. Am I reading those numbers just that wrong, or is... Oh, wait, no, I think it's not giving the full value to everybody. I think that's the thing. Still, that's all 3 dragons again. And really, that's what was under it, was a D-Stone amulet? I am very insulted right now. Is all that is a petrification protection item, which we already have. Telling me I had to fight the Divine Dragon again just to get a stupid anti-petrify that I already had. Hate it here. Such a goddamn ripoff. Okay, good, they gave me a save point. If I didn't see one soon, I was gonna turn around and go save, so I didn't have to do that again. As it stands, we're not that bad off, so I think we can get away with moving forward. And hopefully there will somehow be a shop in here. Oh, let me guess, I need to get through this without getting hit. Oh, never mind, there's just no floor. Neat. Oh, there's an item down here, so it was worth falling down. That's the anti-fear, most likely. Considering Panic Guard wasn't anti-fear, Bravery Amulet would logically then be fear protection. Oh, is it where they're hitting is where the floor is? Is that the gimmick here? Yep, it sure is. Uh-huh, okay. Yeah, wherever it doesn't turn red, there is no floor. That's the key here. Okay. Understood. I was 90% sure of that from the word go, but I wasn't 100% sure of that. I need to go this way. Problem is you need to wait for them to actually impact somewhere near you so you know where else to go. Is there kind of in a random scatter? I did not intend to take that extra step forward. I'm starting to make a picture in my head of the path, but the picture is incomplete. We might be here for a minute, though. Especially if I get into a fight while we're walking this path. Which it looks like you can, which is kind of a dick move. Okay, there's a door right here, so presumably I can get to that. Because it'd be very silly for us not to have been able to get to that door. Magic Ego Ball. This is a healing thing, I would presume? Game? Oh wait, a thing fell out. Memories. that did heal us because Meru wasn't at full MP. So that's good news. I was gonna open my inventory for something else. I could technically put the other two back on what they had, but I think the guard badges are gonna be a better idea to have on right now. Ghosts. I wonder if I'll be able to continuously heal here or not. Because if we can continuously heal, I may actually take a moment to grind Meru's SP a little bit. Especially considering even if I botch Hammer Spin, I get 80. Though the Spectres in particular seem like a terrible choice to try to grind on because you can't even hit them with any consistency.
Yes.
Good lord. If we miss one more time, I'm just throwing an attack item at them. Okay, throwing an attack item at them. Understood, game. Nuke them from orbit with extreme prejudice. Understood. This also frees up inventory space anyway. Okay, good. They have, like, no hit points. They just are really hard to hit. Midnight Terror. I think that's a delete enemies thing? I don't remember. I think that's a get rid of all enemies, or it's a fear all enemies. One of the two. I'm not gonna be able to see it on that screen. Frightens minor enemies. Okay, so it's a fear effect. Okay, yeah, so we can just continuously heal here. It may be worth my while, then, to get a little bit more SP from Meru. Start working her towards being the same level as everybody else. A regular experience isn't going to be worth it too much as far as that goes. Oh, if it's going to keep being these things, though, this is going to be worthless. This area might just be Spectres only.
Hush! Die! More and more!
Oh wow, they really don't have much health, though. You just wait, Dart. Didn't quite land the whole thing, but good enough. I'll let Meru get one more swing at him. Yeah, it's a decent amount. I wasn't expecting her to hit, is why I didn't go for it. Oh, and we got another Midnight Terror. They're gonna flood my inventory with those things. While the ad's running, though, oh y'all, I'm gonna get up for a quick second and hit the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alright. The ads are still running, but we may as well do a bit more grinding while the ads play. I need to change? No. I was debating throwing away one of the Midnight Terrors, but we can just burn them with the other two. And let Meru just run the show. Oh, with these three, might need to have more people doing work than just that. But I am going to use one Midnight Terror just to get rid of these guys a little faster. Oh, it's only a single target. Sad. Well, that guy's the toughest, so we'll just scare him. This is when it proves out that he's immune to fear, and I just cry. I've said it before, and I'll say it as many times as I have to. I hate being right. Every time I don't want to be, I'm correct about something.
Yes.
Gotta kill him the old-fashioned way.
Hammer spin. Die. More and more.
Yep, now you're gonna cause fear on somebody. Oh no, poison. Great. So much better. So much better a result than getting feared, getting poisoned, yes. He's basically dead, so Dart's attacks would be wasted on him.
Go. First dance.
Not 100% sure Meru will be able to kill him, especially if I botch the timing, because I'm too busy trying to do math in my head.
Die. More and more.
We know that combination kills, that's why I just opted for that. So this guy's gonna keep being a bastard now, and poison more people. Sometimes I question my own decision-making. Oh wait, yeah, the armor he's wearing makes him immune to poison, I think. So that still worked out.
Hammer spin.
Oh, and Meru's attack wasn't enough to kill that anyway. Great. Great. It's overkill, but I'm tired of his existence. Die! Done with you and your nonsense, you skeletal centaur fuck.
Die. More and more.
Yeah, I don't even know how to describe the floating abomination we got over here.
Hammer spin.
But he's less annoying, at least. You're gonna make me immediately change my mind, aren't you? Okay, no, you didn't stun Meru, so no, I'm not immediately upset. Nah, you just wait it out. You'll be fine. You counter the poison by just guarding.
Hammer spin.
We can at the very least magnify the amount of SP per encounter we get from Meru by just having her attack repeatedly. Okay, Cursing Mist confuses, that's fine. At the very least, we can also just wait a lot of the poison turns out this way.
Hammer spin.
And obviously we're not gonna get her level here, because that was not my intention. It's just leveraging a bunch more SP towards getting her level by just doing a couple extra fights. While we have the infinite health and mana here, essentially. So even though the ads are over, I'll probably do one more to get her a bunch more. Because if you think about it, if she gets like 4 attacks off and they all work, that's over or an entire set of SP bars for her. And unfortunately, like I said, I just don't know how much they need per Dragoon level. That's something I probably could just look up.
Yes. Go.
I forgot there was one more hit.
Die. More and more.
There we go. Meru should be able to kill him. Oh yeah, actually it's 140 each time, so it'd be 560? If she gets every attack and she attacks like 4 times. Which obviously most encounters she's probably going to attack more than 4 times. Even if I don't just wait it out.
Die. More and more.
Probably shouldn't be focusing the Loner Knights down first based on how annoying the Hyper Skeleton is. But since we've got the healing point here, it's kind of fine either way. Even if he applies a bunch of status effects, we just touch the healing point and they go away. And this guy's tanky enough that it doesn't matter if everybody attacks him, because he's going to survive at least an extra turn or so anyway.
Yes. Go. Crash dance.
I could probably kill him with one more attack from Meru, so we'll just wait a turn here. Oh, this is a different one. I don't know what this will do. Confusion. Okay, that's fine. It didn't work, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, I think that makes it a nice even 5 attacks Meru did, so that's 600 SP. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna take a quick look and find out how much SP it is for that Dragoon level. Oh boy. That's a lot. So they need a total of 20,000 for level 5. So that means, assuming it's each threshold, so it would only be 8,000 up from the last one, because it's 8,000 more cost. But I don't know if you have to get all 20,000 or not. So the answer is we're not seeing that right now either way, because even at 600 SP per fight, and it only being, say, the 8,000, that's still 10 fights would be 6,000. It wouldn't be terrible. It would only be like 14 fights. Assuming I only had Meru attacking. Or, I should say, assuming I guarantee Meru 5 attacks that fight. So it's not horrendous to get that much SP, but I don't feel like sitting here and grinding it out that way. I don't think it'll be interesting for y'all to watch. We just gave her a bit of leverage forward. We're just gonna find the path. I was gonna say, we know this tile in front of me has to be safe, because you have to be able to exit that room. And we know all the tiles around this are bupkis, so this has to be good. Thankfully, you can use some deduction to reduce the amount of tiles you have to wait for. Oh, we got ghosts. Yeah, it's all the victims of the black monster. That's the thing. We're not dead. We're in the land of the dead, but we're not dead. There you go. There was a time where that probably would have affected her a lot more. Thankfully, to a certain degree, thankfully, I suppose, she's been through enough of the right things to make that not as much of an issue for her to have to deal with right now. A situation like that's still, you know, not good in any way, shape, or form, but you gotta take the small benefits where you can. There we go. Progress. Further in, obviously. Yeah, there's something over by the platform. Oh, and I'm not gonna get a choice, huh? Hi, Lavitz. Impressive that you were able to take full form. But is it the real Lavitz? He's saying the right things, but that doesn't mean this is the real Lavitz, his spirit. Yeah, we have done a lot of killing. Makes sense, yeah. Anything with unfinished business or regrets or such would be focused on those thoughts, so anything we've defeated, if it's got a strong enough tie to wanting revenge, might still be hanging around. That's... yeah. We already went through that, Lavitz. We just walked through a room that was yelling at her. We don't need to go over that again. Based on the way he's talking, do you really think he's helping? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, it doesn't really sound like he's in a helping form right now. Yep. Had a feeling he was not in a great way. Okay, good. He runs first, though. All of his regrets, everything he's had anything negative about, I suppose, is all piling in to make that a reality. Because it hasn't always been a completely positive experience between the whole group here. So I'm sure there's just enough for them to weaponize against us here. Of course you missed, Meru. I should have left the zombie alive. But the zombie's a really annoying enemy, so I wanted it gone. Not that this thing's not annoying too, but you know. Okay, that's how this is gonna go, huh? Of course Dart hits it. The one that's guaranteed to kill it. Oh well. Like I said, we're not gonna go out of our way to get Meru those points she needs. It would just be nice. You want that chest that's over there too. Now that we've already triggered our encounter. Healing Rain. I do want those. Those are good. Those are very useful. They make us not die as quickly. Now that Meru has more MP, I might actually switch the MP regen ring to Meru as well. Look at him, he's a little affected right now. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured, is he's not going to recognize us. That's why he ran. He's trying to fight it. He's not really succeeding the best. He's got some kind of creature there. Hey there, Jay. Not too much going on, just chewing through the rest of this game, making our way through a city full of the dead, most of which that know us, which is a little awkward. How you doing, Jay? Including fighting the evil form of an old friend who died in the first disc. I don't have the option of attacking the thing on his back, so let's hold back a little bit at first here, just in case something changes partway through this. 0, huh? Okay. He's actually doing his moves, which is pretty neat. The game knows how to do them better than I ever could, too. If nobody can hurt him, I may have to use Dragoon form.
Die. More and more.
Or we just have to wait for something to happen. One of the two. Cool. We may have to Dragoon form just to survive, though. Yeah, to hell with it. I'm not risking it any further. I'm not going to use magic immediately. But if the Dragoon form attack doesn't do damage, then I may have to use magic. We shall see how this works out. Yeah, it still did 0, so either he's indestructible, or there's a trick to this, or he's weak to magic specifically. Meru... Okay, Meru dodged. Never mind. I was gonna say, Meru might go down from that attack even in Dragoon form. Now, let's just find out if magic's the answer here. I can heal her with an Astral Drain if the magic does work. He is a spirit, though, so it makes sense to attack him non-physically. Which is why my first assumption was magic is the answer. Or we just have to wait this out. Yeah, magic doesn't hurt him, so we probably either A, need to do something specific, or B, need to wait him out. Which means I'm going to be wasting magic left and right if I attack him with magic. As it is, we're wasting Dragoon form. And since Astral Drain's going to do no damage, I can't heal with that.
Die.
I'm assuming it's one of two things, basically, at this point. A, Lavitz is going to manage to resist this thing enough that it detaches, or B, it's going to become vulnerable or something. Yeah, there we go. Try to get him to pay attention and resist the thing affecting him. Yeah, now his back's turned. Now we can hit the thing. Except we don't get a retarget option. It's still technically Lavitz. I don't know if I get more than one turn to go for it, though. Otherwise, I would have just healed this turn if I had confidence that I'd have more than one shot at it. Okay, so we are dealing damage now, so let's Astral Drain from the thing that's draining him. So we're kind of just indirectly draining Lavitz's soul, but you know, it's fine. He'll get over it. He's already dead. Which sounds bad, but you know what? That's just the situation we're in at this point. Yeah, that healed a solid amount. But this does mean we have to kind of go all out while we have the opportunity here. So in terms of damage, I probably should have just Dark Dragoned it, but I wanted the little bit of health from Arrow to keep her from just getting knocked out, so that she can more freely keep attacking. That did a lot. Okay. So the question is, when does he turn back around, or does he stay facing away now? I would assume at some point he'll turn around, since there's probably meant to be more dialogue.
Freezing rain.
I wonder if there would have been, like, a chance for dialogue to pop up with Albert and such as well, and we have actually less opportunities because of who we're using. Because he wouldn't know Meru at all, and he technically knows Rose, but not really, considering Rose didn't really open up till after Lavitz died. And even then, she still hasn't really opened up outside of to Dark directly. Based on how much damage we've done to this, it shouldn't take too much longer to rip that thing off his back. Oh, it might be over now? Yep. It broke. We're good. Except now the real fight begins, I guess. Yeah, sure, I totally believe that. Zackwell, huh? Okay. Ah, the classic deal with strings attached, of course. Good thing I held a bunch of power in reserve here. Because, yeah, he has a full health bar. I kind of figured. Because that's always the catch. It was either going to be another fight after that, where we, like, get a moment to walk around for a moment, or it was going to be something like this, where it pops out immediately. It wasn't going to be as simple as break the thing off Lavitz's back and everybody was going to be happy. That's not how this world has operated so far. And especially here at the end of the game, it would be kind of wild for it to be that simple. Okay, that sure was an attack, I guess. Gonna presume that that was dark damage, which is why it didn't do anything. Probably will hurt anybody else a bit more. But we're also in Dragoon form, which reduces it anyway.
Freezing rain.
Ooh, that really didn't do much to him either. Does he just, like, have really high magic resist, or is Meru just falling off a bit? Could be either. Yeah, we don't really need to Astral Drain, and if he is, in fact, doing dark attacks, and he said he's a resident of the darkness, so presumably he would be Dark Element. Which means Dark Dragon probably wouldn't do too much. Let's save that for a future fight instead. Yeah, it did okay. Speaking of saving for future fights, let's not burn all of Dart's MP yet. As he has perfect attacks guaranteed thanks to the special we triggered with him. So he should be able to get some good work done regardless. Okay, he's pretty tough in general, if that's only doing 700. Botched that one, but that's still 1 full meter of SP for Meru, so that's good enough. Yep, not gonna lie, looking at him, I don't really see a Zackwell when I look at him. I don't know what I would call what I'm looking at here. Zackwell ain't it, though. I don't think that's quite it. Ironically enough, it's not the well part that seems like a problem. It just doesn't seem like a Zac. Oh, and now you're just putting blood on your scythe. And blinding me, thanks. You know, that is a suitably weird attack for you to have. Oh, wait. Yeah, the other attack he did couldn't have been Dark Element, because it would have done 0 to Rose, because she's immune to Dark with the armor she's wearing. Right. Huh. Yeah. We could have Meru Dragoon for 1 turn just to heal. But she may as well just heal herself to full. Nobody else is even hurt enough for it to matter. And he's still in blue, which is upsetting. I think he might actually be a pretty serious fight. Which does put us at a fairly hefty disadvantage, having burnt so much of our Dragoon forms early on. But we can recharge it reasonably quickly. And this does free us up for item usage, so we can do some shenanigans here. There goes the special dimension. So for starters, let's go ahead and slow him down. This way we get turn advantage on him. He's still gonna be able to get turns. You missed. See, that's what happens when you bloat yourself up so much you can't see, dum-dum. Now you can't hit anything. Weaken him down. See if the theory about it lowering defense is correct.
More and more.
Maybe? Didn't really seem like it changed the damage output much. Okay, he is engaged land shark mode. I'm going to assume I can't hit him when he's under the ground like that. I could have Dart try, though, just for sake of argument. No, technically I'm still hitting. So at the very least I'm still getting SP back. It's 0 though, so that is the point of that, is to avoid damage. Joke's on him. I'm just in it for the SP right now.
Hammer spin.
He's just letting me recharge my Dragoon meter for free. It would have been nice to hurt him at the same time, but
Die.
this really only plays to my advantage at the moment.
Hammer spin.
The downside is, since I slowed him down, he's gonna be under the ground a lot longer.
Yes.
That's good to a certain degree, though, because it means Meru gets a lot more SP, which means she gets closer to her next Dragoon level. Yep, out he comes. Really, all of that just to slice somebody once, huh? Okay, but he stays under. Huh. Maybe I need to actually root him out with magic or something? He's not being particularly threatening right now, so I don't know if I care. Or just to put it bluntly. We can kind of just take advantage of the situation, so I may as well, right? We can just recharge everybody's meters to full and just slam him with special again. Actually, I don't know if special's a once per battle or not. I've never had the opportunity to recharge everybody's meters completely in a fight before.
Die. More and more.
Usually fights end before then. So either I'm going to fill my meters completely, or he'll come back out of the ground. One of these two things are going to happen.
Hammer spin.
So I've decided for some reason to meme on him right now. And really, he has no one to blame but himself for that. It is going to be a ton of SP for everybody. Thankfully, everybody generates like 100 a turn, so it's only as many turns as somebody has bars of meter. So it's gonna be one extra because I botched an attack with Rose. But he doesn't seem to be able to do any other attacks while he's down there, so he really... Oh, there he goes. He actually hurt more that time. Yep, he gave up. He got bored of being under the ground. I mean, I could still go for it anyway, though. Because it is probably worth it for me to engage special form again. Just because those perfect attacks are going to be useful.
Die. More and more.
I will admit, I don't know how much she's going to have left by the time we're done charging our meters again. Because he's already in yellow. Ow, ow, ow. Whee! Ow. Yeah, just keep hitting dart. Hitting dart is fine. Okay, we can do special again. Meru's not really the one I would want to have starting it, though. Either Rose or Dart would be fine for starting it, because their physical's a little bit better. Do I delay for Dart? Yeah, fuck it, I'll delay for Dart. I delayed this long, I may as well delay a little more.
Die. More and more.
This is gonna end up being just, like, massive overkill now, probably. No, he's still in yellow. It's not complete overkill. I do think this is gonna make a point, though. Specifically making the point of you don't fuck with our friends. Especially not when they're already dead. I mean, admittedly, Lavitz was gullible enough to believe a devil deal, but still rude. Oh, you little bastard. Oh, time to find out if magic can hit him while he's underground, I guess. Because he's in red health, so it's gonna be really tedious to not be able to hit him for multiple turns here. I suppose it's karma for me memeing on him and charging my meter that way, huh? Nope, magic doesn't work either, so we're just gonna have to wait him out again. And it took him like 3 or 4 of our turns, at least. Okay, good, he popped out of the ground way quicker that time. Probably because he isn't slowed down like he was before. Because that did annoyingly, like, hard counter my plan with the slowdown. Come on, just die. You really don't have much going for you anymore anyway, Zackwell. Whoop, and I botched that because I was too busy talking shit. Wow, 190 just off of no charge? That's actually surprisingly good. Pain. I'm getting so close to that perfect every time. And just never hitting it. Time to redeem myself on this one. There we go. 300. Yeah, he's dead now, because Dart's coming out of Dragoon form early to do the finishing attack. Now they gotta put away the special effects. Oh, I guess everybody's gotta pop out of Dragoon form for this, huh? Which means it's gonna take a minute. Hang on. I don't know why everybody else had to come out of Dragoon form for that. I guess the canned animation requires everybody to be in normal form for that? Don't know. There goes his sword. Uh-huh. The best way to win a fight like that is to not fight. Is that, at the very least, it can sow enough confusion. You know, that's one way to solve that, I guess. And you are already a spirit, so I guess that doesn't hurt as much as it may look. You didn't really have much choice once that was on you. Okay, that much is true. I was really questioning that for a second. As far as that goes, yeah, that's absolutely correct. You don't need to hide the crumbling hand. He does kind of get a raw deal in this game a bit, huh? Getting immediately countered with the Dragon Buster, and then basically having to die a second time here. Really is kind of rude on that one. But hey, he gave us a healing rain and a better weapon, presumably for Albert. And a bunch of experience. Admittedly, most of the experience probably came from Zackwell, but yeah, we'll give him credit for it. Because if he hadn't set up that situation, we wouldn't have ended up fighting Zack well. That is a better weapon. Yeah, and Albert's weapon didn't have any special effects on it anyway. Yeah, a healing breeze would be relatively worth it here. There we go. This is either that or I run all the way back to the healing spot, and that just isn't worth it. I had a thought, and I lost it. Nah, I don't think there's anything I need to do there. Let me go save if there's going to be a no turning back moment here. Because the save point wasn't very far away. Just so we don't have to do the Zackwell fight again if the fight coming up here goes poorly. Because I'm sure there's going to be another fight. Let's be real here. We're not getting to the Signet Stone without a fight. There's no way. And they especially wouldn't be giving you a point of no return warning without it setting you up for something bad happening. Because they've been pretty good about that, so... Let's hedge our bets, shall we? We're going. Thanks for the magic elevator, Levitts. Whee! Wow. We have to go really high up, huh? Then again, we did see him flying around up here earlier, didn't we? Ooh, loot. The way he turned around, I almost thought it was setting up for a moment where Rose was going to trip when she landed and he was going to have to catch her. Spectral Flash, I think, is just, yeah, powerful light attack for all, which is useful. Just not altogether super exciting. And there's the machine. Still there, still intact. But he got here before us. Why is it fine? Something's wrong. Yep, there he is. He doesn't have to. What do you mean, a peaceful one, Sieg? Yeah, I didn't anticipate that working out very well. And then the music just kicks back in. Yeah, that really didn't take much, huh? You know, we really did think we could stop him without really knowing how any of this worked, huh? Now it means we've got one more gambit left, and that's we're gonna go punch the moon. Yeah, we just have to come between them and completing the objective. We still have a layer left to get between. It's not a great move, but it's the only move we've got left. I assume, yep, convenient timing. Why are you all the way over there? There you go. Moon, please. You know, don't worry about the whole breathing in space thing. I'm sure that's fine. Moon. This is about to be really, really bad, isn't it? That's certainly not a good sign. That's really not a good sign. Oh, is that the tree? Why is the tree here? Doesn't look very good. Or is that where the last... I guess that's where the remaining bit is, huh? Basically like a key into a lock. The moon crashes into the tree of life. You know, busted up like that, it looks less like a tree and more like a machine.
Dark, look!
That's it?
I see. Oh, it's spawning a whole bunch of those things, huh? Okay. Are they all there to defend it? Or is that... Or are they gonna, like, merge to make the God of Destruction? Nope, they're to defend it. Okay. Oh, and they can fly. Of course they can. Yeah, you know, it's kind of unfortunate that our ride doesn't have any means of defending itself, huh? I wasn't sure if we were gonna have, like, a cool moment where it was gonna dodge a bunch of stuff, or this happens. Turns out, this happens. Guess it's not over yet, huh? We got a bit more legwork to do. You did your best, Kulon. We weren't really accounting for space lasers. They're gonna do enough damage on their own. They're gonna wreak havoc with how many of them are just flying free. Even if we stop the embryo, what's to say that those aren't gonna stick around and destroy so much anyway? And I suppose that begs the question, is the Virage itself the last species? Since it's a Virage embryo that is the God of Destruction? And it's heralded by presumably at a minimum hundreds of its kind. I don't know if that's hundreds or thousands or millions. So we really don't have an accurate way of counting that. All we know is it's too damn many. Because we certainly can't get rid of all of them. We had a rough go of it dealing with individual virages before. Shiny thing. I was about to say, we've been dealing with legends left and right throughout all of this. We are literally legendary heroes ourselves because we have those Dragoon spirits that were only in legends till we had them in our hands. I can't do anything with the fruit of creation here though, huh? Now, there was a couple tip-offs that we weren't going to be immediately rushing to the end here. You gotta think about our party for a moment, and think about the fact that there's something missing. We still have someone that isn't a Dragoon yet. And presumably, by the end of this, everyone will be a Dragoon. So by virtue of Kongol not being a Dragoon yet, we have to assume that things aren't all coming to an end quite yet. There's also something else missing that I won't address because it's knowledge that I have that I'm not supposed to have. And wouldn't be readily made from conjecture. Okay, good. Even weakened, that still got rid of him. The amount of fear we're getting hit with here is upsetting. I might actually want to put a Bravery Amulet on somebody. You for once. Just because double damage from fear and reduced damage is awful. It really depends on if these Manticores do nothing but that fear attack. Heck, or stabbing. Nope, nope, it charges spirit as well. Great, which is going to make me do even less damage to it. My favorite. That said, this does kind of work in Meru's favor at least, because it basically means more turns for her to generate SP with. Which we do need to regenerate our SP before the next big fight. Oh, never mind, we regenerated enough SP already. I may or may not have been ignoring the SP meter as I usually do, unless I'm in a boss fight. I don't like that those drop depetrifiers. If those drop depetrifiers, that means they probably can petrify too. Hate that. Hate that knowledge I just got. I guess I could have gotten it in a worse way, though, because he could have petrified somebody for me to learn that. Is this healed? Fruit shed by some kind of fish. No, I guess this isn't a healing point, huh? I was kind of hoping, you know, maybe we slurp up some of the magic water and it heals us, but I guess they're not brave enough to slurp up the magic water and find out what it does. This is really cool. Like, I love the idea of this. Even though the whole magic tree of creation thing is very overdone, both in real myth and in video games, executed well, it's still just very interesting. Especially in a case like this where it's quite literal. Ew.
Yes.
I gotta say, if the Tree of Life is full of monsters, maybe there's more wrong here than we thought. remember, the Tree of Life, when we saw it before the moon hit it, really wasn't looking that great. It almost looked like it was infested. At least to my eyes in that cutscene. Which makes me really wonder if there was a corruption to begin with, which is where the whole plan to destroy everything actually originated from. Like, as a means of purging the corruption. The classic, well, we can't fix it, guess we're gonna just blow it up. With the mixed perspective our merry little band has here, most of the perspective being, we don't want to die, it becomes a very different story for them compared to those who may have information beyond what we know. That's not to say blowing up the world is the right idea either. I'm just open to the possibility that there's more to this scenario than we know. Because it almost always is the case. There's almost always information we don't have.
Die. More and more.
I was really hoping that thing was gonna die on that hit. Well, at least you hit her, so it wasn't as much damage. It's in red. I'm gonna risk letting Meru get another swing at it. Both for more SP and so Dark could get a chunk of health back. Especially with his health pool, guarding actually gives a worthwhile amount of health. Can we steal some of that vital force? Oh, it's just gonna move us. I was hoping we could steal some of that since, you know, it literally says on it that it's vital force. Man, fighting that thing with fear on us is gonna be bad. One healing breeze will do most of it, so we'll just... Well, let's find out how bad things really are, huh? Except I'm gonna have to do one more fight. But maybe the fear will wear off during this fight. Monkey! It's a hell of a thing, just suddenly mountain apes and something they decided to call a cute cat here on the Tree of Life. There's something just very funny about that, and I don't really know why.
Die. More and more.
Hey, I think just because it's so wildly separate from the situation. I assume these mountain apes probably have a lot of health. They're also really durable in terms of physical defense, probably.
Yes.
So a wiser man would probably Dragoon up and just destroy them. But I'm partially waiting in order to buy time for the fear to wear off, that we are going to take a lot of damage this way. And that's still in blue health. Yikes.
Die. More and more.
Rose's damage really has fallen off. Because she's the only one not affected by fear, and she's still doing only 130. So we are obviously not using her best edition. Like, I would assume if I could do it, Hardblade probably would end up doing way more. But at this point... Oh, Jesus. That's a rock in my face. Okay. You know what? That seems like my cue to take them seriously. Yeah, fuck it. if nothing else, this also provides some cushion against the fact that the other two have fear on them. Which this might break the fear anyway. I don't actually know how that works. I know Dragoon form is immune to most statuses. Yeah, they're no longer feared. I should have just done that in the first place then, huh? Oh well. Let's work on getting some of that lost health back. Because if these mountain apes are anything like the previous version of the monkey, the enemies, we should be able to steal a lot of health from them. Because their magic resist is going to be garbage. And they also have a big pool of health for us to take from. Not as much as I had hoped for, but it did kill him. We'll go ahead and Rainbow Breath to get the rest of said missing health back then. Healed by the power of pretty colors. Nah, you missed. Let's see if you can just get rid of the cat. I don't really want to burn his MP alongside everybody else's. Like, I already feel like I'm just wasting MP left and right. Okay, yeah, it's almost dead. Drain the mountain ape again.
Astral Drain.
Because we did like 800 or so to the last one. So this should do similar. I think we have enough MP restores to restore Rose and Meru, or Meru and Dark, depending. Actually, yeah, with how many turns Meru usually gets, I might not worry about restoring her MP. Because she'll only get 4 turns of Dragoon form, most of which are probably going to go to a 10 magic attack anyway. The only issue will be is if I have to use her heal a lot. Which may very well end up coming to pass. Hopefully we'll get a moment once I come out the other end of this. I really should have considered that before we're jumping in here. Whee! Well, this is fun at least. We're like in one of those wind tunnel rides. Where you get like those wingsuits and you just float around. Oh, there's Kongol. I was like, wait, somebody's missing. I guess he would fly up slower because he's a lot larger than the rest of us. Ah! Woo! Whee! Ah! Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's everybody else? Oh, that did heal us. Oh, there's Meru. There it is. I knew there was gonna be a catch somewhere. I was half expecting somebody to fly into somebody else. I think we found part of the problem. No, I think Kongol's landing scared it, if anything, but it was there the whole time. Remember what I said about the tree looking infested? I did not expect to be as on the mark as I might actually be there. Huh. Do I want to review the MP restoring item? I don't know how much ground I have to cover now. Otherwise, I would absolutely put the mage ring back on Rose so she could keep astral draining to keep us healed. Because if we just, like, did one astral drain per fight, it would work itself out. White Silver Dragon's armor. So I assume that's the holy armor. I assume... Yep, and I'm assuming correctly, it looks like. That it's Miranda's armor. Would have been Shauna's armor, but, you know, plot things happened there. Miranda does have, like, ludicrously high magic defense. Like, that is, without any question, the highest magic defense of the team. Which makes sense, considering I presume she's meant to be, like, the cleric, paladin, etc. analog of the team. So, surviving and keeping everybody else alive. Whereas I've went for a much more aggressive setup. Shocking, that. Okay, so this is healing water here. Okay. So if I felt the need to, I could do some extra prep here. Or if I get, like, a bunch of nasty status effects on me, I turn around and go to that. It's interesting that you got healed by getting launched up here, and then you have another healing point right there. Seems a little odd. Oh, another thing. I understand that you're very focused right now, Rose, but we could learn a few things along the way here, you know? We don't have to be laser focused on the fact that we're all gonna die. For all we know, we might be able to use the Tree of Life to benefit us before the fight. I was a little worried there wasn't going to be another save point, since there wasn't one right next to the healing spot like there usually is. Oh good, we might be about to get fear bombed again. Hooray.
Die.
On the bright side, we can readily cure it. On the downside, I'm gonna have to run back down and back up again, which is probably gonna get us just into another fight.
Yes.
Which may mean it happens all over again.
Go. Crack dance.
Which, yes, fun fact, that's exactly why I usually don't do that. Because you just end up in a loop that way. Oh, and you didn't die. Oh, just AoE damage, that's fine. You're charging spirit, that's okay. Let's leave the red health one for Meru. She should be able to finish it off. It's more important to do more damage to this one. Since these things are so durable, I kind of need to be a little more efficient with them.
Yes. Go. Crack dance.
It does make me a little worried that we are falling behind a little bit.
Die. More and more.
Which wouldn't surprise me considering... Oh, there's the instant kill. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if we've gotten a little weaker because of the fact that we had multiple times where the main team missed experience. Like, Dart is doing just fine, because he's been alive through every boss encounter, and he has been in the team the entire game. We're just, like, a little shy on a couple levels for Rose and Meru instead. This team again. Okay. You know what? I have a clever scheme. Because we've got these Midnight Terrors. Why don't I use that to get rid of one of the Mountain Apes? Because if he gets hit with fear, he should be weakened enough that we can just dispose of him. Provided it works. It did. Okay. There was a world where, like, the Hyper Skeleton, he was just immune to it, and I was going to be very annoyed.
Yes.
I felt like I was way early on that one. Yeah, there we go. He's just immediately deleted. Though us not having fear on us also does make their resistance is a lot less of an issue. Yep, you're gonna power up, that's fine. That's the essentially the same thing as wasting a turn, because you shouldn't live to see another turn. It's honestly one of my favorite things when my enemy decides to do a boosting move instead of attacking when they're not going to survive.
Yes.
Except he did survive, so that's a problem. Or did he?
Die. More and more.
He did. Ow. So anyway, I guess we're taking an extra turn to get through this encounter. I talk shit and immediately Rose gets hit in the face with a rock.
Yes.
I shouldn't be surprised that that's how that played out. I think we all know that that's how that was gonna end. It's still very funny. Oh, what are you doing now? Oh, now you're charging Spirit. Great. Great. I suppose I should be thankful they didn't both buff up at the same time, because this one would have had more time to use that buff.
Yes.
There we go. That one didn't get to use its buff. That is how it was supposed to have gone before. That's what, like, 6 encounters since I said that I needed like 12 or so for Meru to gain her level. Probably more than 6, because we definitely got more attacks in on the boss fights as well than the average 5. Especially like the Zackwell fight. Look at what? There's another one of the bugs. What's he doing? Oh, it's getting ready to fight us. Oh, from birth to the grave, huh? You chose this. It's just a caterpillar, huh? Do I think it's worth using our power for it? Probably, because we can just go back to the healing spot. But we won't use Meru's turn for it, because again, she won't benefit that much from the perfect attacks. And it does net her another bit of SP before we do it. Oh, but you do get your turn, huh? That's upsetting. Yeah, we may as well full commit here as well. Because like I said, we do have that healing point back behind us that we can go back to. It is going to mean having to do more fights, but that works to our advantage at this point. As long as I handle the fights without wasting too much. And it's playing the strong encounter music, so it's at the very least a decently strong enemy here. It is rather silly that his most used spell is Final Burst, so none of the bursts are ever really final. Since we need health, go ahead and Astral Drain first, and then we'll Dark Dragon him later. This way, depending on how much we get, we can actually have Meru attack instead of having to also heal. Because we don't know what this thing's capable of yet. And we did go into this fight with half of the party having half health. I do kind of wish we had more options on each individual character. But at the same time, too many options would lead to there being just a bunch of garbage spells you don't use. So it's kind of an either-or on that. But it does feel like a little bit of a missed opportunity at the very least, in a case of, like, Meru here, for example. Somebody who has pretty solid magic attack, only learning 4 spells in the entire game. We're okay on health for the second now, so let's see how much Dark Dragon does. I really should take another look at everybody's stat lines, because I feel like something's wrong. And I can't quite put my finger on it yet without looking at it. Like, I want to credit the entire problem to the fact that Meru's spells are only half strength, whereas everybody else's percentages are higher outside of, like, Astral Drain. But I worry that somewhere along the way she isn't as high on magic attack anymore or something. Then again, that did very little too for it being a very high percentage spell. Was it Dart or Rose that I started this with? I already forget. Well, Final Burst it anyway. It's already down to yellow, so I don't think I have too much to worry about here. One does wonder, though, if it's in the final moments here of the tree preparing to release the God of Destruction, why did it give birth to another species? If their presumption that this was another species created by the Tree of Life only recently is correct. Which there's no guarantee that that's correct either. Just seems a little weird. Unless it genuinely just birthed it as a defense mechanism against us coming up here. At which point you would think it would still be more effective to have the Virage that are flying around everywhere come after us if it's trying to protect itself. Though I suppose it could do both. It could birth a bunch of weird insects and send the Virage after us. This fight's over. Do what? Okay, I guess the fight's not over, huh? It's evolving. Don't like that. Kill it with fire. I have a distinct feeling, though, that it's going to evolve whether I kill it or not. Like, the health bar is the thing that causes the transitions, I think. So, this may actually be a horrifically stupid idea. Because we'll have burnt our primary power before it even gets to its final form. Which is gonna be some horrific butterfly, I presume, at this rate. Or like a moth or something, I suppose. Meru, you go ahead and save your magic, because this is already down to yellow for this phase. The good news is we do have MP restoratives on hand. I would just rather not use them. It's getting rid of Hatch. Maybe it is possible to kill it without it hatching then. We shall see, because I'm at the very least gonna hit it as hard as I can. Yep, there goes Meru out of Dragoon form. Okay, it was thinking about it long and hard there. See if Dart can kill it. Hmm, 680. I probably should have flame shot anyway. Yep, it's opening up. You know, not quite what I expected. Now there's the wings. Never mind, basically exactly what I expected. Imago. Oh, wait. That is a thing. That is some... Oh, I used to know what Imago referred to. Because I know I've seen that before. But I don't have it in my brain anymore. Maybe it'll pop back to my brain, and maybe it won't. Oh, do I not have any MP restoratives, or am I not allowed to use those in combat? Maybe I am out of those. Thought I had one left, and I was gonna restore Dart's MP for one final fuck you to this thing. But I guess that's not gonna happen. Oh god. I don't know if that was light-based or if it just hits really hard. You know what? It's gonna bug me. Hang on. Okay, yeah, the two immediate definitions I see pop up for Imago. The final fully developed adult stage of an insect, typically winged, so that's an easy one. There's also apparently a psychoanalysis thing of an idealized mental image of someone. So, you know, could take that in either direction to a certain degree, but I presume it's mainly meant for the more literal definition there. I knew I'd seen that name used, and it was symbolic of something rather significant. I just could not remember what. Of course, the accuracy of the definition that popped up immediately may also be incomplete or incorrect. That's just the first thing I saw. And it matched up well enough, so I wasn't gonna stress over it. clearing a ping, so it didn't bother me. You're the only one that's hurt right now, Rose, so just position heal thyself. I don't think it's worth you transforming right now, Marrow. Let's feel out this situation a little bit more first. So I don't know if its health bars spread across the 3 phases, or if this is like a fully fleshed out boss in and of itself. What did that do? Is she dispirited? Is that the thing? Yep, dispirited. Okay. That's fine. Means she can't get Dragoon power, but that's fine. She's out of MP, and her Dragoon attack really isn't that great at this stage of things. Oh, I did time that wrong, huh? Yikes. All of that, it's still in blue. Though I suppose we didn't do that much. Triangle, okay. Really doesn't like Rose for some reason. Neat party trick. Might have been an instant kill, so I'm kind of glad it targeted Rose with that. And now you're gonna Dispirit Dart too. That's more upsetting. But hey, at least you hit the 2 people that have level 5 Dragoons, so, you know, thanks for that, I guess. Would have been nice to be able to rebuild Dart's meter, though, so that he could have at least done, like, a flame shot or something at this point. But it is what it is. We'll make the best of it.
Yes. Go. Crash dance.
One number off of very interesting there. But I suppose that in and of itself is an interesting concept. What's it gonna do now? Triangle again. Oh, yep, nope, it's going for Rose again. Whee! In some ways, it's kind of funny that, in particular, or that she's the one being targeted with that, since she does the whole turning something into a flat picture, and then attacking it thing, too. Let's see. We might actually hit it with a slow and such here in a moment as well. Meru may as well go Dragoon, because she will do more damage in this form regardless, even though it's not gonna get her as much SP. We do kind of need this thing to die sometime today. And it's still in blue health, which offends me.
Freezing rain.
Okay, that actually did decent. Let's go ahead and hit it with a power down. We'll hit it with the power down and the slow down. And then we'll go back to having Dart and Rose attacking. Because presumably this thing's out of forms to change into now. So debuffing the hell out of it makes sense. Oh, it's throwing the triangle again, though. Putting Rose in the triangle a 3rd time. Assuming that's an instant kill, we'll move. I'm glad it keeps going for Rose over and over again. You can't Dispirit Dart twice. He's already dispirited. What are you doing? Just showing him pictures of Shauna over and over again? You fucked up bird. Why did I call it a bird? I mean, it would be a fucked up bird if you called a moth a bird. It would be kind of a fucked up bird. Those are more butterfly wings, I guess. So I guess calling it a moth would work as an insult for it, wouldn't it? And yeah, after it got weakened, we did do like half again the damage, so the weaken effect is worthwhile. Still in blue health, by the way.
Go! Crash dance!
Nice even 1,000, okay. Now it's down to yellow. Okay, we're going places now. And I think that the spirit wore off, unless Dart just happened to have meter sitting there before. Actually, no, because, yeah, it would have... Yeah, no. Because you would have gotten a full meter from Crush Dance. He's still in sad boy hours. As long as we can just keep hitting it for near and at 1,000 over and over again, this thing should get chewed up pretty quick. And then there's Rose, who I just botched the timing with for some reason. This is going to be unfortunate, though, because Meru is now out of MP. So I think this is the last shot she has, anyway. Which means she's going to have one turn of swinging her hammer, and then she's back to normal form. Which means we're going to slow down a bit. It also, I think, is going to get its one more turn where it then loses the defense down we put on it. I know, Dark gets one more swing, and it isn't red. This might be enough.
Yes. Go! Crash dance!
Nope. Nope, one more triangle. Still going for Rose. This thing really hates Rose. Now, there's a whole, like, weird mental analysis thing you could go down probably with this, if you really wanted to go that route.
Die. More and more.
This attack mostly doesn't even matter other than doing damage now, because everybody's dispirited.
Yes.
Really just out here constantly trying to counter Dart. And he is the only one using a longer than, like, 2 input move.
Die. More and more.
There it goes. You know, it's only fair that Rose kills it after it attacked her like 7 times in a row. You know, at least it did give me a resupply. Everybody gained a level out of that. Everyone liked that. I don't know about that barely defeated it bit there. We actually came out of that pretty good. I did, however, tap all of my mana resources and everything, so, please hold as I run back to the healing point. Like, health-wise, we're fine. Mana-wise, sadness. We are gonna have at least one fight. I thought for a moment I was gonna get lucky and not have to fight anything on the way back. But I would almost go so far as to say that these regular enemies are almost as dangerous as that thing was, if not more. But I think that was partially because it kept hitting Rose over and over again instead of going for somebody it could instant kill. Which, that's a conversation in and of itself, is there does seem to be a lot of instant kill moves in this game. Which maybe isn't great. is you gotta think, the vast majority of bosses we've fought at this point, say past Disc 2, has had an instant kill move somewhere. It's not great.
Yes. Crash dance.
Now, admittedly, we haven't seen a lot of them because apparently I was getting very lucky as far as that goes. And if their AIs are designed not to use them very often, that makes it kind of fine, though it can be really awful at times because they just happen to run on a line that makes them use it a lot. Like, if for example, that triangle was instant kill, which it probably was, it used it like 5 times in a row, which is great if they target somebody who can't be instantly killed. But say you didn't have that protection. We would have gotten destroyed by that particular run of thought process out of it there. And that's kind of where I'm like, you know, maybe having those moves isn't the greatest idea. You know, just to pivot us into a game design discussion for a moment there, while we're running back and not really doing anything particularly important. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of games that have this very same idea of, oh yeah, we'll just hide an instant kill move in a bunch of places. Hee hee, fun if somebody ends up getting screwed by that. It's like, there's a lot of RPGs that have at least one instant kill spell that a bunch of monsters can randomly have, for example. I believe there is a whole series of instant kill spells in Dragon Quest. There's at least one instant kill thing, I think it's some of the Breath of Fires. There's the instant kills in this, of course. There are some instant kill spells in Final Fantasy as well, from what I recall. Like, there's a lot of RPGs with instant kill, is what I'm getting at. And we don't even need to discuss the Shin Megami Tensei games or anything that branched off of that, because boy do they love their instant kill low chance as well. Shenanigans from time to time. And that's the thing, is as a mechanic it can work, and at least most, if not all, of these series give you ways to work around it, such as protection items and such. The downside to that is you take it as a just first-time perspective, for example. Unless you happen to put on these protections because you expect it to happen because you were given the thing, like, say, taking genre savvy into account, there are pretty decent odds that a first-time player is going to get blindsided by instant kill. And I don't know if that leads to that satisfying an experience. That's why I'm a little leery on that as a concept. Clearly it's worked, because most of the things I listed are beloved series, or at the very least have a very strong following of one size or another. So it can't be all bad in the public mind. It's just an interesting thing to think about of, like, you know, could you make those games work without that mechanic being there? And the answer is probably yes. And I don't think it would even lower the difficulty that much. The side effect would end up being it would be one less move for the enemies to use. So it takes away an advantage you would have, say, if you were prepared for it. Of course, you're gonna start throwing fear around. I'm just gonna turn around and get rid of that immediately. I'm just gonna say that right now, because I am not gonna walk back up there with fear on Rose and have that be a whole thing. Which status effects in and of themselves are a whole other conversation we could have. On the merits of them to a certain degree. is in a fair few games, status effects may as well basically not exist because they're irrelevant. Like hell, even in this game, I can't really think of too many status effects I care that much about having happen. Like, fear is a bad one because it does a lot. You deal reduced damage and you take increased damage. Confusion's kind of rough, but it's not like a huge ordeal for the most part, outside of a significant fight if it happens. Poison is awkward because it just takes away health. You don't want anything just constantly taking away health for free, basically. But that's what it does. So you would have a fair reason to get rid of it. But like, take the Spirit for example. That is a status effect that almost becomes useless partway through the game. And I say almost becomes useless, is once everyone is at Dragoon level 5, for example, the Spirit loses half of its effectiveness, as it no longer removes your ability to, you know, it no longer slows you down as far as leveling your Dragoons go. The other side of that coin being, it does remove your ability to charge up the ability to use them. So it does still have a very powerful effect there, outside of cases like you saw what I was doing in that boss fight where the Spirit didn't matter anymore. Because I had no longer a significant use for my Dragoon form. So it really just depends on whether you actually think that something like that adds a significant amount of complexity to the game, or if that is irrelevant. Because as much as I love complex battle systems and complex games, I do have to admit that a lot of them have a lot of things that if you think about them long enough, they don't matter. They end up actually being just irrelevant mechanics there for complexity fluff, essentially. And yes, complexity fluff is just a phrase that just popped to mind there. I had never actually used that before. But it fits perfectly for a lot of padded out mechanics where you've got like 6 mechanics tied to something, but only 2 of them really do anything, for example. And this is not meant to be a criticism of the genre or a criticism of this game or anything in particular, really. This is just me acknowledging that this is part of how these things are and how they work. Is like another layer of how you make your status effects maybe not matter to the player. Take the arm block status effect that we've gotten multiple items to take care of receiving in the first place and things like that. I can't think of the last time we saw an enemy that applied arm block. We saw it like once, and that was back when it was just Dart and Rose, I think. That's another way you can kind of make a status effect not matter, is you make it so that there's not enough vectors by which it gets applied, so it just doesn't come up. So it ends up not mattering. Because it basically turns any curatives for that status in particular and preventative items for that status into dead items. They basically are just there for padding the item pool. Which I gotta say, the concept of things like padded item pools and things that are there just for bloat really aren't things I thought about that much till I started playing more roguelites and things, I gotta say. Because basically, the more random you make an item pool, suddenly the much more the padding of the pool matters. Ditto with randomizers, actually, now that I think about it. Is you can basically file a lot of things like those status cures that don't do much into the same pool as junk items, say from a Zelda randomizer or something, where you're just like getting singular rupees or something that nobody gives a shit about. is they're about as equally effective in the grand scheme of things. Yes, there's gonna be edge cases where that 1 rupee is gonna mean you can buy something, but it doesn't really make a big difference. Ah, it does charm. Okay, good for you. Die. Charm is another example of a status effect we didn't see happen very often. I think we've seen a whole, like, 3, maybe 4 enemies in this entire game have that as an available option. That's not to say I would want it to happen more, because it's an annoying effect, because it takes away control of one of your characters, essentially, but it is a thing. And it is an important part of your overall balance to your game that you would want to consider. And I do think it is something that ends up getting missed a little bit in a lot of games, but maybe that's just me. Maybe that's me and my specific perspective. But I do end up feeling like in most RPGs I have a lot of items that just sit around and don't end up getting used because they don't do anything worth using them for. Because it becomes a matter of like, well, I could spend the turn doing this, or I could spend the turn killing the thing in front of me, and now I don't have to think about using the other thing. And like, obviously there are also plenty of games where the caveman method of just kill everything doesn't always work too. And that's kind of what I mean, is in a game where there's meaningfully complex systems, you usually can't just brute force your way through the same way. I don't know if what I'm babbling about here is making any sense. I'm just running through thoughts while I'm getting us back up there. That's fine. Damage is okay. Damage I don't need to worry about that much, because we can fix that very readily without depleting supplies of anything in particular. By just guarding if I really care that much about that amount of damage. So as far as a bloated item pool goes and items you end up not using, it doesn't matter as much in a lot of other games because your inventory is either significant or infinite. So in cases like those, it becomes less of an issue people are going to take any note of. Because, you know, if you never have to interact with an issue, you're probably not even going to realize it's there. Because, you know, why would you notice it's there if you don't do anything with it? Rush Dance is maxed out. More and More has been maxed out forever. Hammer Spin is officially out of points to spend on it. I opened this menu for a reason. Obviously, one of the reasons was to save. I thought I had another reason, which is why I was still looking at it. Now, there is another layer to that whole statement I made about there are being items that don't matter or things like that, and that is, they do lend themselves potentially to different strategies being used. Oh, fuck's sake. No sooner did we get over here to the point where I don't want to turn around, you immediately hit me with fear again. And I have no real means of getting a way to get rid of fear without going back to the healing fountain, or I guess wasting Dragoon charge at this point is probably going to be the way I'm going to get rid of that problem. Like, when the fight's almost over, I'll just have her go to Dragoon form to get rid of it.
Hush! Die. More and more.
But that lends itself to the other angle of what I was talking about with status effects as well. Is you also have to be kind of careful that they don't lend themselves to a situation where it detracts from the gameplay instead of improving it.
Crash dance!
That's how we're going to be today, huh?
Die. More and more.
You know, fine. Fine. This will cure both of them. And we did get to see Meru's transformation again, which is always nice. You know, I never fully realized that the background changed depending on who triggered the special, because I spent so much time triggering with the same people. I think I did realize that at some point, and then I forgot. Yippee indeed, Meru. Yippee indeed. Hey! That was enough to get her Dragoon level. So now I don't need to think about out SP as far as levels go, so that's good. She also has her final spell. We did take damage, but we can fix that. Let's go ahead and save at least. I'm probably going to get attacked again, because certain angles get you attacked way faster. Because that is actually apparently a known thing, or at least claimed to be a known thing, where certain walking directions have a different encounter rate. So I think there was something mentioned in one of the fan patches I saw relating to that. To go back to the thought I had originally about whether I was going to use the fan translation or not, for example, which most of the time that fan translation was bundled in with those fan patches, which is another layer to do or don't do for that, which ended up in this particular case being don't do.
Yes. Go. Crash dance.
Hush! Die.
I did lose track of what I was talking about along the way here, though. What's new about that, right? Praying for rain. Ah. That's not rain. I just want you to know that's not rain, that's lightning. Ow. This just in. That was not, in fact, rain.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't even care about that one because it was guaranteed to kill either way.
Hush! Die.
I'll probably just use a healing fog on Meru here. Because nobody else is in any serious danger at the moment. I would really rather not be burning those. But we're kind of stuck in that awkward position of, well, you're burning something no matter what you do. So, you know, make peace with what you're gonna set on fire, because it's getting set on fire.
Hush!
Yes. Go. Crash dance.
Which that all leads to a whole other debate that people have had for a very long time, I would have to presume, about things like dynamic versus static encounters and things like that, whether having an encounter rate is actually the right way to do things, or if having all of your encounters be visible on the map is the better way. And I've never really fully agreed with either side on that one, because I feel like it's just simply a case of it varies depending on the way the rest of the system you are running works. Because you can't just like slot one encounter or setup into a system and expect it to work. It just doesn't line up. You know, we have been sitting on all these attack items that I've not been using. And more than likely, we're not going to need an AoE attack coming up here. Just burn these to get rid of them. We never did see this animation before anyway. Wow, you know, I was not expecting that to be that effective. I just was kind of expecting it to hurt them, not just obliterate them.
Yes. Yes. Go.
But that will allow me to push my way through here a lot more effectively than if I just keep chucking those at encounters I don't like. Free revive? You know what? I'll take that. Yeah, yeah. There we go. Finally making forward progress. I don't know about poison necessarily. That's the idea. As long as Shauna doesn't reach the core, theoretically things will be okay. You know, that's a thought. No idea if it's gonna work, but if you destroy the core, theoretically, that could work. You would think, though, that if this creator Soa is all-powerful, you would think they would have come up with a contingency for somebody trying to pull that. That sure is a big old moon. Doesn't really look like a moon as much anymore, just a big old ball with a bunch of holes in it. But I suppose if you think about it, what is a moon but a ball floating around in space that may or may not have a bunch of holes in it? Sounds almost like she's been here before, too. Well, all roads lead to Rome, it looks like. It's either activating or that's a defense mechanism kicking in. Oh, that doesn't look good. Oh, well, we just got shocked around it, didn't we? Or did it expand past us and we're inside it now? Yeah, that's true. The heartbeat's still there, so we can't be too far. Where in the moon? And is this an illusion, or is this true? God damn it. I don't even know if this box is gonna have anything good in it. You know, this thing just looks like if you asked somebody to draw a unicorn from memory. Most of the correct things are here, but there's an important feature missing, you know, the rest of the head. But I suppose it is still equally effective for it to charge at you when its whole face is the horn, just as much as if the horn's on the head.
Yes.
I'm just falling apart timing-wise now. Great.
Die. More and more.
If I could just, you know, recover my ability to time things, that'd be great. Close enough. Ah, you're setting Rose on fire again. Carry on.
Yes. Go.
There we go. We will need to heal Rose, but that's fine. Now, you know how I said this chest probably wasn't worth it? Yeah, there's admittedly a fair bit of debate as to whether that was in fact worth it or not. Hello, Solus, how you doing? We're just over here climbing trees and fighting monsters. There we go, the ads should be over now. You should be freed from the ads now. Wow, it looks really nice here, inside the moon. Interesting, that. There's a little bit of everything in here, huh? Yep, we're climbing through the moon that never sets. That's what it's gonna turn into if you have anything to say about it. The distinct feeling everybody's gonna be going through it for a bit here. Unpacking some other parts of the reasons why Miranda doesn't like roses. I could easily just be a grass is greener on the other side scenario, but it is what it is. Oh, this could be really bad. This could be really, really bad. Makes me very glad that I've maintained equipment for everybody. So I can only imagine that a situation like this would be very, very awkward if you hadn't maintained equipment. But the fact that you can't run, and the fact you can't Dragoon is significant, I presume. Yeah. Heck. Yeah, honestly, we haven't had any trouble today. Other than the refight against the Divine Dragon was a bit rough. We had to redo that once because he got a bunch of attacks back to back again. Oh hey, there's a face in there. And yeah, you're definitely right on that one, Solus. They both are a problem. Like, there really weren't any good scenarios for how this was going to play out in her situation here. Like, the closest to a positive would have been for things to have held together long enough for her to be old enough to have left before things completely fell apart, and even that was going to have its own problems. Yeah, exactly. Oh, that does steal life, huh? Upsetting. She can keep tanking for a little bit longer here. The fact that it's draining more health... no, not more health than she's dealing in 2 hits, really only more than she's dealing in 1. This is gonna be a real bad drain on my resources, though. At least potentially. So I'm gonna have to heal at least once based on the way this is patterning out so far. Oh, if only I had one. So I assume this is a case of enough of those sequences need to play more so than it necessarily... No, its health is going down. But, like, if you look at my inventory, you'll notice I don't have any single target heals anymore. I used my last one in the last situation I was in. Because this area has been kind of draining on the old resources. But, thankfully, we get multiple turns, so I can just get some health back by guarding repeatedly. And kind of make it work that way. Because this thing is, thankfully, fairly slow. I mean, that would be how I'd react to a rose running around trying to eat people, is I would try to destroy it immediately. It is back to blue health again, which is upsetting to me on a very deep level. You know what? I have an idea. Do I still have those? I do. I do have the Psych Bomb, yes. One thing that wasn't noted, and I'll ask you this directly, is it reusable? Because I never used it because I wasn't sure if it was reusable, because it wasn't labeled as such, unlike the other things. So I've basically just been hanging on to it. I mean, there's really not much to see. A attack non-multi. There's really no information on it. Well, that's why I was saying, unless you had other knowledge that I wouldn't have access to directly. So I wasn't sure if it was just one of those weird things where it wasn't... Oh, okay. So it's a variable thing. Okay. So I guess maybe I answered something less than perfectly or something, and that's why I ended up with a worse result. I wondered about that. Okay. I feel like I did get them all right, but maybe there is just, like, just enough of a variance in one of the discussions. Okay, so I really shouldn't be worrying too much about hanging on to it then, because it isn't repeatable. But then again, it being repeatable would also mean I could just use it. This should be over here in a moment, though. I am glad I kept the power down and speed down, because they have been a huge benefit. Well, that's one of those things you would have to have foreknowledge that the quiz matters. Because I just assumed that it was going to be one of those quizzes where it would make you fail if you got something wrong, rather than just giving you an inferior result. I assume in order for this to end, she would have to forgive her. Because if she cannot forgive, then this never ends. Is most likely. We'll see how this plays out. Yep, there we go. We did it. Oh, it's a free level for Miranda. Yeah, exactly. That's why I framed the response there. But at the same time, it is important to just let something like that go eventually. Because carrying it around forever doesn't help anybody either. Exactly. Of course, sometimes that is the only way something like that will happen, is if something changes. Be it the person actually making efforts to be a better person, or something along them lines. Which, very rare scenario there, but it does happen. Yeah, that's the case with most that end up in a scenario like that. And honestly, that's all anyone can ask for, really, is to learn to do better than the ones you've dealt with. And try your best to make sure it doesn't happen to anybody else. As much as you can, you know? And you missed. I was about to say they really need to stop trying to blow Rose up because it's upsetting, but then missing works out.
Die. More and more.
God damn it. I was really hoping that Unicorn was gonna die there. Dart probably doesn't need to hit that one because it's probably almost dead.
Yes.
One has to wonder how they can see anything since their entire head is part of their mane. Oh, you regenerate, huh? I hate these things. I hate everything about these things. I was over here trying to be efficient with my attacks, and they goddamn regenerated and ruined everything. Perish, demon. Athos, say kill.
Yes.
God damn it. You can arrest me all you want. I'm right.
Die. More and more.
There we go. That balances out. The instant kill makes this work out just fine. Downburst. They're giving me a lot of attack items here. Ah, but if you rest first, though, you can then be hyper. That's the key. The hyper doesn't come from nothing. What? What a weird place we are. Wait. Okay, that was how she wanted to test for an illusion, is stabbing him. You know what? Fair enough. Could have done something smaller than that, like smacking him upside the head or something, but you know, no, just a quick cut definitely gets the point across. I wouldn't mind a banana. The thing is this like taking from people's memories, considering we had the flower? Based on that response and the way that small girl was dressed, I think we can kind of guess a few things here. But something about that doesn't line up. There's something missing there. Or misaligned, rather. Can I rest here, though? Hey, if the hotel works, I'll take it. I ain't gonna argue with it. I'm not sure missing is the right word. Something's wrong with what I saw there is the best way to explain the thought. But we'll let this play out before I explain that thought any further. Okay, this is just a doctor. Because the hotels don't heal statuses. Okay, that's fine. I forgot, right, yellow is only healing places. Of course this wouldn't have been a shop. So the desk down below might be a shop. Yeah. That's why I'm just kind of poking at my suspicion rather than saying it, because I also don't want to give it away if what I'm suspecting is true. I would rather people be surprised. I didn't really run into petrification as a big issue, so I'm gonna keep getting rid of those until it backfires. We do have 3 downbursts. I don't think I need 3 of those. I'm trying to make more room for more healing items at this rate, because we are having supply issues. Yeah, 3. This way we have a MP restore for everybody available. They both know the tune. This is hinting at the same thing. What's up with the guard here, though? The guard doesn't say anything. The guard doesn't really exist. Interesting that you're question marked. Aha! 20 years ago. Interesting. I mean, I would have to assume we haven't traveled through time. Wait, does that timetable line up, though? Well, we'll figure it out as we go through that mirror, I'm sure. Become powerful inversely to HP, so I presume lower your health, higher damage. There's the gold armor. We may as well buy that in case we need Kongol for something. Did it with the violet armor for Hashel. We already have the silver armor because we found that. We bought all of the other ones. Magic ring, spiritual ring, Act badge, guard badge, Giganto ring. It would be really nice to put a stat booster on Dart, but that HP drain from Soul Eater. Oh, speaking of Soul Eater, there's something I want to show you, by the way, Solus, that I ended up picking up that made me laugh. Because, you see, there's something in my inventory that I didn't expect to find a second one of. No. See, I found a second Soul Eater. You see, there's the one he's holding. And then there's the other one. Yeah, that's where I got it, is the hyper skeleton. I'm pretty sure dropped it. It was either that or the weird floating undead, because it was a group of 2 of them in the hyper skeleton, so I'm not 100% sure which one dropped it. I just had a good laugh about that when it happened, though, because it's like, huh, weird. I assumed it was like a no % drop, just because of the fact that it would otherwise make it pointless that other area exists to get it. But you do get it much earlier in that other area. Yeah, and I was using the pretty hammer up till now, which is probably why Meru seemed like she was doing nothing with her attacks, because I forgot how much that debuffed her attack. But the SP was worth it, because she's now maxed out in Dragoon level just like everybody else. So hey, spooky mirror. I probably should go through there, but let's save first. Also, you can definitely tell there's something not quite right here by virtue of the fact that none of the people in this building are questioning the giant wormhole in the wall. You know, that one right there. Nobody said boo about that. That's definitely a question mark to begin with. Oh, that's an upsetting sound cue. Wait, we've seen one of those before. The one with the pink hair there. That was one of the other species, wasn't it? Yeah, Minito. There you go. Interesting. This basically lines up with what I was assuming. It is real, but it's shaped by the people that are in it. People you have to see. Interesting. Oh great, here in the moon as the world is getting ready to end, we found $200. Lovely. You know what I thought I needed at the end of the world? $200. Okay, now we can get into combat again. That's what I was wondering, because we had the arrow over our head the whole time. It's like, can I get into a fight in the tavern we were in? But based on how much we ran around and it didn't change, I had to assume no. It just stayed there until we were through. better damage. They're on a perfectly good beer. So I suppose if you threw food at me, I probably would have just eaten it. So you know what? That's fair enough. Fun fact, I have done that in a food fight. Somebody tried to start before. I just caught the food they threw at me and I ate it. It's like, no, this is free food. Okay. The person trying to start the food fight was very disappointed. Well, that's how you roll with things, though. Is somebody throws food at you, it's like, hey, as long as it's not been on the floor or anything, it's fine. Of course, you know, you may want to worry about whether somebody put something in that food before they threw it at you, but, you know, there's only so much you can worry about sometimes. They definitely don't blend in with the mini-Itos now, do they? This is also true. Well, not so much into the wall, into the portal. Also, maybe don't approach that way. When somebody backs off when you walk towards them, maybe don't continue approaching. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that was what I was talking about. There's something that didn't line up about the way Claire looked there, and she's shorter. She was taller when we saw her accidentally kill someone. Yeah. This is for Haschel to sort out, though. Kind of like the Rose thing for Miranda, I would assume. I assume each of these are going to be individual issues for them to sort out. But it does seem weird to me, like I said, that I swear she had a taller model, similar, like a little more height similar to Haschel in the scene we were shown twice of the accident happening that caused her to run off. So I suppose maybe this is more how he views her. Still the small child, no matter... Yeah. I got to that right as you were saying it because of the delay, I presume. Because it's all a psychological thing. It caught me out immediately though, because it's like, that doesn't line up. But then it would also line up with the timeline of the building we were in somewhat. It's all weird. But I assume this is basically gonna make everyone confront their biggest regrets or their biggest pains, etc. Oh, that's a little different. Perhaps this is what he saw when things went wrong. I'm also, like, super out of practice with Haschel's attacks, so this could be slightly bad, but we'll do the same strategy we did with the other one. In fact, actually, that could be a good idea as well, since she's probably going to be mostly physically attacking. We can just nullify a few of her attacks straight up. We'll save the speed down for the moment, because... Actually, no, I probably should speed down her as well, because otherwise she's going to burn through all the turns of the power down. It might come back to bite me later in this fight that I burned through all three of these immediately, though. Yeah, because now she gets another turn. I should have thrown the speed down first. That was bad at item order. We've also burned through a lot of the turns of her being weakened. Oh, I have him on a move that I haven't used either. I just realized that's a completely different move. We might lose this fight because I'm gonna have to learn this addition on the fly here. Thankfully, she doesn't hit very hard. And I have kept Hashel's gear kept up. Oh, you countered. Of course you did. At least the counter missed. Yeah. I've definitely noticed there are hints to a variety of deities here and there, but there's not like anything going deep into any of them, nor are most of them named, I've noticed. Outside of, I think, like 1 or 2 were named, other than Soa. Fucking countered again. I mean, there's definitely potential, but we'll see what happens here. Okay, so the War God is an actual thing. Okay.
Destroy the poor god!
Yikes. That was impressive. That did a lot of damage. She didn't learn it. That's the point, I presume, is she doesn't actually know that move. But I presume it would represent a fear he could have, potentially. God damn, is she just gonna counter every time now? I really should just be ready for that, but I keep focusing too much on trying to get the timing and not paying attention to needing to switch inputs. So I just keep getting caught out over and over again. And of course, the second I'm ready for the counter, it doesn't happen. This is just gonna be a very slow and painful fight. Oh, absolutely. Getting kind of annoyed now. Like, this is already gonna take a while. But now it's gonna take a lot longer. I cannot get this timing for the life of me. If I lose this, I'm gonna switch him to one that I actually know how to do, just so the second attempt of this doesn't take 3 years. Because I cannot get that third input to land for the life of me. If you want me to be honest, I don't remember for certain. I feel like I bought it, but I have no way of proving that. I feel like it should have been kicking in by now if I did. Like, that's very much a case of bold of you to assume I was paying attention enough to what I was giving and not giving these characters at this point. If they're not in the main three, it just wasn't... Yeah. Now, I read the text, I understand how it works. I'm just... I'm pretty confident that the damage output problem I'm having is I just can't get that addition to land. To be fair, this does point to a bit of a division in what his intent and what his results may be here. Considering he was training her, presumably to be the best she can be, but maybe a situation like this is beyond what he would have intended. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I was getting at. It's almost like a conflict of the father versus the teacher. Now, of course, the second I heal, you're just going to immediately hit me with that again. Yeah. There's no way of for us to know for certain how that ends up playing out because she disappears, so there's not really a guaranteed follow-up of information there. That could easily be how the accident happened. Yeah. That's always a possibility, yeah.
Destroy the poor guy.
Is the style gets handed down by the deity itself, essentially. And it would also explain why it's a level that was only reached by said founder, is it may be beyond human means to reach. No, your theory is valid. Within the universe, that does make sense. I'm gonna have to go back and buy all of those healing items again now. Just out of the interest of not having to redo this. Oh, absolutely. That's also possible. Oh yeah, I can imagine. Especially if you're using one of Hashel's more complicated attacks like I've ended up here. Oh, this is a problem.
Destroy the poor guy.
So about that possibility of me losing this. I don't really want to burn a healing rain because I can't get those back. Let's see if he can get away with guarding, and if he... Yeah, because I get multiple turns. Oh yeah, no, by no means is it, like, inconsistent or weird. It's just very difficult to grasp on the fly, might be the best way to explain it. Considering it's telling me this again, I have to assume "please forgive me" is the wrong answer then. Oh, and you're gonna do the drop me to 1 hit point move again. Ah, there we go. That's why. Because he had to be able to stop that attack. And there we go. We didn't have to lose that at all, even though I could not land that attack to save my life. Like, it's just another simple case of that takes an amount of practice that I have not put in to be able to do that. Much like an actual martial art, which would take practice to do anything more advanced than your most basic level of things. Yeah, absolutely. I have had many occasions where the character that would fit the best or the character that I liked the best just did not fit anything I could or would do with something. And sometimes I have forced the issue and it works to a certain degree, but not at the same time. I went the wrong way, didn't I? Oh wait, no, I think I can't go back. Well, that could be a problem. Or I did go the wrong way. I have to take another look around, but unfortunately, this encounter caught me quite literally at the worst time as far as me finding where I'm trying to go.
Yes. Go. Crash dance.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said for how certain characters in games resonate with specific people.
More and more.
Be it aesthetic, be it design, beyond the aesthetics, functionality, etc.
Hammer spin.
There are innumerable layers to that. Yeah.
Die. More and more.
Yes.
I'm hitting a point with some of these encounters where I'm making worse mistakes with my additions because I just want to be out of these fights, but I also don't want to be just running from fights.
Hammer spin.
Now, in keeping with my inconsistent nature... Yeah, there we go. There's the path back to where the shop is. Yeah, in keeping with my inconsistent nature, I have found myself changing fairly often what style I go for the most. Like, fairly frequently, I would also be very into a fast hit-and-run style. But that is just part of my nature in that it changes for me. There we go. Restore all of our stuff. Repurchase all of those full heals that I set on fire. Yeah, exactly. And that's the important part. You have to be... You have to be happy with the way you have chosen to do it. Because that's, you know, how you tell that that's what's right for you, is... it fits right and you are happy with where you are with doing it. Because it really shouldn't feel like something forced, for lack of a better way of putting it. Hey there, Yura. Thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? We are wandering on many tangents here, so don't mind us. Hopefully you all had a good time. And welcome to me trying to chew through what may be the final bits of Legend of Dragoon. Specifically, we're going to be delving into the party's trauma. I don't know if it's the end entirely, but it, you know, it should be. Welcome in, Windy Crows. How you doing? See, and this is exactly why I phrased it that way. Because we basically witnessed Miranda's issues with both her parents. We've now delved into Hashel's issue with what happened to his kid. You know, we're really going to be going through it here, so buckle up for that. These are simplifications of the things that happen, but, you know. It gets the idea across. Oh, that did no damage. Let's see. What is your deal? I mean, this is either a case of it's immune to physical, or it's a lucky charm. Maybe it's one of those weird situations where... No, because it would be dodging, most likely, if it was a case of it would only be damaged some of the time. Like, it would just have an asininely high evade rate, logically. Maybe it will be hurt by magic, then? I mean, I guess there's a way to test it without burning meter and mana. Just throw something at it. It would free up an item space. Yeah, you know what? Throw Flash Haul at it. If that also doesn't do anything, then I may just wait for this thing to run away. Unless it's a case of I have to find the right element to hurt it, which also could be a possibility. Yeah, that also didn't do anything. That's what I kind of figured was going to be the case here. So there must be something very specific I have to do to hurt this thing. I'm not really sure what that would be, so I'm just going to kind of let it ride and see what happens. Yeah, that's 3 turns of 0 damage to it. I mean, I guess I could try Dragoon form, but I don't really know why that would do anything different. Because it amplifies stats, so theoretically, there's a world in which this thing's defenses are so high that it's zeroing out the attacks, which is a possibility. But I don't feel like that's correct. But it may be the only other remaining option we have to try. But if it is very high defenses, we could try hitting it with the power down and then see if something changes. If this still shows a 0, I'll probably just try Dragoon form. Because we're not that far away from the healing area anyway. We could just recharge everything other than the meter itself. I don't feel like this is going to do anything, but it's the remaining options we have. And I do have a cheeky third option. Well, it'd be more like 4th or 5th at this point, that I can try if this doesn't do anything. But I feel like the cheeky option is also not going to work. Yeah, still 0. That's kind of what I was afraid of. So it's not a defense thing. If it was defense too high, then that would have... God damn it. Well, we don't get to try the cheeky option. I was gonna Demon's Gate and see if it got killed by that or not. I'm betting it would be immune to that, because that would be smart on their part to make it immune to that. For those that don't know, Demon's Gate is an instant kill move we have, but it only works on most small enemies, not even all small enemies. Not literal small, just like minor weak enemies. Let's run back and recharge the mana we wasted doing that. Since it's not a very far run. We'll have to recharge the SP, but that's fine. And, you know, we can just sleep for like 3 or 4 days. The world's totally coming to an end, but it's fine. I can take a nap, it'll be okay. We just tell the bad guy time out, and he'll just wait till we're ready. It'll be okay. I did not mean to go back through the door. I pressed down and left, and or decided back through the door? Okay. It is interesting that you have to interact with the mirror to go this way, but you don't have to interact with it to go back the other way. It's a very interesting scenario, all things considered, in that particular situation. Meanwhile, all the way back this way. Back past the scene of Haschel unpacking a lot of things from his own life. We basically made it to the same spot again. You know, a smarter man would have bought a charm potion while he was at that shop. Just so we could have at least made it further before we got to do another fight. You know, hindsight's 20/20.
Die. More and more.
Yes. Go. Crash dance.
Now, the question becomes, can I do anything more significant here? I think since everybody's at their highest Dragoon level and everything like that, I don't think there's really that much use I have for these fights anymore, like I was talking about before. Aside from recharging our meter, which we've basically done already. And it is nice seeing everybody with level 5 meters, I gotta say, considering we went this far without having that.
Yes. Go. Crash dance.
There we go. I wonder who's gonna be next. This whole party's got trauma they probably should unpack. It is interesting that they're getting hit as far as that goes again. Though then again, they're getting hit harder this time, arguably, than they did during the courage test that we had to get the Psycho Bomb. This is a much more direct thing than just, oh yeah, things are gonna pop up and ask you questions that are uncomfortable.
Die. More and more.
And actually, wait. Oh, well, there's that instant kill, derailing my train of thought again. I feel like this bit's been done before. But I'm blanking on the thing I'm thinking of specifically with this whole... You have to go through your party's whole past at the end. It's not a very uncommon thing necessarily entirely, but there's something specific I'm thinking of and I can't drag it forward. I mean, that's also true. RPGs and trauma are basically hand in hand. Do I care enough to deal with this stupid jar? Oh, good. It's just gonna get like 3 turns and do free damage. This is one of the rare times I'm just gonna leave. I'm just not even dealing with that jar again. It probably gives ridiculous results if you can kill it, but I have no idea how to kill it. And I've basically tried everything I can think of, unless it's just pure chance to kill it. Where am I going anymore? Is this just a dead end? Actually, you know, thinking about it, I'm not going to finish that thought about what I was talking about to compare this to. Because that would actually be fairly significant spoilers now that I think about it for the thing I'm thinking about. So I'm just going to leave that alone. Then again, yeah, of course, talking about something toward the end of a game would be spoilers. Good job, brain. Way to go. Way to figure that puzzle out. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anywhere else to go over here, so I guess this is a dead end. You know what? I might be a fool. I just realized... maybe the guard over in the tavern's gone, now that we dealt with that situation. Because of course, there was a second door there. Maybe I should have thought to check the door. Back where I just was.
Die. More and more.
I mean, that's also true. Technically, anything that happens in a game could technically fall under the heading of spoilers. Just how significant they are varies. And I guess if I don't go into detail, it would be fine. Ooh. That is a hell of a start. That is a hell of a start. Yeah, to put it simply... oh, it's one of those, okay. Yeah, those are also very unique situations where characters die but not die, or die but come back. Makes feeling anything about that very weird. Like, oh no, they're dead. Wait, they're not dead now, but they were... but there isn't... does death even have meaning here anymore?
Yes. Go.
But yeah, to put it more simply, if I'm even remembering it right, Live a Live ends with a similar situation of unpacking a lot of shit from everyone involved's past. And I'm just gonna leave it at that. That'll be enough that it doesn't really spoil anything, but also makes the point. There you go. And with the ad running, the least amount of people will be spoiled, even to that degree. So, Live a Live is a very interesting RPG, and I highly recommend people play it. Especially since it's got a very accessible remaster out these days. Not something you'll probably ever see me cover on the channel, because if you thought this took a while, I'm pretty sure Live a Live is longer. Or at least it felt longer. And of course, like, people argue whether it's Live Alive or Live a Live, and I just don't care particularly one way or the other. Or it's Live Alive. That's also one I've heard people trot out. It's a whole thing. Aha, the guard is gone. Of course, I realized that after I was as long down the wrong path as I could go. This is setting up to unpack Albert's trauma, isn't it? Yeah, that's fair. That could definitely lead to a situation in where you would end up with a very confusing scenario. His Majesty Dole. Is this like gonna be... Actually no, because this is over on that side, isn't it? But I presume we're gonna unpack Albert's trauma down here, and then it'll be Kongol's trauma next, based on Dole being mentioned, and the home of the Gigantos being mentioned as well. We might be on like a weird glass floor. Yeah. Is that really a cloud? I mean, I guess you could say it's a cloud. There's something decidedly not okay about this place. It's really neat looking, but there's something decidedly not okay about this place.
Die. More and more.
Ah, we're doing this bit again. Okay, where the roulette thing does a bunch of varying effects depending on which face. Which the attack labels make way less sense with it just having a bunch of dots on it than it having a bunch of actual faces.
Yes. Go. First dance.
Die. More and more.
Hmm. It would be grand if this thing would just die. It seems disinterested in cooperating with the plan of it dying. Oh good, you've charmed Mira. How about you die now?
Yes.
Have you considered that idea? You might be much more charming when you're gone. There you go. We are getting different enemies in here, which is interesting. Like, at least it's not just unicorns, unicorns, unicorns. It's lucky jars, unicorns, unicorns, unicorns. Wrong way. They're very much more fragile. There's a mix of they get lighter armor, and they just don't have as good HP growth, and Dart is also wearing armor that, helmet rather, that is increasing his health. Like, he would have, I think, at this point, about 2,000 less health if he wasn't wearing that helmet. Like 1,000 to 2,000, somewhere in there. Like, if we roll through the rest of the cast, you'll notice he has a very significant health disparity there. I mean, he definitely does have a little bit more health because of always being in the party, because you can't remove him from the party. So he thus gained a couple extra levels that way, but it's mostly the 50% health bonus from the Dragon Helm. Which he ended up being the one and wearing it at this point because the other two have things that are better for their for purposes. Like Rose having a
Die.
specific hairband for her, and that also gives her immunity to instant death. And Meru, I think, is wearing something that raised her MP. I think that was the hat. Yeah, because if it was a ring, we would have gotten rid of it when I had to switch her to higher defense. So yes, she has more MP instead of more health from her hat. And if I could get more than one of those 50% hit point helmets, let me tell you, everybody would be wearing them. At the rate this game doles out damage sometimes, I would absolutely boost everyone's health bars.
Die. More and more.
Yeah, no, a 50% increase is kind of wacky. Especially when you consider how much health he would ordinarily have at this point. Like, if it didn't mean I would have to heal him a lot, I would show how much health he would have without it. But I would have to heal a few thousand hit points. Huh? Oh, interesting. So it's not the one who we expected trauma we're gonna be going into here. I guess that makes sense with all the purple here, huh? Why are we being fired on? Oh, this is gonna make things interesting. They split. Rose and Dart went one way and everybody else went the other way. Bold of you to assume it's impossible. Because that's the way this place works. Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, you don't go into battle with something for as long as she did and not at least get some attachment. No matter how cold you are. Oh hey, I was partially right about whose trauma we were unpacking. Just wrong order. This is presumably how Dole met Kongo. Yeah, part of this was unpacked to us earlier on. More or less back when Kongo first joined us. Yep, it's time for Kongo to unpack his thing. No, we're all going together for the moment. Yeah, this is probably fine. Not really the ideal trio I would want, but you know what? You can't always get what you want. Here, have an attack badge. You're probably fine with what you have. So I don't know how much fighting we're gonna get into, but considering Kongol didn't just sprint off and go get into his encounter, I assume we're gonna have some legwork to do. Yeah, this is his turn. Which I should have double-checked Kongol's gear and everything. Now he's got something deeper to unpack. He needs to go past the one whose shadow he was in. I think we just sat there and checked everybody else's gear and it immediately didn't matter. Oh, look at him with his dual chain axes. Okay, that's not too bad. I don't remember what move Kongol has equipped right now. Rude. Okay, that one I just botched entirely. Okay, at least he doesn't do the line every time. God, I just cannot time that, because it's in that awkward time frame that I talked about before with some moves, where it almost seems slow, but it's quicker than it seems. And if I could just get myself to focus on just the damn square, it would go a lot smoother. Also, that is some real delay between those two attacks. God damn. That's why I got it wrong the first time. So I assumed it was gonna be quick because I'm just so used to everybody's attacks being so damn quick. Like that one. Still, we're getting better. We're getting there. And I do appreciate mechanically a place like this because it forces you to use everyone, regardless of whether you may have ever used them in your team. There we go. You know what? Neat party trick. Oh, you're gonna throw him too, huh? Okay. Whee! Ow. Oh, and you're gonna do it twice. Great. Pretty sure Kongol has enough health for this. How extra do you have to be to beat somebody up after attaching them to a pillar and then throw the pillar with them attached to it? You don't gain a ton of health this way, but it should be enough because he'll also deal reduced damage. This way we don't have to keep burning resources. It is going to make this fight take longer, but it does seem like most of these fights are designed so that you can just guard, heal, pull through it. It is, like I said, burning a lot of turns, but turns don't matter, or necessarily. Not as much as actually saving my time. Because in order to go through all those cutscenes again, it would take a lot longer. There we go. Now I'm starting to get it. I just gotta wait for the fancy spin. too late that time. On the bright side, we do still hit him harder than he hits us. Now we're gonna start running into problems when he starts attacking. Solus, are you still here? Because I do have one question that may be relatively important. If you're not here anymore, that's fine. But if Solus is still here, it may be worth checking how much is left. Because we are at 5.5 hours. Yeah, exactly. Because it may be tricky to otherwise find out how much of the game is left without accidentally spoiling myself. And Solus gets brought up specifically because Solus knows this game very well. And it was mentioned that we're in the final stretch, but I don't know how much the final stretch is, if that makes sense. Damn it. I lost the timing and now everything's going horrible again. So to come back to that thought that I was talking about with it making you use everybody, this is the downside to it making you use everybody you haven't used as well. You get to see what they're capable of, but in a case like this, you also end up struggling a lot more. Especially if you haven't used their skills much at all, then you end up having to figure that all out on the fly. Apparently I botched the third hit, even though I feel like I landed that one. Yeah, perhaps after this fight I'll take a peek just to give myself an idea of how much game there is left. Because I do know how to look for that answer without risking too much. But I'm in that awkward position of I don't want to keep going for the next, like, 4 hours to finish this type deal. Because it really depends on how long this moon section is, since presumably the moon is the end of the game. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's a fairly lengthy endgame. In fact, while these attacks are happening, I'll just take a quick look. You'll just have to give me a quick minute here, y'all. Oh good, they just stopped labeling after a bit. Okay, yes, this is definitely final area. As long as that guy's not blowing smoke. And I managed to avoid learning anything I didn't already know because of things I had seen. talking about this game in the past. Well, no, there's one thing I learned that is unfortunate, and that is something that would actually make this situation we're in easier. I missed an item, and considering it was called Indra's Axe, I presume it would have been a weapon for Kongol here, which would have made this sequence go a little faster. Or, I'm assuming I missed it, based on the way the walkthrough was phrasing the position they were in at the time, and with it being listed. Because it would have been back at the beginning of the moon. And I did kind of run through there a little quick, so I am not surprised that I missed something back there. Nope, botched the third attack again. The important part in these fights, though, is to just not lose. Which, thankfully, they make relatively easy, because they don't make these fights super aggressive. Which is nice. There we go. Because, like, sure, they get double attacks sometimes, but most of them have not been, like, pummeling you like the regular boss fights can from time to time. Oh yeah, that is one of the things I don't use enough, but I do want to give this game massive credit for, is the fact that guarding heals. It makes guarding way more worthwhile a move. Is in a lot of games that have a defend option, I find myself in an awkward situation if I feel like I need to defend, where you'll frequently be caught in this awkward choice of like, well, do I heal or do I defend? Is defending would reduce the damage I'm taking, but healing would also more than likely mitigate the damage. Yeah, exactly. It frequently becomes a, this is just how I skip turns, in this type scenario. You know, I was just giving the game credit for not being too aggressive, and it just immediately, like, triple turned me there. But they also get more aggressive when they start getting low health, so that makes sense. Now, I will say, finishing this game today does lend itself to one slight bit of awkwardness, and that is, I did not fully decide what I was going to do after this, because I was assuming there was going to be at least one more session to this game. And I could split this final segment and then finish this game next week, but I feel like that takes, like, half the impact out of this, so I don't really want to do that. Oh, never mind. There's Indora's axe, which might be the thing they were talking about, and they typoed Indora to Indra. Because if you look at it, all you'd have to do is lose the O and it becomes Indra. I mean, I do, but that's not really as long as it sounds. Kongol strongest there is now. Ah, that's how he gets his Dragoon spirit. I was wondering about that. So, Indora was a Dragoon. Maybe that's why he was so much stronger than Kongol. It's interesting that he could get a real Dragoon spirit in a situation like this, where we're kind of in a weird situation of it's real but not real, but also kind of real. It's not so much that it wants to show you things, as much as it wants... Like, I don't know if this is a case of it's like a final gambit to break them, or if it's a case of... it's not all bad, like this thing might not be completely evil, so it's actually trying to do something good for them. Oh, Indora's axe instantly kills enemy with given probability. That seems convenient. We probably won't make use of that. Also, I find it kind of funny that you get the gold Dragoon armor before getting the Dragoon spirit. Oh, I suppose it might be gold dragon armor. In fact, I think it said that those were dragon... Wait. So there's 2 copies of the gold dragon armor? I'll finish that thought in a second once I've understood the situation here. Yeah, that is just another copy of the gold dragon armor. So yeah, it is golden dragon, not golden dragoon armor. But we got this before this point. In fact, I think it was purchasable in the shop we just left. That just seems weird. Like, I feel like that takes a lot of the impact of the situation out of this whole thing. Because, you know, it would be fitting if Kongo picked up the axe and the armor of his brother after he surpassed him. Instead, he had the armor before he even went to try to fight his brother. And that just becomes a little weird at that point. So maybe he had that armor ready for Kongo. Like, you know, maybe he had that prepared for when Kongo was of age or ready or something. And they just used that as the explain point there, which I guess that would make sense. And he just wasn't ready yet. And then, unfortunately, their whole species got mostly wiped out, and that kind of complicated any coming-of-age ceremony. Back here... Well, that works, because now we can go back and restock and rest and everything. Now, there is one thing that doesn't completely line up with this scenario that we're dealing with here, too. What relevance does this little village of Manitos have with this whole thing? Is every area we've been to has had a connection to one of the characters. Like, even if it's not a complete connection. Okay, I am supposed to be going this way to go back. Okay, so they're gonna wait here, and now we go to Dart and Rose's perspective to deal with their situation. Yeah, there is a lot of dragons here. Just watch that thing just get snapped up in the background while this conversation's happening. It's the first time she said it, but I'm not surprised that she's put her trust in the team here. Why are they so tiny? Oh, they're baby dragons. I suppose this means that Rose's trauma's the next thing to unpack. Though then again, we've had bits and pieces of hers get unpacked throughout a lot of this. So I suppose the same could be said for a lot of people whose trauma we've been dealing with. Dart's trauma certainly has been unpacked as the story's progressed quite a bit, but he's the main character, so that kind of makes sense. Not this way, I guess? He is calling you, huh? Which he's... And over there is which way? I kind of wish she had pointed, but I understand that that's not the point. Yeah, finding more of the baby dragons here makes sense. They're swift dragons, but they really do look like little baby dragons.
More and more.
I wonder what would happen if, speaking of the baby dragons, if we took some of those pseudo dragons with us, what would happen? Like, since they're technically, they're not entirely real, based on the way this place has been described to us by, like, the Manitos we ran into, describing this place as it being created by the psyche of those that are here. Can they... Would that mean, then, that they can be removed from the area that they're in? Or would that just have disastrous results / do nothing? I don't know how the mechanics of that concept work. Burning wave. Okay. This would be a great time to train up additions for Rose if I wanted to. Like, switch her to Hardblade and get that trained up, but that would take way too many repetitions. Would be worth doing here. Oh, that's a not-so-baby dragon right there. Oh, never mind, that's just a Triceratops. You know what? Fair enough. You know what, game? Your universe, your rules. Sure, if you want to call that a Triceratops, we can call that a Triceratops. Ow. Good news, she's not dead. Bad news, she's currently taking a very long nap. And that's gonna be very inconvenient for the whole killing the big scary dinosaur thing. Speaking of inconvenient for the whole killing the big scary dinosaur thing, they're both currently unconscious. Okay, good. They woke up at the same time, which is interesting. I wonder if that's actually a failsafe, where they'll automatically wake up if they're both unconscious after more than a turn of the whole party being down. Because that would actually be smart. To avoid a scenario like that where you could just straight up have a whole party knockout scenario. This thing has a lot of health. I could also avoid the whole getting knocked unconscious thing if I just go into Dragoon form. I was gonna say, you sure are missing a lot for her being flat on the ground unconscious. Fun fact for anybody that didn't figure it out, she is in fact dead now. Let's make that not true anymore. You know what? Yeah. I've had enough of its nonsense at this point. We burned a revive. I think that's made the point. And I also want to recoup some of that health we lost. Especially before Rose has to do her fight, because I presume she's going to have her own fight to do, because everybody seems to have their own solo fight to do. And what I might do actually is put the mana regen ring back on her while we're getting through here. For this express purpose. Wow, it still didn't die even from that. Bonk. Anyway, we're just gonna do that again, I guess. I was gonna just stab it, but if I can't stab it, I may as well steal its health some more. There it goes. And Dart can continue his nap, it's fine. Oh wow, that thing was worth 2,000 experience? Then again, it makes sense. It basically was like a mini-boss compared to everything else we've been fighting lately. Do I need to heal now, or are we good? We're okay. Could have her gain MP when she gets hit. That might actually be the better choice. But for now, MP when each turn comes up. She also gets a decent amount of turns. Wait. Oh yeah, we did drop a few frames at some point, apparently. I saw a red line in my bitrate tracker, so I was like, huh, what happened there? The answer is we actually dropped a few frames at some point, for some reason. I have no idea why, because I don't know when it happened anymore. Aside from not that long ago. Oh. Where you first met your vassal dragon. Oh. So it was basically created from the mist that was there. Oh, this is before she had, like, the wing hat. Maybe it's just me, but those two halves there don't really align. Like the whole Black Burst Dragon and then just calling it Michael. And the name just gets longer. An interesting situation of full circle, though. With Rose being here with Sieg and then being here with Dart. So it looks like Dart's actually gonna be here with her for this. So that's also an interesting scenario. It's one of the few situations where somebody's not handling their situation alone. Wonder why.
Yes. Go. Crack dance.
Oh. Interesting.
Hush! Die! More and more!
We can't deal damage to it. Okay, that answers the question I was gonna have of, like, with the Darkness armor, is Rose even gonna be hurtable by Michael here? And the answer is yes, because he has physical attacks. I thought for a moment Dart was gonna be the only one who could be hurt here, and it was gonna be really funny. Huh.
Hush! Die! More and more!
Maybe attacking isn't the answer. This has happened before? I'm gonna try guarding then. Kinda how you let someone just work through things. Just let him get the attacks out of his system, perhaps. And honestly, we could use the health anyway. And attack beam's not been doing anything since we've only been dealing zeros. Oh, tossing both now. Whee! Oh, and lasers. Neat party trick. I'm glad I was blocking. Though it didn't seem to prompt the block thing there.
Die. More and more.
Still zero. On the bright side, Rose really isn't in much danger here. Oh, that's convenient. Just you have the best dragon, huh? I mean, there has to be a weakness.
Die. More and more.
Like, there's no such thing as an invincible dragon or an invincible anything. Everything has a weakness. What is yours? Like, based on the fact you got those jet boosters, I would assume that your turning probably has some trouble unless you can fire them independently. It's interesting that that explosion counts as a dark attack.
Yes. Go. Crash dance.
That is a fair response to the "what is your weakness" question. Chose the right time to block there. The thing is, something has to work. There's no world in which this is just an unwinnable scenario. And it's not like we were supposed to run from him, because we can't. Dragoon form isn't the answer, because we can't use that. Ah, there is a blind spot. And you're going to make me wait to find out, huh? Unless maybe now Rose can hit him? No. I thought maybe this was going to be a situation where only she could damage him if she didn't want to say where the blind spot was or something like that.
Yes. Go. Crash dance.
So it turns out having the magic regen was pointless, which I kind of suspected was going to be the case because nobody else was allowed to use their Dragoon form or their magic in their fights, so why would she be able to use hers? But with the Dragoons and everything being so wrapped up in her past, I left it open as a possibility. That would be something that may have been a part of her challenge in particular.
Die. More and more.
And I also wanted to just make sure I had Astral Drain ready to go for the trip there. Saying I can't probably won't help anything, so just admit it. What's the blind spot? Okay, so right after the laser, there's an opening.
Die.
But I presume I have to wait for him to actually do that now.
Yes. Go. Crash dance.
And I suppose in her case here, this is a mix of letting go of the past and a matter of trust. It's a matter of trust to tell Dart about the blind spot, but it's also a matter of getting rid of the past to remove this incarnation of one of her past allies. One you could almost say she's raised. herself, since she basically brought Michael into existence. Oh, I probably was supposed to retarget there, because I see the opening. Yeah, Michael Core.
Yes. Go. Crash dance.
That's fine. Dart's gonna need a heal, but that's okay. And, of course, you only get, like, a turn to attack, huh? And he's still at blue health, so that's not ideal. We'll go for a serious heal here, though. Because, yes, we could spend a few turns blocking to heal, but he would not get back enough health to feel comfortable. Not compared to just a full heal that I can replace, because we'll end up back at the hub anyway. Most likely.
Die. More and more.
Goes flying into the mountain. Miss. Uh-huh. We are gonna keep blocking, though, even though it's not healing. Just because it will reduce the damage we take. At least until we have an opportunity. There we go. We'll have an opportunity after this to attack. And that way it did way less damage. Okay, the core is pretty low health, though. It's already down to half, so it doesn't have much health. Yeah, this is gonna be the end. Realistically, I should let Rose finish the job here, but just out of an interest of getting this over with. There we go, Rose is gaining ground. She's up to 35 now, so she's way better off than she was before. Oh, I assume that's what happened before. Yep. I had a feeling it both made sense with the fact that Michael was attacking her. It would be recreating the situation where he had gone rogue, gone wild. Or perhaps a bit of a lash out over what could be seen as a betrayal from her killing him. But either way, the situation's here because of the trauma from her past on that. But I presume we have to finish dealing with everybody else's problems, too. Which, at this point, we've delved through Rose, we've delved through Miranda, we've gotten through Haschel and Kongal. We're just missing something for Dart, for Albert, and for Meru. Technically, we've dealt with a lot of stuff for Meru along the way as well. Especially when we were in the Wingley section. But I presume there's more. And I just went the wrong way. Because we know where to go right now, because we saw the glowing blue cave that we weren't allowed to go in until we dealt with the thing in here. Oh, not this thing again. Nope, we're just gonna take you seriously straight off this time, big guy. I ain't dealing with it. In fact, you know what? I'm very much not dealing with it. It is also very interesting that the dark dragon she summons here is different than the dragon she created. I presume then means that this is the actual Dark Dragon, and Michael was kind of a mix between an existing pseudo dragon and the power of the Dark Dragon. Something like that, probably. Bonk. You know, I was gonna put him in Dragoon form so that couldn't happen. And, well, here we are. Also, that thing tanked a Dark Dragon shot and is still at blue health, I would like to point out. Just bear that in mind. This is a regular enemy that can take the most powerful spells she has and still be at good health. Something ain't right about that. Something really ain't right about that. The good news is she'll recharge her MP turn by turn. I just need this thing to die. And her magic is almost certainly going to be more effective than her Dragoon attacks. So I'm probably going to do one anyway, just because I don't want to burn every last bit of MP she has. Oh my god. Got up just to get put back down again. Wow, we actually got a perfect for a change. I suppose that's a sign of how done with these Triceratops I am, huh? Bonk. Missed. Nope, didn't get a perfect that time. Would have been very funny if I'd gotten 2 back-to-back perfects. But it still killed. 4-4, trike not found. That's the thing. That's why I didn't run from the Triceratops, is the fact that it's worth 2,000 experience. It's kind of hard to argue with 2,000 experience. Though it does mean that these two are getting way out of line with everybody else, level-wise, instead now. Eeny, meeny, miny, this one. Apparently no, I did not pick correctly. That puts us back in a different part, which I think that was the grassland we saw before, since there was snow next to it. I think that's near where Miranda had her whole thing. So if I go the other way, maybe we'll end up where we want to be.
Die. More and more.
Yeah, I suppose back to the thought of what am I doing next in this specific slot. Like I had said in the post, I was considering doing Beyond the Beyond, but I don't want to commit to that quite yet because I still haven't actually checked the length of that.
Die. More and more.
Meanwhile, I know some of the earlier Breath of Fires are actually, relatively speaking, fairly short. So those wouldn't be terrible to get through. Like, getting through, like, 3 or 4, absolutely not. That would take a lot longer. But I want to say 1 or 2 are actually reasonably short for RPGs. But I may be completely barking up the wrong tree with that statement as well. This is why it's like, you know, I'm not 100% sure how much I'm going to be able to make that decision quickly. I have a lot of them that I would want to do, now that I'm kind of getting over the whole not wanting to do them because they take too long thing. I wonder if there was something on that other path. Well, too late. I'm pretty sure that was quite literally just where we had been before. Now everybody talks about what they went through. Dole is more complex, basically, is what this is getting to. Yeah, presumably, based on the way this town's constructed, we will actually encounter Emperor Dole again. And that probably will be wrapped up in what Albert needs to resolve. Considering, you know, he was related to Dole. Let's go ahead and use the hotel just in case. I blanked completely on whether we were fully healed or not. We will, of course, be restocking on items. We have used a couple. Not as many as I thought. I think we genuinely only used the one healing breeze and the one healing fog. We can also clean out things I'm not going to use. Which I don't think there's actually anything I won't use in here. So we'll just sort that out when I need to make a space, I guess. I assume the guards are going to be out of the way of the door over here now. No, the guards are still there. Hey, let me through. Yeah, I'm not surprised that they'll just let Albert in. Just imagine if we'd walked through the front door last time. Oh, I should have rechecked Albert's gear and assigned him a better addition. I made the same mistake again, thinking I was gonna have another moment to do something before getting in here. There's more to being a competent ruler, unfortunately, than that. Yeah, that's the other thing, is there's more to it than just the king. Now, Dole was no slouch when we fought him back when he was alive. And I have to assume he's not going to be a pushover here, but at the same time, he'll probably be just as reasonable as the others were. Yeah, he doesn't do a ton of damage. Oh, I can only attack his weapons. That's different. This is gonna be another case, though, of I haven't used Albert's attacks in so long. Oh, there's a long delay on that, okay. And I think I assigned him another move that he had picked up yet again, because it's like, yeah, you know what, if I use him, I'll use this fancy move here, why not? Just like the other fights, though, we'll work it out. He's getting a lot of turns, though. Like, a lot more than the other ones did. I may want to slow him down. Oh, right. I can't target him, though. That might be why he's getting more turns, though, is because he's technically two entities in this fight. Because the swords are what are in control here. Actually, what I should be doing is material shielding. Because that'll just deflect his attacks and buy me some time. Oh, right. He was assigned to one that I didn't have trouble doing, but his is different than And Lavitz's. That's why. Okay. Broke your sword. Why is your hand so damn big, by the way, Dole? His hands are massive. The unfortunate thing is here that technically neither of them are right and neither of them are completely wrong. Neat laser cape you got there. Where did you buy things like that? Oh wow, he just missed completely that time. Yeah, we need to rebuild our health a little bit. Oh no, laser cape. Okay. I just realized, looking at him, he kind of looks like a vampire a bit. You know what? Let's make this go faster. I'm just gonna heal instead of spamming guard to heal Albert here. Because we can just get more supplies since we're gonna be right next to the place where we can buy them anyway. Which is, I assume, part of the point why that stuff's readily available there is so that you can just get through these fights without it being a whole ordeal. Because otherwise you could potentially end up in a scenario, if you're mishandling these fights too badly, that you could probably end up soft-locked. Or like having to grind a character up, which would then unbalance your teams anyway, because you can't take Dart out of the party, so he would end up getting like incredibly overleveled to solve the problem. This does seem really fitting for Albert's way of solving things, though, to have him just going after Dole's swords. Yeah, exactly. These are different ways of achieving power. Now the truth starts to come out. Now that he doesn't have those swords to hide behind. Dark Dole. Interesting. I suppose it's not so much the man he was, but the man he became. We are gonna have to heal again, though. Which is inconvenient. But this is what happens when you've got people kicking around with half-assed gear. Yeah, it's really goofy. Like, I could definitely see Dole being, like, the villain of a Saturday morning cartoon. He's designed to be one. Even down to him being called Dark Dole.
Spinning King.
I also can't get over the fact that he's just got needlessly massive hands. Like, they kind of fit his armor a bit, but they're also, like, weirdly big. Like, his proportions are just strange. Holy hell, Albert. Oh, it's almost over. Just give it another go. Maybe it'll work out.
Spinning king.
Yep, that was all it needed. Okay. Oh no. Evil Robo-Dole has short-circuited. Oh hey, he also went back a little bit normal, so I guess we beat the evil out of him. Which is a hell of a concept. I guess your power doesn't exceed his anymore. So it's kind of fitting to have Albert near death here, so it actually looks more like this was a more long drawn out and more even fight. Yeah, it's almost like he said that like 8 sentences ago that he wasn't fighting alone. And away he goes. Yeah, Albert was under level 30, so he was definitely gonna struggle for that. We shall see about that whole saving the world thing. We still have a lot of work to do on that front. Back to the shops, and then we move on to the next bit of trauma to unpack. Hey, the guards are gone. Not convenient. Where do I go from here becomes the better question. First, I want to resupply my 2 healing fogs that I used in that fight. Then we'll rest. So, resting's not super important. Because the only one who took any damage was Albert, and he's not going to see the front line anymore anyway, unless he's forced to the front. If for nothing else, but because he doesn't have maxed out Dragoon levels, nor is he the same level as the rest of the main party anymore. Like, if this was a game that shared experience across the whole party a little more evenly than it does, I would probably be more inclined to use the rest of the team more often. But the simple fact of the matter is, too many of them have fallen behind. Is like, for example, since people are not actively on the front field, they don't gain Dragoon levels. And if they don't gain Dragoon levels, half the game's mechanics are not available to them, almost. Oh wait, there, you can go in there for some reason. There's no exits from this place, though. It doesn't look, so we must, I guess, need to go further back? Or do I need to go back to where we got shot at? Going back to where we got shot at might be the answer. Ask me if I remember how I got there. I think it was... No, it was through the portal next to the palace area here. It's actually not that far. We need to go back across the spooky cloud area. And then we can actually cross this bridge unassaulted, I presume. And that's where the next bit is gonna be. Huh. Remember all those times where I keep saying maybe I should have bought charm potions? Yeah, I should have bought charm potions. You would almost think I'm doing a bit, but I genuinely just keep forgetting every time. Honestly, at this point, let's do it. This is why I don't bother running away. Is there are times where they just keep failing to run away. At least we got 3 turns in a row, though, where we were able to just get out of that. I've also never been the biggest fan of the idea of them doing that whole running animation and then just somehow still staying in place. Okay, that's the Palace of the Winglies. I assume this is like the capital before it was destroyed. It's only for Meru. Oh, well, that was abrupt. Everybody else had to actually, like, voluntarily go into theirs. She just got warped into hers. Oop. Well, that's pretty obvious, yeah. She has to fight, essentially. But isn't the Archangel basically like their deity almost? Like they have statues of the Archangel all over the place. Okay, that doesn't hurt nearly as much as you would think getting hit that many times would. Yeah, she can't use her main advantage, so I'm glad that I gave her a better hammer. Because if I was purely relying on her magic, we would be in trouble here. I'm also glad that I can at least mostly do hammer spin. The Winglies are no less arrogant, if anything. Huh. You know, that would be a lot more impressive if they weren't just, like, statically floating. Not the bees. Wow, that hurts. Okay. So this is another one of those situations, huh? Where they do a drop you to 1 hit point move. That means it's time to play the same game we've played before. Slow them down and weaken them down. We could Material Shield to block the physical attacks as well, but I think we'll save that for the moment. Because it'll just start getting burnt immediately by, like, attacks like that, and his physical attacks also do, like, nothing. So they're not really the problem. Yeah, with him weakened, we do way more damage now. Yeah, that's the trade-off. Yeah, Somebody like Meru really doesn't go for the whole ordered world thing. And honestly, the whole orderly world through total dominion thing really tends not to be great anyway. It's great for those that are in the position of total dominion most of the time, don't get me wrong. But the other 99% of the world really doesn't come out of that too good. I mean, I'm sure even she has some part that follows the teachings of the Wingleys still, because you can't live that long around such prejudice without it taking some level of root. The three-headed elephant here that's not even touching the ground is just absurd, by the way. Anyway, guess we're just gonna fully heal again. So this might be a killing blow here. Well, if I'd done it right, it might have been. It might still be. Yep. So I didn't need to do that heal, but it's okay. And that's level 35 for Meru, so I think her and Rose are actually evened out now. They're just still a couple levels behind Dart. Oh hey, they found their way here. Part of me wants to run back and get more healing items, but honestly, I don't end up using all of my healing fogs most of the time anyway. And I don't want to have to deal with a bunch of encounters on the way back and forth. So let's just see how it goes. Worst case, I have to beat up the Archangel again. So this might be the finale. So this looks completely different. We may have made it past the nonsense. Now we're in a very, very static, stagnant gray world, composed purely of squares, and a weird flickering screen that's showing a moon. Well, this is kind of neat, though. The gravity grabber, okay. If this isn't a new fight, I'm probably just gonna run away from it. Just for sake of expediting things. Oh no, it's a new encounter. What even? It's got an eye in its mouth, and it's got 6 arms, and it's just a skull. Okay. Definitely up there on the weird scale.
Yes. Go. First dance.
Die. More and more.
Okay, it's using magic. Oh, fear spell? Yep, fear spell. Because we weren't done with that problem, huh? On the bright side, now that we have confirmation that Dragoon form cures that, it's not really the biggest deal. He had like 20 health left, are you kidding? It'd be that way sometimes, huh? Maybe we'll get lucky and there'll be another save point before the final fight. Assuming the final fight is coming up. Oh, yeah, save point. Convenient how that worked out, huh? I questioned it and it appears. Okay, we've seen the other guy before and we've seen the Mad Skull now, so... Goodbye! God damn it. I said goodbye. Fuck's sake. Remember what I said about not liking the fact that you have decent odds of failing running away? Yeah. Yeah, this is why I don't bother with this idea most of the time. Because I'm now going to just pointlessly sit here and take damage until the game decides I'm allowed to leave. And then it had to really think about whether I was going to be allowed to get back into the world. We're okay. Save the game. Because if it comes down to it, we can just run back and restock, so we're not in a soft lock position. At least I don't think. If we can't win this fight with what we have. Presumably the god of destruction speaking to us. Which may or may not have already partially merged with Shauna. Oh, this is weird. That weird angular mess is a super Virage? I feel like I've wandered into Star Fox. Okay, that looks a little bit better now. Not by a lot, because it's still a little weird. But it at least makes a little more sense. Alright. Same thing we always do. Go full tilt right out the gate and see how much damage we can do. Now remember, this is in parts just like the other Virages we faced, so I need to cut down the parts. Head, body, arm. Only one arm. The arm attack didn't seem that bad, so I might just go for the kill. No. Let's rip the arm off. Just take this damn thing apart. It's also really funny just watching this thing tip over. I was wondering how it was going to address pulling something that big down. The answer is it just put the whole thing in the hole. Okay. As much as I would love to throw Blue Sea Dragon, first you're going to heal. The fact that that's 100% single target, though, that's great. I wouldn't have minded it being multi-target right about now. Which we're gonna use Red Dragon, by the way, absolutely. In order to hit all the parts at once. But yeah, first and foremost, we need to not be as injured. And y'all are gonna get to see every dragon get played here. The thing is, though, if I'm burning everything on this, I'm a little worried that we might have an issue with the fight after this, because I assume the game's not gonna be nice enough to heal me after this. So we would have a scenario where I'd either go all the way back to the inn, if the game would even let me, or I burn items as quick as I can to get into a better position again. Because, you know, I'm already basically out of mana on a bunch of people. Oh, we broke apart already. I heard something break. That's not so bad. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, the arm's gone. You already did your big thing. But you can top up health. I don't know if the head or the body would be the kill. I would assume the head would be the kill. But the body might be. The last one, I think, had, like, legs that counted as the body. And you could break those first, but I'm not 100% sure what the deal here is. One of these two parts will make it die. And we'll find out one way or the other. And the thing is, I think I have enough MP restores for everybody. That's the only thing I'm particularly worried about, is making sure everybody has enough MP. Yeah, even with the MP boost, Meru can't cast Sea Dragon twice. She almost can, she's only 10 away. Sparkles. Okay. I was wondering why it froze everything first, but now I'm starting to get it. It's gonna sneak up and break the ice from underneath. It's also the smallest of the three, which is interesting. Whee! Get flushed out of this reality, you fuck. Yeah. That attack was 1 year younger than me. Ow, lasers. You know what? I deserve that for that joke. Ow. Wow, that did no damage at all. Also, apparently that's still at blue health, so one could argue I did no damage at all, too. Upsetting. Perfect. Yeah, I was literally like a frame late on all of the attacks that weren't perfect. Aside from the ones that were like way off. I don't know how to feel about that. I will say that body is taking a beating and not showing any signs of being weakened, so maybe this is the main part, and the head was extra. Could Diamond Dust to hit both parts. Then I wouldn't be able to heal anymore, but that's kind of fine. Most of what this thing's doing isn't doing much damage. We don't get to see Diamond Dust that much anymore since we did so many fights where there was only one target. It is very inefficient mana-wise, though. Unless you have a lot of targets.
Diamond Dust.
Slice. Yeah, it's hard to argue with about 1,000 damage to both parts. Still blue health bar, though. Yeah, if Explosion wasn't only 25, I would do Explosion. The Flame Shot's probably the better choice here. Operating on the assumption, since this is taking a lot more damage to break, that this is the part to kill. On the bright side, at least the arm hasn't come back yet. Still blue? This is when I find out, like, the body's indestructible or something, and I just scream. And if we don't turn that health bar yellow soon, I may make that assumption and just go for the head instead. Though, I would figure it wouldn't be taking damage if it couldn't be destroyed. There we go, it turned yellow. Just had to ask, I guess. Oh yeah, Rainbow Breath is 20, not 30. We still don't need it though, we're fine. So just keep blasting him. We are probably gonna have to go back to human form before this fight's over though. That takes so long for doing not even triple-digit damage. Like, that's a shorter animation and it does more damage. We'll go ahead and just Astral Drain the little bit of damage he just did back. Even though I think she might do more damage with her basic attack, but... Actually, no, she should do more damage with Astral Drain even at 25. Now that we've basically got this fight in hand, though, to finish the talk about what I'm going to do after this game, I may very well still skip a week, though, like, not start another RPG till the week after we finish this one. Give myself, like, a break right quick, more or less. We would still do something on Monday, just not another immediate RPG. Just so as to not end up, like, completely burning myself out on the concept. Depends on if I immediately feel like, yes, I want to do this the next week or not. It's got one more flame shot left. Hopefully this will put it into red health, because boy is this thing taking a beating. One way or the other, though, we'll probably put the power down on it as soon as we start cycling through human turns to kind of balance out the fact that we won't have Dragoon boost anymore. And that should allow us to finish the job. Oh good, it is in red health. Well, you know what? Insurance policy anyway. This is when that part breaks and the head is still there, and I just am very upset. Shaky, 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 shaky. It's also very funny that we broke the arm and the arm is just still there. Okay, did a little bit more damage to non-Dragoons. Not that much, though. Oh, even then. Like, if 300's the most an attack ever does, that's not much at this point. I can't help but notice that his torso is still intact. The game thought about it for a second, like it was trying to decide if it was going to allow me a kill animation or something there.
Die. More and more.
Yes. Go. Crash dance.
747, not bad. Still there, though. Well, I guess this is a great way to recharge my SP for the next encounter.
Die. More and more.
I suppose I should check to see how many mana restores I have on hand. If that's just how unconcerned about this fight I am at this point, because it does so much less damage than anything we fought recently. Oh, we do have a Moon Serenade for everybody. Okay, never mind. We don't really need to worry too much about not having enough MP. Even if we get dragged right into a fight after this, we'll be able to just restore everybody just fine. I was pretty sure I had the resources to be able to just go all out, but for some reason I was doubting it. Probably because I'm getting tired. There we go. Yeah, the body was the main thing. Yeah, I'm glad I got rid of the arm, because it would have done a lot more damage with that arm still intact. Hey, level 36 for everybody else. I thought for a moment everybody else was at 37, because that was the first 2 digits of the money we had. Well, if it was Shauna, they would have already connected and the world would have ended. Also, dead is dead, so a little late to be questioning that. Yeah, we only really need a healing breeze. We'll go ahead and do that Moon Serenade I was talking about. There we go. It's almost like nothing happened. There was something else I opened this to look at. Oh, right. Replacing the Mage Ring. Just in case. Guard badge I wanted? I think it was a guard badge, right? Yeah, it's the same thing she's wearing. Okay. Yep. It'd be lovely if there was a save point, but onward! Oh, hey, save point. Isn't that convenient? Box first. Detonate arrow. That's a Miranda weapon, presumably. Actually, wait, no. Detonate arrow might be a magic item, actually, because I think we've seen those before. But I will check anyway. No, it's not on that list, so maybe it is a weapon. Yeah, it's Miranda's final weapon. You know what? Attack all does actually make that somewhat worth it. If you had gotten that sooner, Miranda, you might have actually stayed on the team at some point. How many more hoops are we gonna have to jump through, though? God damn. I presume now we're in the actual, like, deep core, though. Considering what was just trying to stop us. There's Shauna. Well, he was the original, or at least our predecessor, and it was never properly passed down because he wasn't dead. So I guess him getting that back makes sense, but this does lead to a very big problem for Dart, doesn't it? Because he now can't become a Dragoon. So this fight might be a little rough. Because we are now at 2/3 power. And we also can't do super form. Ziegfeld. Yeah, we're gonna make him stop. He's not gonna have a choice by the time we're done with him.
Die. More and more.
The resemblance is uncanny when he's in Dragoon form, I gotta say. Slow your roll, old man. We're just gonna hit him with all the debuffs straight off, because he's a single target, and we can't really immediately Dragoon here. Like, we could have of Meru and Rose Dragoon, but we'll hold that for the second. Because I think, yeah, powering him down should make this survivable just fine. He's even got the same attack. Yeah, that's acceptable. Not great, but acceptable. Now they may as well Dragoon, though. And hit him with everything they got, especially Meru, because I presume, being the Red-Eye Dragoon, he's fire-based. So you know what's gonna hurt like a motherfucker? Water. Because you see, Zeke, what I've had plenty of time to learn is Dart's weaknesses. And if you're just an older, stronger Dart, I got bad news for you. You have the same weaknesses. Maybe less so, but you definitely still have them. Get flushed like the rest of the turds. Yeah, nearly 4,000 damage. Yeah, that checks. That checks out. Still blue health, which makes me sad, but you know what? That's fine. And we still have more MP restores, so if I really want to, I could just feed Meru a couple more MP restores just to really twist the knife on Z here. And I may very well do that. I might feed her at least one, because Dart doesn't need his. And it's kind of hard to argue with like 4,000 damage. Bye-bye. Sink into the swamp like a rotting old castle. Yeah, about half. That checks, because their magic attack is fairly similar. Still blue health. There's a part of me that's wondering if I'm wasting my attacks and you're not meant to be able to move this fight forward. But we'll find out, because I'm about to hit him for 4K again. And if after 10,000 hit points he's still in blue health, I have very strong concerns. Sploosh. Like, that's gotta have stung. On the bright side, we also got a lot of turns on him because of the slowdown I put on him. He went from blue health to red immediately because of that. It sure was an animation. You know what? Insult to injury. Let's steal some of his health. Because if he's actually almost gone, that might actually work out. We're currently beating up Zeeg. We've gone through a lot getting here, but Zeeg's losing pretty handily because I hit him with Water Dragon twice. And he did not appreciate it. Exactly.
Yes. Go.
This will be a very fitting kill if this works out. Oh, he just didn't even react to that. Final burst of his own. Right at Dart. Okay, I kind of figured. I had a feeling there was going to be something in between those two as far as that goes. But I wasn't sure. I had literally... The only other turn Dart has done was restoring mana to Meru. Oh, he actually gets a second turn because of that as well. I mean, Dart has Explosion, but I guess this version of Zeke doesn't believe in Explosion. Or do you mean there's a bigger, better Explosion in the Japanese version? Triple threes. Yeah, just hit him. Save the last of the MP. So I'll probably be restoring her MP as well. Okay. Interesting. It's just one of those things, I guess. Like, maybe they just thought it didn't matter enough to keep it. So since basically they were kind of updating the game at the same time, because that happens sometimes with localized versions as well, is they end up making slight updates, for better or worse. And that's just one of those cases here, I guess. That kind of hurt. Can Meru get the kill, though? It'd be really funny to bonk him to death. Yeah, that is very frequently the case. A lot of games get dumbed down in their English releases. And they're not wrong to do that, necessarily. If that perfect was the kill, by the way, that'd be perfect. That doesn't surprise me. Yes! There's something so fitting about Rose getting a perfect hit as the finish for Sieg. It's not over yet. Yeah, that tracks. Which explains so many things. What do you know? The one he was fighting was in him the whole time. I wasn't 100% assuming it was going to be Melbu Frama in there, but I was definitely on to the whole he's possessed by something angle. Because of how much they pointed out earlier that he wasn't acting like himself. It's fine, I'm not a ghost. Basically, since he was turned to stone. I've been ready to see this end for a bit in some ways. I'm not sure I'm prepared for how this is actually going to play out. That's why he's releasing the God of Destruction, because he's a fucking fool who's gonna try to enter that body and become a god, ignoring the consequences of the God of Destruction angle. You know, that tracks. Yeah, exactly. Hence why it tracks immediately. I mean, it's not entirely failing. He is taking Shauna's place in there, which works out for us because Shauna's not getting eaten, but it is kind of a problem. Yeah, exactly. The good news is, it may be an imperfect combination, because it's not the correct person to be combined with. Oh, I was wondering what happened to you, Lloyd. It's been a while. Yeah, exactly. He's only half the puzzle. He's incompatible for that body, so he isn't actually as strong. Oh, hey, Lloyd's here. Shouldn't more than just the two of you be participating in this?
Whoa. Over here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, he is not making it out of this one alive, I'm sure. This has, I'm gonna do one heroic thing and get obliterated written all over it. Yep, there it is. There are a few lines in this game that really do go hard. Hang on, I need a minute. This victory screen here after Lloyd gets obliterated just is killing me. Yeah, exactly. That's the read I had on Lloyd for most of this, because he was doing good things while following the byline that was leading him down the evil path. He clearly couldn't be actual villain material entirely. He was more fit for that role. Yeah, he wanted the best for his people and maybe the world. There's some debate on that part. He's gonna pass them on, I presume, now that he's dying. Yeah, because we've long since been owed this divine dragon soul. Even longer the Dragon Buster, if you think about it, since we ran into that way back at the beginning. Nah, I think it'll diminish the impact if I toy around with it. You can't use the Dragon Buster. Can you use the Dragon Buster? You can use the Dragon Buster. Yes! A much needed power up for Rose. Well, maybe not much needed, but a very nice one. She now does more damage than Dart does. Yeah, that's a 60 power increase. It was good to see you again, Tiny. Take care of yourself. Yeah, no, 60 power swing, I absolutely believe that. That is insane. But it's also a legendary weapon, so it makes sense for it to be a little stupid. And I presume this is the only time we're gonna get to use it, outside of if we run all the way back to go play around with it. And now, I think it's time to end this. A lot of people have died. A lot of nonsense has happened. Oh, they did restore us. Perfect. Let's end this farce, shall we? God damn it. Let's show a god what it means to deal with non-believers. Yeah, I'm not surprised he has the most health. This is gonna take doing, I'm sure. But we're gonna hit him with the entire truck we've been given, and then we're gonna hit him with the rest of the convoy afterwards. Hell yeah. Let's show him what humanity, winglies, and gigantos are made of. Oh good, they actually give you a different track for this too. Perfect. Oh, of course you get first strike. To be fair, we did make a whole speech, so that's only fair. Oh, absolutely. Thank you for helping out as much as you have, Solus. I do appreciate it, even if I may grumble now and then, depending on the situation. We don't have enough for special. Do I want to wait for it? I might wait a moment here. Yeah, no, I understand. Okay, the tentacles are separate. I think it's still gonna be worth it to slow Frama himself down. I still need them all for this battle. You don't understand. This fight's gonna take so long. Ow. Okay, those tentacles all hurt a lot. So, you know, on that note, no, not with you, though. We're not gonna use it with you.
Die.
We probably should get rid of the tentacles. That's probably a good idea to reduce the turn economy he has. Okay, the game really sat there and thought about that. But, you know, if I'm not gonna use it anywhere else, I may as well use the Psych Bomb now. Bring everything together here at the end. The legacies of everyone that's gone through all of this mess. Okay, the tentacles aren't super strong if that took out one of them. Just one attack from Rose and then the Psych Bomb. So if we just throw another thing at it, they'll all disappear. Or, you know, just keep generating more SP this way. So I botched the second swing because it was such a fucky camera angle there. It's almost like this is what I had a stock of all these items for. Is just to throw them all at the final boss. Okay. All the tentacles are gone. Now it's 3-on-1, Frama. Now we hit him with the power down. Well, then I cross that bridge when I come to it. It's also a little weird that the game darkens the screen as you approach him. Like, I get that you're running into his shadow to attack him, but it's a little jarring when you're trying to align your attacks and the screen suddenly just dims as you're going in.
Yes. Go. Crash dance.
Yeah. I assumed you wouldn't get to use it more than once per battle just because of all the other reusables only being once per battle. We got jumped in by his friends. Okay, that didn't hurt that much. That stung a bit. Yeah, the ads had bad timing here. I was too in the middle of doing the thing to catch it to snooze them. Otherwise, I probably would have snoozed them for the whole fight.
Fools.
Oh, neat. You have a counter move, huh? Well, that makes it complicated to recharge my meters. But if he's gonna play that way, I suppose I may as well not bother worrying about charging everybody's meters to full then. by the time things like Blue Sea Dragon and such end, I'm sure the ads will be done. I also wouldn't be surprised if the Divine Dragon probably had an AoE spell that would have just wiped out all the tentacles and such. I love that he can get so disconnected from the thing that he actually spins around. Down in the drain. About 1,500, okay. Still blue health, no surprise there. You know what? We got a minute left on the ads. I'm gonna save the divine form for when the ads are done.
Yes.
I'm sure Dart's got more than enough health to survive for another turn. Welcome back from ad hell. You didn't miss much. I decided to give up on waiting for special because I realized it was going to take 5 charges of meter. So I just threw Blue Sea Dragon at him, and that's about all anybody missed. Go ahead and use some of the MP to heal. Because while we have plenty of health left, we could always have more. If the health bar ain't full, there's room for more. Wow, she heals for a lot more. Oh, absolutely. Here we go, Divine Dragon time. A little bit of flashing, though, so mind your eyes. Oh, they go all in for this, huh? Definitely the most extra of transformations in this game, and I'm here for it. That is a lot of wings. Oh, and he's got, like, a... techno eye patch now. That's neat. That is a really interesting form. I mean, he kind of was already, but it definitely went full magical girl transformation there. Divine Dragon Ball and Divine Dragon Cannon. I mean, obviously we gotta hit him with the Divine Dragon Cannon. Like, as if we wouldn't hit him with that. After everything that happened to us with the Divine Dragon Cannon, god damn it, I'm gonna hit him with it. No, I got an arm like that too. This is a little weirder, but, you know. Of course you gotta announce the name of your attack. You gotta make sure to get that in there. That worked out pretty good. Didn't do as much as I would have hoped for. It only did a little bit more than the water dragon did. But he can do it again. There is that. He can do it again. I mean, if we're getting all the dragons in here, we may as well hit him with the dark dragon too. Just hit him with everything. Like, aesthetic-wise, I like the Divine Dragon form other than the 6 wings. I'm not too into the 6 wings. They start to look a little silly. But the rest of it I'm here for. Exactly. That's why it ends up making sense that that's there. I just don't entirely agree with it aesthetically. And I said this during the ads, because he got sent down the whirlpool, but I love that he actually still disconnects enough that you can drop him down a hole. That's just very funny to me. True. Like, He definitely looks like he merged with the Divine Dragon because it's all the same coloration and design. Meru. What do I want to do with you? I could actually have you feed Dart more MP to keep firing cannons. Yeah, I feel like that would end poorly. That would be a very unhealthy decision right there. In fact, yeah. Next turn, I'll feed Dart an MP restorative so he can fire the cannon 4 times. That sounds like a great idea. And meanwhile, we'll just charge Meru's meter back up a bit. Oh boy. Ooh, trippy. Are we gonna have to fight all of history here? Because that would make sense. It would be somewhat upsetting, but it would make sense. Yeah, you know, I don't appreciate his weird eyeball thing coming out the front there. Well, you know what you do with evil twins? You put them in the ground where they came from, where they belong. So why are you so sure that he's the evil one? Also, Dart, why are you so slow? Well, you know what? Actually, it could be worth it to fire off more with Meru as well. So I may actually use the other restorative for Meru. Both for more healing and for another dragon attack from her. Since hers did about the same amount the cannon did. Your laser pimpan did very little there, Melbu. Uframa. You really could have done better than that. Here, let me demonstrate. This is how you do better with a laser. So admittedly, this takes a lot more prep than his did. Sounds like a tea kettle going off in the background the entire time. Yeah. That did less damage this time. Huh, upsetting. Anyway, how about a full mana bar so he can do that again? I mean, you could if you wanted to. Did you ever aspire to having a laser? 'Cause that can be arranged. A laser can be grafted on at any time. See, there you go. That's the right way to look at it. And of course it would have to be a green laser. It really is a hell of a thing seeing them all standing there with that backdrop there. I will say, it does look a little weird when the whole chunky body he's got now just levitates up into the air. I'll just learn. Well, I should say, unless there's something that's going to make this take significantly longer attached to that, if this is going to make it take multiple attempts or make it take significantly longer, I'm willing to be told things here, just so we can get this done. since we are, you know, over 7 hours in now. And I'm not gonna go into a whole other session just to do the final battle. No, I don't want to go in the creepy hole. Well, this is awkward. I'm going to assume it's the classic just hit him really hard to make him give Dart back. So let's just hit him with everything we got and hopefully get Dart back, shall we? We don't have much left, but we still have it. That's how you know I've been going for too long. I'm actually basically out of water, too. But it's fine. Yeah, that did way less, but that's not surprising. That's 10 mana versus 80. That's true, but it all broke and disappeared before I could get any of it. Magic Ice is weird that way. Also, what is this camera angle? How have we ended up here?
Die. More and more.
I'm gonna assume that's a good sign.
Yes. Yes. Hammer spin.
Just use him for meter generation until I learn otherwise.
More and more.
That doesn't look good. So you had a laser of your own the whole time, huh? Or did you steal darts? Ow. Not gonna lie, not impressed.
Hammer spin.
His laser still didn't have nearly as many special effects. There you go, that's better. That's more, or like the right amount of special effects. On the bright side, at least Dart isn't losing turns of Dragoon form while he's in there. So at least we're not wasting those.
Hammer spin.
Okay, there's still no other targets. I was checking to make sure he didn't, like, have a hidden weak point somewhere or anything.
Die. More and more.
And on the bright side, at least this isn't a scenario where Dart's taking the damage for him or anything. That would have been very annoying, too.
Hammer spin.
I am a little disappointed that you don't see the whole Dragon Buster model for Rose. It is still just her regular weapon. Oh, hey. Hi, Dart. You did kind of kill Meru on the way out, though. I really wish you hadn't done that. It's really inconvenient. Then again, I suppose if you get hit with a dart-sized projectile, that'll put most people on the floor, probably. That's also the most damage Frama's done the entire time. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, firing the cannon again. Using this cannon does make me want to get back to work on making this cannon have more movement to it. Things to do eventually. In its initial design, it was supposed to retract and extend and everything, but I just never got around to it still. Oh, not again. And he's just gonna pick Dart right back up again. I'm so glad I got to do anything with Dart there. Thank you. Can't help but notice he still has blue health, too. Mostly because we haven't really gotten to do any real damage to him because Meru and Rose don't really do a lot of direct attack damage anymore at this point. Could start throwing items at him again. At the very least, Meru probably shouldn't be at half health. Though, if she catches Dart again, she's just gonna get blasted. That is true. The downside is they're really low on MP to use that SP for anything. Like, they can use it for Dragoon attacks, which will be slightly better than their regular attacks, but that's about the extent of it.
Die. More and more.
I do still have one more MP restore on hand. Is it my imagination, or is he hitting steadily harder with that? Oh. Double turn, huh? Yikes. Glad I healed. Yep, of course you're blasting Rose twice. Ow. It's okay. One problem is that was my only other single target full heal that I had left. So that's inconvenient. Thinking. The good news is most of his attacks don't do 391 damage to Rose. The other part of that is I have a lot of revives. So I think I let that be for the second. And that may sound like the words of a crazy man, but trust. Trust in the crazy man. She does have 5 turns of Dragoon now as well, so that'll help bolster her against future attacks. And we're gonna do a bit of casual health thieving. Yes. If you want the real answer, the answer to that is yes. This should heal for an okay amount. It's not gonna heal her back to full or anything, but it should get her a bit. Not as much as I thought. Yikes. Then again, I was calculating based on earlier where he was powered down a bit, and not this phase. So that may have had something to do with it. Okay, based on the fact that he's still in blue health, I'm gonna ask Solus, am I doing something wrong, or does he just genuinely have that much health in this phase? Because while I've not done any big attacks, I do feel like I should have at least moved him a bit by now. So it warrants checking. I'm gonna hold. Okay. You can go ahead and tell me how much health he has, honestly, so we can actually gauge how long this is gonna take. I would assume rather significant, considering some of the other fights. Oh boy. Okay. And is that across the phases, or is that each phase has that much? Because with how little damage I've done so far right now, that's concerning. Okay. Because we did quite a bit to the first phase, so that gives me some hope that it's not going to be ridiculous. But I see what you mean about it being a long fight. Especially when Dart doesn't get to participate because he keeps getting pulled inside Frama over and over again. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have a lot of everything to throw at this, is the problem. Because most other fights don't take 1,000 in attacks to break. Well, they probably also anticipated all three characters being able to do more significant damage than this party can in some of the time. Because, like, sometimes we can do a lot with all three of them, and then other times, like the phase we're at right at this second, you don't do nearly as much. So we kind of just end up in a segment where we're chipping him to death. Yeah. And the thing is, this kind of sucks to a certain degree because of the fact that he's not even really dangerous. He just has a lot of health. Yeah, Rose was dying there. Again, whoever catches Dart dies. And that may prove to be one problem, is just dying. You're talking over my head on that one. But you two have fun discussing that. That is both an incredibly helpful statement and not at the same time.
Die. More and more.
Yeah. There you go. That's the piece I was missing, because Ozma meant nothing to me, and I'm like, I don't know what game you're even talking about right now. Because I want to say that name's come up in a couple things. Because, you know, it's a simple 4-letter name. It probably has appeared a few times. But 9, I think, might be the Final Fantasy I know the least about, because I haven't even seen that one particularly. Interesting. I mean, that's a neat idea. Execution dependent. Huh. There we go. There's 1,000 damage at least. Oh, second generation. Yay! Things are changing. I assume the point here is we're going through all the generations. Oh, hey, we have ground under our feet again, for now. Wait. It immediately went from second generation to third generation. What? What? Is it supposed to do that? It literally just instantly went second generation. Nuts to it. Get out of here. Third generation. Is it gonna do it again? Yes, it's gonna do it again. I think I broke something. Or is it supposed to do this? Is it supposed to just cycle through a bunch of generations at once? Okay, he's here now. Okay. It just seemed really weird that it just jumped a bunch of generations. Huh. Oh, this is the halfway point, I guess, because he's now at yellow. I don't like that statement. That leads to me being worried. I could heal, but maybe not yet. Dart also needs to start recharging his meter anyway.
Yes. Go. First dance.
But hey, if he's got like 42 to 45,000 hit points, then if he's at halfway, then he's at like 22 to 23,000, give or take. Achievable goals. I have no MP restores yet left. I have two of those. I mean, that is very achievable.
Die. More and more.
Actually, yeah, Meru's still in Dragoon form, so trying to charge up for sharing that wouldn't be worth. That's an unfortunately common problem. This will hopefully heal Rose enough that we don't need to worry. Yeah, she's back at full now, so she should be fine. Unless this form does way more damage than the last one did, which it might. Ow. Okay, that's not that bad. 400 from that's not terrible. Also, Meru getting a double turn is amusing. I'm going to assume that's relevant. Let's preserve some of this MP for the moment. Yeah, I was about to say, saying I'm in night mode doesn't really mean anything. Aside from that then implies that there's a day mode. Which I would presume has other moves. I understand. Though there's some debate as to how super close it is when it's still like 20,000 damage to deal. And it takes multiple characters' turns to even deal that 1,000, so it would be roughly like 40 turns. 40 individual character turns. So we're gonna be here for a little bit. The reason why I'm holding back from using the attack items to a certain degree is they also weren't doing that much damage, so I don't think there's any real point to using them. Because at least attacking is giving me meter generation. I had intended to use them for things where they would be useful, and unfortunately they just ended up not being useful. Yeah, but it's damage I don't gain anything from. That's the problem. Like, if my basic attack and the item will do, say, within 100 of each other damage, it's almost always a better choice to then attack, just so I get meter for more Dragoon attacks, which do more. Not by much either, as far as that goes. Oh, something's happening. Oh, he's gonna shoot planets at us. The Coke can was full of planets. Ow, ow. That sure is a planet. Whee! Ow, ow, ow. Okay, that hurt a little more. Still not that bad, though. It's still weird to me that he's doing less damage than the bosses before him. Something's wrong here. There's gotta be a trick. Huh, interesting. Need fireworks. Oh god, not fireworks, not fun. Can I destroy those? I can. Well, now is a time to use one of these multi-attack items that I have. My turn to use this attack. Yes, exactly. Oh, those survived that, huh? That's upsetting. You can't attack them because you're still in Dragoon form. I mean, you can attack one of them. They're also still in blue health, so that's upsetting. Ah, maybe destroying them might be a moot point. He says as he tries anyway. Because we've definitely seen plenty of things go from blue to dead. It is a good blue. I would like this blue more if it wasn't floating in front of me getting ready to attack me. Like that. Because we are going to lose Meru here in a moment if another one of those goes off. And another one of those went off. Well, guess I'm going to have to revive Meru. That's actually for the best if that one goes off. Though we now have a slight awkward situation there, but it's okay. I have to use Dart for this revive because Rose can't revive right now. And then on Meru's turn, which should be coming up... Nope. Dart's getting carried, eat away first. Shake, 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 shake. No, Rose's turn came up first. Okay, that's fine. There are many deadly cute things out there. Just look at most cats. They are explosive friend shapes, though. I still haven't even used my AoE full heals yet. You know what? Fuck it. It's only a minor difference at this point, but you know what? May as well get the most out of that. Let's see. Yeah. Based on the fact that throwing Night Raid at them didn't kill the ads, it's probably not worth hanging on to these. That also didn't do that much, though. Nope, he's doing a thing. Oh, hey. Time moves on. Hey, time! Now I assume he does different things, and I'm probably not going to be happy about them. Ah, not a perfect. That's fine. That should still do a decent amount. Yeah, 1,000. 1,000's pretty decent. I can live with that. Meru needs to generate meters so she can 1, heal, and 2, throw magic attacks at him. Give him some more. Yup, he's loading the gun. Ow. Wow, that hit hard. Okay. So, I was right. Day mode is worse. I don't like day mode. Oh, you just do 2 attacks in a row immediately, huh? Not a fan of day mode, as it turns out. I was already not really a fan of the whole sun thing. Now I have more reasons not to like the daytime. I mean, it is a nice background. It's just a little concerning when the nice background might be my grave. He is in fact still in yellow health. And resources are starting to get a little thinner. So it's a little worrying. Oh, he can command block in this form too, huh? Great. What command are you blocking? Joke's on you. I'm not gonna have meter for Dragoon command for a while. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. God damn it, game. Every now and then, hitting a target that's floating is real awkward. Way to completely miss, Melbu. Way to go. Proud of you, buddy. Showing us why you're the god around here. Oh, going back to night mode, huh? That's fine. By all means, take us out of the horrible daytime. God damn it. I just am botching those timings so bad now. Oh hey, the Dragoon command block wore off literally as he left Dragoon mode, so it didn't matter. Hey, the 5th generation. I was actually about to ask how many phases there were since we went through the 3rd phase now, but that answers that question. We're in the final phase. The last, I assume, like 15,000. Probably, maybe even 10,000. Look, it's like the forest we started in. We've come full circle. Except we're on a weird little island. Oh, never mind. Fuck that forest. Throwing it away. Gotta fit in the other generations. Nuts to that forest. Gotta have cavemen getting real angry. Yep, they've learned agriculture. Look at them go. They've developed into a society. And then society got a little crazy. You know, as you do. They learned the weapons of war. Also, as you do. But they made friends! They sometimes shot those friends, but don't worry about that part. See, there's the friends they shot. Don't worry about that part. And then people were sad and upset. Because they thought about that part. Huh. You know... Oh, hey, he looks like he's got, like, a funny pirate hat on at that angle. Huh. Still yellow health, huh? Yeah, I kind of figured based on how very fucked everything looks here. This item list is concerningly small suddenly. Hey, how do you like rocks being thrown at you? Eh. What if Big Rock... Squish. He didn't actually squish, he just went through it. Sad. Yeah, that did decent damage, though. Decent on the scale of what we've been doing so far, which is mildly concerning. But what if we did it again? Maybe he'll squish this time. And there's the telling difference in magic attack between Rose and Meru at this point. Oh, he's causing an ice age, huh? You know, that seems like it's gonna sting. That seems like it's really gonna sting for somebody in particular. Ow, 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 ow. Yo, that was a water move because Meru took 0 damage from it, so that's good. That actually wasn't as bad as it looked like it was gonna be. It did seem kind of wrong, didn't it? Do all these circles make a square?
Hammer spin.
We are gonna need to knock him down the pecking order, though.
Yes.
Lost my timing there because this target is a little strange to run up to.
Hush. Die. More and more.
Don't like that. Put it back. Put it back. I don't want it. Yeah, I like that even less. Put them back where they came from. She's also extinct like a dino now. See, this is where this is gonna get awkward, because this is my last revive, I think, isn't it? Yep, that's the last revive. Is this gonna be a case where I lose at the very last possible point? Because that would be very upsetting. He's still in yellow health. You have a healing breeze. Trying to decide between Dart attacking and healing breezing. So I kind of need Dart in order to do any real damage here. But I also don't want Meru just to get bodied again right after being revived. Because it would make the entire revive pointless. Have her go into Dragoon form just in case another situation like that happens. Though she's not gonna have that much time in that form, it's still better than nothing. The astute among you may have done math well enough to know how much health he has left. I have not.
Breathing ring.
Because I don't know what the actual threshold for final phase is. Okay, he's in red. He's in red. He's almost gone. It's almost over. Well, Rose, you may as well Dragoon up as well. Make sure you have better odds of not dying. Question is, how much health is his red threshold? I would presume a fair amount still. But it's only a few thousand, most likely.
Yes.
Only a few thousand.
Go. First dance.
Crush Dance out here almost doing as much damage as a Dragoon with a very powerful weapon. Oh boy. What the hell's it doing now? Okay, it's absorbing all the dragons. I don't like that. Great! Great. So you're doing the dragon block staff thing at this point, huh? Well, this is stupid. The one ace I had left to try to do anything here, and you just threw it under the bus, game. I'm not convinced we're gonna be able to win at this point. We might actually end up losing here, and that's gonna be very frustrating. Yeah, because now both those Dragoons are basically non-entities. Fuck's sake. Because you know what a fun mechanic is? Removing one of the moves you have and making it garbage. Because this thing is already kind of asininely durable. Because all of your set pieces and everything were great up until they outstayed their welcome. And let me tell you, I'm kind of getting to the outstayed their welcome point at this point, because we've been fighting this thing for, what, the better part of this hour at this point? I do have a couple attack items left, so I can probably get rid of those guys. Yeah, except they flipped that in that, hey, your best move, you can't use it now. And with this thing having tens of thousands of hit points, my main means of dealing real damage being taken away kinda sucks.
Yes.
Like, that's basically how to make your fight take an excessive amount of time 101. Yeah, and it's almost like, unless you know that's coming, you have a very easy chance of ending up in this exact same scenario. Is the game encourages you to use the Dragoon form because it's a very large mechanic of the game. You get my point. It's just very frustrating. And I've always said this, that when a game decides to say, hey, this playstyle, fuck this playstyle, and just throw it out a window, really is upsetting. Just like, you know what, fuck your playstyle in particular. Like, what's positive about that, genuinely? Is you're basically playing a roulette the first time you're playing the game if your playstyle is going to be the one the designers decide, nah, fuck you, about. Unless, again, you have foreknowledge, which, if you're playing a game blind, how would you have foreknowledge about it? Like, I'm glad I at least saved these AoE items to at least get rid of his fucking weird gribbly minions here. Like, I don't want to sit here and start getting salty about this, but we are 8 hours in now, and I'm getting distinct feelings that this is going to have been a waste of my last hour because we might lose. Is genuinely, if I end up losing this, there isn't enough time for me to do this fight again. I don't have it in me to spend another hour fighting this thing. Just as a genuine statement. Because this fight takes entirely too goddamn long. And as much as I would say, oh, I'll just not lose, I don't really have any assurances on that scale. Like, I just have to hope that I have enough power left to kill this thing. Because I've now officially thrown the entire inventory at him.
Hammer spin.
Yes. Go. Crash dance.
And I'm assuming the no Dragoon thing hasn't ended yet. Because I assume there's going to be a prompt when that effect fades. If it ever even fades. That's a great thing to say, and I appreciate that, but the simple numerics kind of play against us here. Oh, there we go. The effect expired. Thank God. Now the question is, are we going to have everybody be alive long enough for me to be able to go into Dragoon form? Rose is only getting one turn, but that's going to have to be good enough. I would love to be able to follow my heart here, but I have too many things riding on this working out to be just like, oh yeah, I will just follow vibes in my heart and be happy, because I'm genuinely concerned about how this plays out at this point. Dart at least has 3 turns of Divine Dragon. This may very well come down to Dart has to fight Melbuframa alone. If this goes poorly enough. It really just depends on, like I said, how much health he has left. I'm literally hitting him with everything I have, Solus. I can't kick his ass any harder than I have been. I have pulled out all the stops for a while now.
Die. More and more.
Like, the only saving grace here is that he doesn't spam a lot of nasty attacks, he just has a few very bad ones, it seems. This thing just needs to die.
Freezing rain.
Is to put it succinctly, had I known that this thing was this much more durable than every other boss I had faced before, I obviously would have spent the extra time walking all the way back to the shop, sold off a bunch of these throwables that really didn't amount to anything in this fight, and replaced it with MP restores and things like that. But unlike the rest of the fights of this game, this takes significantly longer. And obviously, yes, it's the final battle, it should take a while, but this is still arguably in excess, unless you are prepared specifically for it. And now somebody's about to die. But that's the problem, is it's not very grand and glorious when it takes about 3 times as long as it needs to. It's like what I was talking about before about the moment passes and the energy's lost. The moment's kind of passed.
Die. More and more.
We're gonna have to do one last Rainbow Breath with the last of her MP, because that's the only way we're gonna be able to hold up for longer. Because this is the last of her Dragoon form right now. It's more likely to work out than using the Healing Rain. I wish my inventory in current game state, in my view, reflected that, but I believe your veteran opinion I'm just very worried that he just, like, pulls the 1,000 Wingly attack again and, like, instantly kills Meru or something. That's the kind of thing I'm afraid of here, because that can alter the game state very drastically, very quickly. And in a way I cannot counter at this point. Oh yeah, no, I can imagine, because you've tried multiple different strategies, I'm sure. So we did like 3,000 with Dart. Between everybody else's attacks, it's probably another like 2,000, maybe 3,000. Oh hey, remember that thing I was worried about him doing? Where he summons the pile of Winglies again? Sure hope this doesn't kill somebody and change the game state drastically. Okay, good, he targeted Dart with it at least. That's great. If he's about dead, that's fantastic news. And I'm glad he targeted Dart because that at least means I don't immediately have to heal. His Dart can take that and just eat it up. If he had targeted anybody else, things would have been problematic. Yeah, no, that makes sense. The last time we had nearly dead AI going off, we really had a problem because I stalled slightly in that fight and then I got destroyed. Because he just got like 3 turns back to back. Cough cough, the second Divine Dragon fight. Oh goddammit, the ads are playing again. I didn't even get a warning that those were gonna start this time. Otherwise I would have snoozed that. Thanks, Twitch. Thank you very fucking much.
Yes. Go. Crash dance.
Of course. Of fucking course when the ads play the fight ends. Of fucking course it does. Hold that thought. We're gonna wait till these ads are over so people actually get to see this happen. Of course it fucking happened as soon as the ads start. Of course it did. I don't know, Yura, but I'm gonna wait till the ads are done and we'll find out. We will cliffhanger it for a couple minutes here while the ads happen. But I'm assuming since he's doing his full magical girl transformation again, that this is going to be how that happens. This way, so that people that are stuck in the ads understand what I did, so they don't think that the thing froze. But yeah, to further expound upon the discussion we were having while we wait. Also, I completely buggered the spelling of some of that sentence, but it's fine. I really don't think your game final boss needs to be this whole grandiose thing. Yes, it needs to be a big moment, but I think that yeah, exactly, Yura. I think this went overboard. This was too far down that line. Like, I would expect it to take an hour with, like, 2 attempts, for example. Like, a half an hour for your final boss, sure. That's within acceptable range. And I'm sure part of that's on me because my setup isn't efficient by any stretch of the imagination. My setup is a hot mess, and I fully acknowledge that. Because, like, I obviously could be doing more damage probably if I had better additions, where I had, like, the perfect setup with foreknowledge and everything. I obviously could end up killing him faster, I'm sure. But again, this is from the perspective of somebody playing the game for the first time, 90% blind. This, from a first-time experience perspective, is a needlessly long final fight. And, of course, people may get on me about the fact that it's another final fight that I'm harping on about. It's not my fault that a lot of final battles are not great. They more often than not miss the mark of what actually would make it interesting and dynamic ending and go for difficulty purely. Which works for some people, I'm sure. It's a great thing for some people. It's not enough entirely. You could say that this fight is intended to tell the story of all the generations and everything. They really only told you much with one of those scenes, for one, and for two, there's a lot of padding in between any of that being told. I feel like he could have been condensed down to even, like, say 30,000 instead of 40 to 45,000. And it would still be a pretty long fight, pretty rough fight, and it would get to the point still in 3/4 of the time instead of the full time. Okay, now that everybody's back from the ads, now we'll continue the scene, since I'm assuming since he's doing the magical girl transformation that the fight's over. I didn't want y'all to miss him doing the thing. Because y'all were along for the ride for this long, it wouldn't be fair if y'all missed this. It is interesting, though, that it's a reversal of how they usually end these fights, because usually they take you out of Dragoon form and have Dart run in and stab the thing. But in this case, he's doing one final full cannon. Okay. I always let the credits roll because no matter how I feel about the game, I want to give the entire team their full due and respect anyway. Regardless of whether any of those people are still in the business or alive, they still deserve their proper time. Burn, you bastard, burn. Priorities.
Dar!
Check out my sick mech suit, Shauna.
I have been waiting for this moment.
I kept you waiting so long. I'm sorry.
It's a very interesting split in what's happening over there and over here.
What? Dare you? Inferior humans cannot outshine me, a god.
You are a persistent motherfucker, aren't you?
The time has come. This is the end of our long journey.
There's this touching moment happening over here, and then that.
Could you come with me?
Yes. I will never leave you again.
You had to try one more thing.
You have grown up. Father? I couldn't do anything for you as a father. Please forgive me. But Father, we finally met. This isn't fair.
Dart, I'm so glad I met you.
Rose! Father! Go, Dart.
Finishing what should have finished when they did it before. And it was stolen from them all those years ago by Melbu Frama cheating death. They finally get to end it the way they can. Going out in a blaze of glory, saving the world.
This is your age to live. It's Shauna. What are you talking about? We can all live together.
We were never meant to exist in this age.
No!
My age ended in remote activity.
Yeah. Honestly, though, they've long earned their rest. Yeah. And to be fair...
Farewell, Dart, and thank you.
One could argue she didn't entirely handle it at some points. She did need a little help here and there. But everyone does. Everyone needs help now and then. She did damn well for how long she had to live. That's a hell of an explosion. Oh hey, look at all these people that didn't get nearly as much screen time.
Rose! Father!
Pretty sure they're not making it out of that one. God damn, that's a tall explosion. You gotta have your villain final thing explode. That's about right. That's fantastic. Kongol's learning the rogue school. Oh, bye, Kongol. He'll be fine. It's good to see positive things and closure for people. I did see a bluebird, yeah. Looks like it's passing through everything. Funny how that works. Life has gone back to normal for Miranda. I do hope that the music doesn't get copyright flagged. I assume it won't, but, you know. YouTube be YouTube. Which is why I'm just gonna keep interjecting now and then, while also letting people enjoy it while I can. Things have worked out in the Twin Castle. Exactly. The Merchant Town. Yep, there's Meru. Getting the Winglies to coagulate. Good catch. There's that bird again. Presumably, yep, celebrating the wedding. Kind of assumed. It was either going to be coronation or wedding, and since Albert was already king, made sense. It would have been a damn shame if those two didn't get married with everything they were getting up to anytime we were over there. And And presumably that'll also work out real well for those two nations, so that's also a big positive. Yeah. There it is. Leaving it in memory, I presume. Checking in back at home. Seeing how the rebuilding's going. Because of course Shauna's here. I'm torn between them doing well on the rebuilding and it having taken a really long time for them to get anything done. Because we don't know how long this took for everything to happen. Technically, it all probably happened pretty quickly. Considering there were very few times where they had any chance to stop. A year, maybe? A year is possible. I would assume at least it took a few... I would assume it would have taken at least a few months, just because, if nothing else, the sea travel they did would have probably have taken weeks to travel. Sounds familiar. I will admit I don't recognize that name there, Solus. This song sounds very familiar. Well, yeah, I gathered that much. Oh, was this at the beginning? I wasn't referring to anything from this as far as it sounding familiar. I've heard a song incredibly similar to this in something else, is more what I was getting at. Okay. Makes sense. You bring the whole thing together now that the cycle's complete. Once again, having to interrupt it just to make sure copyright doesn't obliterate me. May still get flagged depending on what the copyright state for this is. Still, overall, I'm glad I played this. As usual, I have some slight mixed feelings here at the end because of a couple moments here and there. But I knew that going into this, that this is a very good game with some flaws. Yeah. The themes definitely are like defying fate and don't let the past be everything for you. You have to look forward in order to move forward. You can't be always looking back. Because they definitely push that thought out a lot. And it's an accurate thought. You have to keep the past in mind, but you can't let it shape everything you do. Understandable. It's a very good song. Yeah, that would be fitting. But as I was starting to become concerned, I'm definitely gonna have to figure out what I'm doing next now, because this game's done. Oh, don't mind me as I'm moving things in the background here while this is happening. because we need to get this marked down in the list. This is the 11th game for the year now. There we go. Yeah, this is everybody responsible for creating this entire experience we've gone through over these 8 sessions. And yeah, we came in, I think, just under the 50 hours. I think we actually hit, like, right about on the how long to beat time of, like, 48 or 49 hours, I think it said. Like I said, it's a good game with some flaws. Nothing that couldn't be cleaned up if somebody did actually pick it up and remaster it. There's a few just like little quality of life things that could be adjusted, like the stupid 32 item inventory limit being done away would be very good for it. Just bring it into line even with the Japanese version as far as that goes, and that would make it perfectly fine. The only other thing I would want out of a remaster for this is just them voicing all the scenes. They wouldn't even need to put voice acting for everything, though that would be nice. Voice acting for all those scenes that it feels weird not having voice acting for would go a long way to adding to the experience, I think. Especially since you have these scenes where they are fully voiced, like that last scene, for example. Which proves that they had voice actors for the characters, in addition to for them being there for the effort noises and combat sounds and everything. They had them for a cutscene or two. Why not have them for all of them? Like, they had to have had like a real budget cut situation with that or something weird like that. New Game Plus, I personally don't value very much. I know it would help for a lot of people, because a lot of people value New Game Plus. It really wouldn't be a thing for me too much, because now that I've played the game, I'm not going to play it again. Yeah, I see it's there. And I have a suspicion of what it means, but we'll see what happens here in a moment. Uh-huh. It's Rose and Zieg. Is you have conveniently a blue bird and a red bird. And a blue bubble and a red bubble. Yeah, peaceful life as a bird is probably not too bad. And I assume that's actually, well, that might be their gems just chilling there. It might be something else. The sizing on that's a little odd. Yeah, that's what's left of the tree, I presume, after the explosion. Yeah. It's just the sizing on it's a little weird, is why I was questioning that for a moment. But I think it's all perspective being a little strange. Now, I'm gonna take a quick look around for a raid target, but we have gone way over time compared to normal, so I might not send a raid out today just so I can go eat and rest before bed, because I normally go to bed in about an hour and a half from now. But I wanted to push to finish this because, like I said, the timing was going to be awkward otherwise. And if I have a, like, immediate quick choice in front of me, I will probably still send a raid, but the odds are high that we're not going to send one off tonight. Just so, like I said, I can run around, do everything I need to do at the end of a day without raiding in and running away on somebody. Because I never like doing that. Yeah. I don't have a guaranteed one that I feel comfortable running in and right back out of. So, like I said, to finish the thought process as far as how I feel about this and what could have been adjusted a little bit, I do also think a simple thing like being able to buy multiple items at once, little quality of life like thing like that would be fantastic. We already had the whole talk about how I think they could have changed the Melbu Frama fight to make it a little more snappy for a first-timer's experience. Even just cutting him down by like 5 to 10,000 health, I think would have made that a much more enjoyable experience, because it was right there in that final 10,000 that I was really just kind of starting to be done with it. Is it, you know, that fight took an hour. It's not really great for a fight to take an hour. Now, there's a positive side to that, taking as long as it did, though, is there's one thing of that I will grant, and that is, it did give us that moment where I was starting to lose hope, and it turned around. I'll give them that, but I would rather... Say, for example, he has less health, but he hits a little bit harder. There's definitely room for him to have hit harder, and I think it would have been reasonable. Is like, as I had said during the fight, the time between the transitions kind of felt stretched, and I don't think it really worked entirely. And I still disagree with the Dragon Block Staff as a mechanic entirely, because like I said, it cuts off an entire game mechanic for you as a player. And I'm never a fan of when a game cuts an option off for you entirely. But I won't ramble on about that. That's just me giving like a final condensed take there. I'm not gonna do the whole what do I number this out of 10 thing. That's worthless information. That doesn't help anybody. The final thought I'm going to give y'all is this game is worth your time. Bear in mind the lessons I learned so you have a better experience, and go enjoy the game for yourself if you are so inclined. I do think it's worth it. But it is not something I will be repeating just because I don't repeat things. Thank you all for your time, and hopefully you all have a wonderful night. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody.